God passes by. Shoghi Effendi. Forward. On the 23rd of May of this auspicious year, the Baha'i world will celebrate the centennial anniversary of the founding of the faith of Baha'u'llah. It will commemorate at once the 100th anniversary of the inception of the Babi dispensation, of the inauguration of the Baha'i era, of the commencement of the Baha'i cycle, and of the birth of Abdul-Baha. The weight of the potentialities with which this faith, possessing no peer or equal in the world's spiritual history and marking the culmination of a universal prophetic cycle, has been endowed, staggers our imagination. The brightness of the millennial glory which it must shed in the fullness of time dazzles our eyes. The magnitude of the shadow which its author will continue to cast on successive prophets destined to be raised up after him eludes our calculation. Already, in the space of less than a century, the operation of the mysterious processes generated by its creative spirit has provoked a tumult in human society such as no mind can fathom. Itself undergoing a period of incubation during its primitive age, it has, through the emergence of its slowly crystallizing system, induced a fermentation in the general life of mankind, designed to shake the very foundations of a disordered society, to purify its lifeblood, to reorientate and reconstruct its institutions, and shape its final destiny. To what else can the observant eye or the unprejudiced mind, acquainted with the signs and portents heralding the birth and accompanying the rise of the faith of Baha'u'llah, ascribe this dire, this planetary upheaval, with its attendant destruction, misery, and fear, if not to the emergence of his embryonic world order, which, as he himself has unequivocally proclaimed, has deranged the equilibrium of the world and revolutionized mankind's ordered life. To what agency, if not to the irresistible diffusion of that world-shaking, world-energizing, world-redeeming spirit, which the Bab has affirmed is vibrating in the innermost realities of all created things, can the origins of this portentous crisis, incomprehensible to man, and admittedly unprecedented in the annals of the human race, be attributed? In the convulsions of contemporary society, in the frenzied, worldwide ebullitions of men's thoughts, in the fierce antagonisms inflaming races, creeds, and classes, in the shipwreck of nations, in the downfall of kings, in the dismemberment of empires, in the extinction of dynasties, in the collapse of ecclesiastical hierarchies, in the deterioration of time-honored institutions, in the dissolution of ties, secular as well as religious, that had for so long held together the members of the human race, all manifesting themselves with ever-increasing gravity since the outbreak of the First World War that immediately preceded the opening years of the formative age of the faith of Baha'u'llah. In these, we can readily recognize the evidences of the travail of an age that has sustained the impact of his revelation, that has ignored his summons, and is now laboring to be delivered of its burden as a direct consequence of the impulse communicated to it by the generative, the purifying, the transmuting influence of his spirit. It is my purpose, on the occasion of an anniversary of such profound significance, to attempt in the succeeding pages a survey of the outstanding events of the century that has seen this spirit burst forth upon the world, as well as the initial stages of its subsequent incarnation in a system that must evolve into an order designed to embrace the whole of mankind, and capable of fulfilling the high destiny that awaits man on this planet. I shall endeavour to review, in their proper perspective and despite the comparatively brief space of time which separates us from them, the events which the revolution of 100 years, unique alike in glory and tribulation, has unrolled before our eyes. I shall seek to represent and correlate, in however cursory a manner, those momentous happenings which have insensibly, relentlessly, and under the very eyes of successive generations, perverse, indifferent, or hostile, transformed a heterodox and seemingly negligible offshoot of the Shoghi school of the Esna Ashariye sect of Shia Islam into a world religion whose unnumbered followers are organically and indissolubly united, whose light has overspread the earth as far as Iceland in the north and Magellan's in the south, whose ramifications have spread to no less than 60 countries of the world, whose literature has been translated and disseminated in no less than 40 languages, whose endowments in the 5 continents of the globe, whether local, national, or international, already run into several $1 million, whose incorporated elective bodies have secured the official recognition of a number of governments in East and West, whose adherents are recruited from the diversified races and chief religions of mankind, whose representatives are to be found in hundreds of cities in both Persia and the United States of America, to whose verities royalty has publicly and repeatedly testified, whose independent status its enemies from the ranks of its parent religion and in the leading centre of both the Arab and Muslim worlds have proclaimed and demonstrated, and whose claims have been virtually recognized, entitling it to rank as the 4th religion of a land in which its world spiritual centre has been established, and which is at once the heart of Christendom, the holiest shrine of the Jewish people, and, save Mecca alone, the most sacred spot in Islam. It is not my purpose, nor does the occasion demand it, to write a detailed history of the last 100 years of the Bahá'í faith. Nor do I intend to trace the origins of so tremendous a movement, or to portray the conditions under which it was born, or to examine the character of the religion from which it has sprung, or to arrive at an estimate of the effects which its impact upon the fortunes of mankind has produced. I shall rather content myself with a review of the salient features of its birth and rise, as well as of the initial stages in the establishment of its administrative institutions, institutions which must be regarded as the nucleus and herald of that world order that must incarnate the soul, execute the laws, and fulfill the purpose of the faith of God in this day. Nor will it be my intention to ignore, whilst surveying the panorama which the revolution of 100 years spreads before our gaze, the swift interweaving of seeming reverses with evident victories, out of which the hand of an inscrutable providence has chosen to form the pattern of the faith from its earliest days, or to minimize those disasters that have so often proved themselves to be the prelude to the fresh triumphs which have in turn stimulated its growth and consolidated its past achievements. Indeed, the history of the first 100 years of its evolution resolves itself into a series of internal and external crises of varying severity, devastating in their immediate effects, but each mysteriously releasing a corresponding measure of divine power, lending thereby a fresh impulse to its unfoldment. This further unfoldment engendering in its turn a still graver calamity, followed by a still more liberal effusion of celestial grace, enabling its upholders to accelerate still further its march and win in its service still more compelling victories. In its broadest outline, the first century of the Bahá'í era may be said to comprise the heroic, the primitive, the apostolic age of the faith of Baha'u'llah, and also the initial stages of the formative, the transitional, the Iron Age, which is to witness the crystallization and shaping of the creative energies released by his revelation. The first 80 years of this century may roughly be said to have covered the entire period of the First Age, whilst the last 2 decades may be regarded as having witnessed the beginnings of the Second. The former commences with the declaration of the Bab, includes the mission of Baha'u'llah, and terminates with the passing of Abdul-Baha. The latter is ushered in by his will and testament, which defines its character and establishes its foundation. The century under our review may therefore be considered as falling into 4 distinct periods of unequal duration, each of specific import and of tremendous and indeed unappraisable significance. These 4 periods are closely interrelated and constitute successive acts of one indivisible, stupendous, and sublime drama, whose mystery no intellect can fathom, whose climax no eye can even dimly perceive, whose conclusion no mind can adequately foreshadow. Each of these acts revolves around its own theme, boasts of its own heroes, registers its own tragedies, records its own triumphs, and contributes its own share to the execution of one common, immutable purpose. To isolate any one of them from the others, to dissociate the later manifestations of one universal, all-embracing revelation from the pristine purpose that animated it in its earliest days, would be tantamount to a mutilation of the structure on which it rests, and to a lamentable perversion of its truth and of its history. The first period, 1844 to 1853, centers around the gentle, the youthful, and irresistible person of the Bab, matchless in his meekness, imperturbable in his serenity, magnetic in his utterance, unrivaled in the dramatic episodes of his swift and tragic ministry. It begins with the declaration of his mission, culminates in his martyrdom, and ends in a veritable orgy of religious massacre, revolting in its hideousness. It is characterized by 9 years of fierce and relentless contest, whose theatre was the whole of Persia, in which above 10,000 heroes laid down their lives, in which 2 sovereigns of the Qajar dynasty and their wicked ministers participated, and which was supported by the entire Shia ecclesiastical hierarchy, by the military resources of the state, and by the implacable hostility of the masses. The second period, 1853 to 1892, derives its inspiration from the august figure of Baha'u'llah, preeminent in holiness, awesome in the majesty of his strength and power, unapproachable in the transcendent brightness of his glory. It opens with the first stirrings in the soul of Baha'u'llah while in the Siyah-Chal of Tehran, of the revelation anticipated by the Bab, attains its plenitude in the proclamation of that revelation to the kings and ecclesiastical leaders of the earth, and terminates in the ascension of its author in the vicinity of the prison town of Akka. It extends over 39 years of continuous, of unprecedented and overpowering revelation, is marked by the propagation of the faith to the neighboring territories of Turkey, of Russia, of Iraq, of Syria, of Egypt, and of India, and is distinguished by a corresponding aggravation of hostility, represented by the united attacks launched by the Shah of Persia and the Sultan of Turkey, the 2 admittedly most powerful potentates of the East, as well as by the opposition of the twin sacerdotal orders of Shia and Sunni Islam. The third period, 1892 to 1921, revolves around the vibrant personality of Abdul-Baha, mysterious in his essence, unique in his station, astoundingly potent in both the charm and strength of his character. It commences with the announcement of the Covenant of Baha'u'llah, a document without parallel in the history of any earlier dispensation, attains its climax in the emphatic assertion by the centre of that covenant, in the city of the covenant, of the unique character and far-reaching implications of that document, and closes with his passing and the interment of his remains on Mount Carmel. It will go down in history as a period of almost 30 years' duration in which tragedies and triumphs have been so intertwined as to eclipse at one time the orb of the covenant, and at another time to pour forth its light over the continent of Europe and as far as Australasia, the Far East and the North American continent. The fourth period, 1921 to 1944, is motivated by the forces radiating from the will and testament of Abdul-Baha, that charter of Baha'u'llah's New World Order, the offspring resulting from the mystic intercourse between him who is the source of the law of God and the mind of the one who is the vehicle and interpreter of that law. The inception of this fourth, this last period of the first Bahá'í Century synchronizes with the birth of the formative age of the Bahá'í era, with the founding of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah, a system which is at once the harbinger, the nucleus, and pattern of his world order. This period, covering the first 23 years of this formative age, has already been distinguished by an outburst of further hostility of a different character, accelerating on the one hand the diffusion of the faith over a still wider area in each of the 5 continents of the globe, and resulting, on the other, in the emancipation and the recognition of the independent status of several communities within its pale. These 4 periods are to be regarded not only as the component, the inseparable parts of one stupendous whole, but as progressive stages in a single evolutionary process, vast, steady, and irresistible. For as we survey the entire range which the operation of a century-old faith has unfolded before us, we cannot escape the conclusion that, from whatever angle we view this colossal scene, the events associated with these periods present to us unmistakable evidences of a slowly maturing process, of an orderly development, of internal consolidation, of external expansion, of a gradual emancipation from the fetters of religious orthodoxy, and of a corresponding diminution of civil disabilities and restrictions. Viewing these periods of Bahá'í history as the constituents of a single entity, we note the chain of events proclaiming successively the rise of a forerunner, the mission of one whose advent that forerunner had promised, the establishment of a covenant generated through the direct authority of the promised one himself, and lastly, the birth of a system which is the child sprung from both the author of the covenant and its appointed centre. We observe how the Bab, the forerunner, announced the impending inception of a divinely conceived order. How Baha'u'llah, the promised one, formulated its laws and ordinances. How Abdul-Baha, the appointed centre, delineated its features, and how the present generation of their followers have commenced to erect the framework of its institutions. We watch through these periods the infant light of the faith diffuse itself from its cradle eastward to India and the Far East, westward to the neighbouring territories of Iraq, of Turkey, of Russia and of Egypt, travel as far as the North American continent, illuminate subsequently the major countries of Europe, envelop with its radiance at a later stage the Antipodes, brighten the fringes of the Arctic, and finally set aglow the Central and South American horizons. We witness a corresponding increase in the diversity of the elements within its fellowship, which, from being confined in the first period of its history to an obscure body of followers chiefly recruited from the ranks of the masses in Shia Persia, has expanded into a fraternity representative of the leading religious systems of the world, of almost every caste and colour, from the humblest worker and peasant to royalty itself. We notice a similar development in the extent of its literature, a literature which, restricted at first to the narrow range of hurriedly transcribed, often corrupted, secretly circulated manuscripts, so furtively perused, so frequently effaced, and at times even eaten by the terrorized members of a proscribed sect, has, within the space of a century, swelled into innumerable editions, comprising tens of thousands of printed volumes in diverse scripts and in no less than 40 languages, some elaborately reproduced, others profusely illustrated, all methodically and vigorously disseminated through the agency of worldwide, properly constituted and specially organized committees and assemblies. We perceive a no less apparent evolution in the scope of its teachings, at first designedly rigid, complex, and severe, subsequently recast, expanded, and liberalized under the succeeding dispensation, later expounded, reaffirmed, and amplified by an appointed interpreter, and lastly systematized and universally applied to both individuals and institutions. We can discover a no less distinct gradation in the character of the opposition it has had to encounter. An opposition at first kindled in the bosom of Shia Islam, which at a later stage gathered momentum with the banishment of Baha'u'llah to the domains of the Turkish Sultan and the consequent hostility of the more powerful Sunni hierarchy and its caliph, the head of the vast majority of the followers of Muhammad. An opposition which now, through the rise of a divinely appointed order in the Christian West, and its initial impact on civil and ecclesiastical institutions, bids fair to include among its supporters established governments and systems associated with the most ancient, the most deeply entrenched sacerdotal hierarchies in Christendom. We can at the same time recognize, through the haze of an ever-widening hostility, the progress, painful yet persistent, of certain communities within its pale through the stages of obscurity, of proscription, of emancipation, and of recognition, stages that must needs culminate in the course of succeeding centuries in the establishment of the faith and the founding in the plenitude of its power and authority of the world-embracing Baha'i Commonwealth. We can likewise discern a no less appreciable advance in the rise of its institutions, whether as administrative centres or places of worship. Institutions clandestine and subterrene in their earliest beginnings, emerging imperceptibly into the broad daylight of public recognition, legally protected, enriched by pious endowments, ennobled at first by the erection of the Mashar al-Askar of Ashgabat, the first Baha'i house of worship, and more recently immortalized through the rise in the heart of the North American continent of the Mother Temple of the West, the forerunner of a divine, a slowly maturing civilization. And finally, we can even bear witness to the marked improvement in the conditions surrounding the pilgrimages performed by its devoted adherents to its consecrated shrines at its world center. Pilgrimages originally arduous, perilous, tediously long, often made on foot, at times ending in disappointment and confined to a handful of harassed Oriental followers, gradually attracting, under steadily improving circumstances of security and comfort, an ever-swelling number of new converts, converging from the four corners of the globe and culminating in the widely publicized, yet sadly frustrated visit of a noble queen who at the very threshold of the city of her heart's desire was compelled, according to her own written testimony, to divert her steps and forego the privilege of so priceless a benefit. First period, the Ministry of the Bab, 1844-1853. Chapter 1. The Birth of the Babi Revelation. May 23rd, 1844, signalizes the commencement of the most turbulent period of the heroic age of the Baha'i era, an age which marks the opening of the most glorious epoch in the greatest cycle which the spiritual history of mankind has yet witnessed. No more than a span of 9 short years marks the duration of this most spectacular, this most tragic, this most eventful period of the first Bahá'í century. It was ushered in by the birth of a revelation whose bearer posterity will acclaim as the point round whom the realities of the prophets and messengers revolve, and terminated with the first stirrings of a still more potent revelation, whose day, Baha'u'llah himself affirms, every prophet hath announced, for which the soul of every divine messenger hath thirsted, and through which God hath proved the hearts of the entire company of his messengers and prophets. Little wonder that the immortal chronicler of the events associated with the birth and rise of the Bahá'í revelation has seen fit to devote no less than half his moving narrative to the description of those happenings that have, during such a brief space of time, so greatly enriched through their tragedy and heroism the religious annals of mankind. In sheer dramatic power, in the rapidity with which events of momentous importance succeeded each other, in the Holocaust which baptized its birth, in the miraculous circumstances attending the martyrdom of the one who had ushered it in the potentialities with which it had been from the outset so thoroughly impregnated, in the forces to which it eventually gave birth, this 9-year period may well rank as unique in the whole range of man's religious experience. We behold, as we survey the episodes of this first act of a sublime drama, the figure of its master hero, the Bab, arise meteor-like above the horizon of Shiraz, traverse the sombre sky of Persia from south to north, decline with tragic swiftness, and perish in a blaze of glory. We see his satellites, a galaxy of God-intoxicated heroes, mount above that same horizon, irradiate that same incandescent light, burn themselves out with that self-same swiftness, and impart in their turn an added impetus to the steadily gathering momentum of God's nascent faith. He who communicated the original impulse to so incalculable a movement was none other than the promised Qa'im, he who ariseth, the Sahib-uz-Zaman, the Lord of the Age, who assumed the exclusive right of annulling the whole Quranic dispensation, who styled himself the primal point from which have been generated all created things, the countenance of God whose splendor can never be obscured, the light of God whose radiance can never fade. The people among whom he appeared were the most decadent race in the civilized world, grossly ignorant, savage, cruel, steeped in prejudice, servile in their submission to an almost deified hierarchy, recalling in their abjectness the Israelites of Egypt in the days of Moses, in their fanaticism the Jews in the days of Jesus, and in their perversity the idolaters of Arabia in the days of Muhammad. The arch-enemy who repudiated his claim, challenged his authority, persecuted his cause, succeeded in almost quenching his light, and who eventually became disintegrated under the impact of his revelation, was the Shia priesthood. Fiercely fanatic, unspeakably corrupt, enjoying unlimited ascendancy over the masses, jealous of their position, and irreconcilably opposed to all liberal ideas. The members of this caste had, for 1,000 years, invoked the name of the hidden Imam. Their breasts had glowed with the expectation of his advent. Their pulpits had rung with the praises of his world-embracing dominion. Their lips were still devoutly and perpetually murmuring prayers for the hastening of his coming. The willing tools who prostituted their high office for the accomplishment of the enemy's designs were no less than the sovereigns of the Qajar dynasty. First, the bigoted, the sickly, the vacillating Muhammad Shah, who at the last moment cancelled the Bab's imminent visit to the capital, and second, the youthful and inexperienced Nasr-ed-Din Shah, who gave his ready assent to the sentence of his captive's death. The arch-villains who joined hands with the prime movers of so wicked a conspiracy were the two Grand Viziers, Haji Mirza Aghasi, the idolized tutor of Muhammad Shah, a vulgar, false-hearted, and fickle-minded schemer, and the arbitrary, bloodthirsty, reckless Amir Nizam, Mirza Taghi Khan, the first of whom exiled the Bab to the mountain fastnesses of Azerbaijan, and the latter decreed his death in Tabriz. Their accomplice in these and other heinous crimes was a government bolstered up by a flock of idle, parasitical princelings and governors, corrupt, incompetent, tenaciously holding to their ill-gotten privileges, and utterly subservient to a notoriously degraded clerical order. The heroes whose deeds shine upon the record of this fierce spiritual contest, involving at once people, clergy, monarch, and government, were the Bab's chosen disciples, the letters of the living and their companions, the trail breakers of the new day, who to so much intrigue, ignorance, depravity, cruelty, superstition, and cowardice opposed a spirit exalted, unquenchable and awe-inspiring, a knowledge surprisingly profound, an eloquence sweeping in its force, a piety unexcelled in fervour, a courage leonine in its fierceness, a self-abnegation saintly in its purity, a resolve granite-like in its firmness, a vision stupendous in its range, a veneration for the Prophet and his Imams disconcerting to their adversaries, a power of persuasion alarming to their antagonists, a standard of faith and a code of conduct that challenged and revolutionized the lives of their countrymen. Declaration of the Bab's mission. The opening scene of the initial act of this great drama was laid in the upper chamber of the modest residence of the son of a mercer of Shiraz, in an obscure corner of that city. The time was the hour before sunset, on the 22nd day of May, 1844. The participants were the Bab, a 25-year-old Sayyid of pure and holy lineage, and the young Mullah Hussein, the first to believe in him. Their meeting immediately before that interview seemed to be purely fortuitous. The interview itself was protracted till the hour of dawn. The host remained closeted alone with his guest, nor was the sleeping city remotely aware of the import of the conversation they held with each other. No record has passed to posterity of that unique night, save the fragmentary but highly illuminating account that fell from the lips of Mullah Hussein. I sat spellbound by his utterance, oblivious of time and of those who awaited me. He himself has testified, after describing the nature of the questions he had put to his host, and the conclusive replies he had received from him, replies which had established beyond the shadow of a doubt the validity of his claim to be the promised Qa'im. Suddenly, the call of the Muazzin summoning the faithful to their morning prayer awakened me from the state of ecstasy into which I seemed to have fallen. All the delights, all the ineffable glories which the Almighty has recounted in his book as the priceless possessions of the people of paradise, these I seemed to be experiencing that night. Methinks I was in a place of which it could be truly said, "Therein no toil shall reach us, and therein no weariness shall touch us. No vain discourse shall they hear therein, nor any falsehood, but only the cry, Peace, peace. Their cry therein shall be, Glory be to thee, O God, and their salutation therein, Peace, and the close of their cry, Praise be to God, Lord of all creatures." Sleep had departed from me that night. I was enthralled by the music of that voice which rose and fell as he chanted, now swelling forth as he revealed verses of the Qayyamul Asma, again acquiring ethereal subtle harmonies as he uttered the prayers he was revealing. At the end of each invocation, he would repeat this verse: "Far from the glory of thy Lord, the all-glorious, be that which his creatures affirm of him, and peace be upon his messengers. And praise be to God, the Lord of all beings." This revelation, Mullah Hussein has further testified, so suddenly and impetuously thrust upon me, came as a thunderbolt which for a time seemed to have benumbed my faculties. I was blinded by its dazzling splendor and overwhelmed by its crushing force. Excitement, joy, awe, and wonder stirred the depths of my soul. Predominant among these emotions was a sense of gladness and strength which seemed to have transfigured me. How feeble and impotent, how dejected and timid I had felt previously. Then I could neither write nor walk, so tremulous were my hands and feet. Now, however, the knowledge of his revelation had galvanized my being. I felt possessed of such courage and power that were the world, all its peoples and its potentates, to rise against me, I would alone and undaunted withstand their onslaught. The universe seemed but a handful of dust in my grasp. I seemed to be the voice of Gabriel personified, calling unto all mankind, "Awake, for lo, the morning light has broken. Arise, for his cause is made manifest. The portal of his grace is open wide. Enter therein, O peoples of the world. For he who is your promised one is come." A more significant light, however, is shed on this episode, marking the declaration of the mission of the Bab, by the perusal of that first, greatest, and mightiest of all books in the Babi dispensation, the celebrated commentary on the Surah of Joseph, the first chapter of which, we are assured, proceeded in its entirety in the course of that night of nights from the pen of its divine revealer. The description of this episode by Mullah Hussein, as well as the opening pages of that book, attest the magnitude and force of that weighty declaration. A claim to be no less than the mouthpiece of God himself, promised by the prophets of bygone ages. The assertion that he was, at the same time, the herald of one immeasurably greater than himself. The summons which he trumpeted forth to the kings and princes of the earth. The dire warnings directed to the chief magistrate of the realm, Muhammad Shah. The counsel imparted to Haji Mirza Aqasi to fear God, and the peremptory command to abdicate his authority as Grand Vizier to the Shah, and submit to the one who is the inheritor of the earth and all that is therein. The challenge issued to the rulers of the world, proclaiming the self-sufficiency of his cause, denouncing the vanity of their ephemeral power, and calling upon them to lay aside one and all their dominion, and deliver his message to lands in both the East and the West. These constitute the dominant features of that initial contact that marked the birth and fixed the date of the inception of the most glorious era in the spiritual life of mankind. Enrollment of the Letters of the Living. With this historic declaration, the dawn of an age that signalizes the consummation of all ages had broken. The first impulse of a momentous revelation had been communicated to the one but for whom, according to the testimony of the Kitab-i-Iran, God would not have been established upon the seat of his mercy, nor ascended the throne of eternal glory. Not until 40 days had elapsed, however, did the enrollment of the 17 remaining letters of the living commence. Gradually, spontaneously, some in sleep, others while awake, some through fasting and prayer, others through dreams and visions, they discovered the object of their quest and were enlisted under the banner of the newborn faith. The last, but in rank the first of these letters to be inscribed on the preserved tablet, was the erudite, the 22-year-old Quddus, a direct descendant of the Imam Hassan and the most esteemed disciple of Sayyid Kazem. Immediately preceding him, a woman, the only one of her sex, who, unlike her fellow disciples, never attained the presence of the Bab, was invested with the rank of apostleship in the new dispensation. A poetess, less than 30 years of age, of distinguished birth, of bewitching charm, of captivating eloquence, indomitable in spirit, unorthodox in her views, audacious in her acts, immortalized as Tahireh, the Pure One, by the tongue of glory, and surnamed Qurratul Ain, Solace of the Eyes, by Sayyid Kazem, her teacher. She had, in consequence of the appearance of the Bab to her in a dream, received the first intimation of a cause which was destined to exalt her to the fairest heights of fame, and on which, through her bold heroism, was to shed such imperishable lustre. These first letters generated from the primal point, this company of angels arrayed before God on the day of his coming, these repositories of his mystery, these springs that have welled out from the source of his revelation, these first companions, who, in the words of the Persian Bayan, enjoy nearest access to God, these luminaries that have from everlasting bowed down and will everlastingly continue to bow down before the celestial throne. And lastly, these elders mentioned in the book of Revelation are sitting before God on their seats, clothed in white raiment and wearing on their heads crowns of gold. These were, ere their dispersal, summoned to the Bab's presence, who addressed to them his parting words, entrusted to each a specific task, and assigned to some of them, as the proper field of their activities, their native provinces. He enjoined them to observe the utmost caution and moderation in their behaviour, unveiled the loftiness of their rank, and stressed the magnitude of their responsibilities. He recalled the words addressed by Jesus to his disciples and emphasized the superlative greatness of the new day. He warned them lest by turning back they forfeit the kingdom of God, and assured them that if they did God's bidding, God would make them his heirs and spiritual leaders among men. He hinted at the secret and announced the approach of a still mightier day, and bade them prepare themselves for its advent. He called to remembrance the triumph of Abraham over Nimrod, of Moses over Pharaoh, of Jesus over the Jewish people, and of Mohammed over the tribes of Arabia, and asserted the inevitability and ultimate ascendancy of his own revelation. To the care of Mullah Hussein, he committed a mission more specific in character and mightier in import. He affirmed that his covenant with him had been established, cautioned him to be forbearing with the divines he would encounter, directed him to proceed to Tehran, and alluded in the most glowing terms to the as yet unrevealed mystery enshrined in that city, a mystery that would, he affirmed, transcend the light shed by both Hejaz and Shiraz, galvanized into action by the mandate conferred upon them, launched on their perilous and revolutionizing mission. These lesser luminaries, who together with the Bab constitute the first Vahed unity of the dispensation of the Bayan, scattered far and wide through the provinces of their native land, where with matchless heroism they resisted the savage and concerted onslaught of the forces arrayed against them, and immortalized their faith by their own exploits and those of their co-religionists, raising thereby a tumult that convulsed their country and sent its echoes reverberating as far as the capitals of Western Europe. The Bab's pilgrimage to Mecca. It was not until, however, the Bab had received the eagerly anticipated letter of Mullah Hussein, his trusted and beloved lieutenant, communicating the joyful tidings of his interview with Baha'u'llah, that he decided to undertake his long and arduous pilgrimage to the tombs of his ancestors. In the month of Shaban of the year 1260 AH, September 1844, he who both on his father's and mother's side was of the seed of the illustrious Fatimeh, and who was a descendant of the Imam Hussein, the most eminent among the lawful successors of the Prophet of Islam, proceeded in fulfillment of Islamic traditions to visit the Kaaba. He embarked from Bushehr on the 19th of Ramazan, October 1844, on a sailing vessel, accompanied by Quddus, whom he was assiduously preparing for the assumption of his future office. Landing at Jeddah after a stormy voyage of over a month's duration, he donned the pilgrim's garb, mounted a camel, and set out for Mecca, arriving on the 1st of Zul-Hajjah, December the 12th. Quddus, holding the bridle in his hands, accompanied his master on foot to that holy shrine. On the day of Arafah, the prophet pilgrim of Shiraz, his chronicler relates, devoted his whole time to prayer. On the day of Nahr, he proceeded to Munna, where he sacrificed, according to custom, 19 lambs, 9 in his own name, 7 in the name of Quddus, and 3 in the name of the Ethiopian servant who attended him. He afterwards, in the company with other pilgrims, encompassed the Kaaba and performed the rites prescribed for the pilgrimage. His visit to Hejaz was marked by 2 episodes of particular importance. The first was the declaration of his mission and his open challenge to the haughty Mirza Mohit Kermani, one of the most outstanding exponents of the Shoghi school, who at times went so far as to assert his independence of the leadership of that school, assumed after the death of Sayyid Kazem by Haji Muhammad Karim Khan, a redoubtable enemy of the Babi faith. The second was the invitation in the form of an epistle conveyed by Quddus to the Sharif of Mecca, in which the custodian of the house of God was called upon to embrace the truth of the new revelation. Absorbed in his own pursuits, the Sharif, however, failed to respond. 7 years later, when, in the course of a conversation with a certain Haji Niyaz Baghdadi, this same Sharif was informed of the circumstances attending the mission and martyrdom of the Prophet of Shiraz, he listened attentively to the description of those events and expressed his indignation at the tragic fate that had overtaken him. The Bab's visit to Medina marked the conclusion of his pilgrimage. Regaining Jeddah, he returned to Bushehr, where one of his first acts was to bid his last farewell to his fellow traveller and disciple, and to assure him that he would meet the beloved of their hearts. He moreover announced to him that he would be crowned with a martyr's death, and that he himself would subsequently suffer a similar fate at the hands of their common foe. The Bab's return to his native land, Safar 1261, February-March 1845, was the signal for a commotion that rocked the entire country. The fire which the declaration of his mission had lit was being fanned into flame through the dispersal and activities of his appointed disciples. Already, within the space of less than 2 years, it had kindled the passions of friend and foe alike. The outbreak of the conflagration did not even await the return to his native city of the one who had generated it. The implications of a revelation thrust so dramatically upon a race so degenerate, so inflammable in temper, could indeed have had no other consequence than to excite within men's bosoms the fiercest passions of fear, of hate, of rage and envy. A faith whose founder did not content himself with the claim to be the gate of the hidden Imam, who assumed a rank that excelled even that of the Sahib-uz-Zaman, who regarded himself as the precursor of one incomparably greater than himself, who peremptorily commanded not only the subjects of the Shah, but the monarch himself, and even the kings and princes of the earth, to forsake their all and follow him, who claimed to be the inheritor of the earth and all that is therein. A faith whose religious doctrines, whose ethical standards, social principles and religious laws challenged the whole structure of the society in which it was born, soon ranged with startling unanimity the mass of the people behind their priests and behind their chief magistrate, with his ministers and his government, and welded them into an opposition sworn to destroy, root and branch, the movement initiated by the one whom they regarded as an impious and presumptuous pretender. With the Bab's return to Shiraz, the initial collusion of irreconcilable forces may be said to have commenced. Already the energetic and audacious Mullah Ali Bastami, one of the letters of the living, the first to leave the house of God, Shiraz, and the first to suffer for his sake, who in the presence of one of the leading exponents of Shia Islam, the far-famed Sheikh Mohammed Hassan, had audaciously asserted that from the pen of his newfound master, within the space of 48 hours, verses had streamed that equalled in number those of the Qur'an, which it took its author 23 years to reveal, had been excommunicated, chained, disgraced, imprisoned, and in all probability done to death. Mullah Sadiq Khorasani, impelled by the injunction of the Bab in the Khasa'il al-Sabhe to alter the sacrosanct formula of the Azan, sounded it in its amended form before a scandalized congregation in Shiraz, and was instantly arrested, reviled, stripped of his garments, and scourged with 1,000 lashes. The villainous Hossein Khan, the Nizam-ud-Dawleh, the governor of Fars, who had read the challenge thrown out in the Qayyum al-Asma, having ordered that Mullah Sadiq, together with Qudus and another believer, be summarily and publicly punished, caused their beards to be burned, their noses pierced and threaded with halters. Then, having been led through the streets in this disgraceful condition, they were expelled from the city. The people of Shiraz were by that time wild with excitement. A violent controversy was raging in the masjids, the madrasas, the bazaars, and other public places. Peace and security were gravely imperiled. Fearful, envious, thoroughly angered, the mullahs were beginning to perceive the seriousness of their position. The governor, greatly alarmed, ordered the Bab to be arrested. He was brought to Shiraz under escort, and in the presence of Hossein Khan was severely rebuked and so violently struck in the face that his turban fell to the ground. Upon the intervention of the Imam Jum'eh, he was released on parole and entrusted to the custody of his maternal uncle, Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali. A brief lull ensued, enabling the captive youth to celebrate the Nowruz of that and the succeeding year in an atmosphere of relative tranquillity, in the company of his mother, his wife, and his uncle. Meanwhile, the fever that had seized his followers was communicating itself to the members of the clergy and to the merchant classes, and was invading the higher circles of society. Indeed, a wave of passionate inquiry had swept the whole country, and unnumbered congregations were listening with wonder to the testimonies eloquently and fearlessly related by the Bab's itinerant messengers. The commotion had assumed such proportions that the Shah, unable any longer to ignore the situation, delegated the trusted Sayyid Yahya Darabi, surnamed Vahid, one of the most erudite, eloquent, and influential of his subjects, a man who had committed to memory no less than 30,000 traditions, to investigate and report to him the true situation. Broad-minded, highly imaginative, zealous by nature, intimately associated with the court, he, in the course of 3 interviews, was completely won over by the arguments and personality of the Bab. Their first interview centered around the metaphysical teachings of Islam, the most obscure passages of the Quran, and the traditions and prophecies of the Imams. In the course of the second interview, Vahid was astonished to find that the questions, which he had intended to submit for elucidation, had been effaced from his retentive memory, and yet, to his utter amazement, he discovered that the Bab was answering the very questions he had forgotten. During the third interview, the circumstances attending the revelation of the Bab's commentary on the Surah of Kawthar, comprising no less than 2,000 verses, so overpowered the delegate of the Shah that he, contenting himself with a mere written report to the court chamberlain, arose forthwith to dedicate his entire life and resources to the service of a faith that was to requite him with the crown of martyrdom during the Nayri's upheaval. He who had firmly resolved to confute the arguments of an obscure Sayyid of Shiraz, to induce him to abandon his ideas, and to conduct him to Tehran as an evidence of the ascendancy he had achieved over him, was made to feel, as he himself later acknowledged, as lowly as the dust beneath his feet. Even Hussein Khan, who had been Vahid's host during his stay in Shiraz, was compelled to write to the Shah and express the conviction that His Majesty's illustrious delegate had become a Babi. Another famous advocate of the cause of the Bab, even fiercer in zeal than Vahid, and almost as eminent in rank, was Mullah Muhammad Ali Zanjani, surnamed Hojjat. An Akhbari, a vehement controversialist, of a bold and independent temper of mind, impatient of restraint, a man who had dared condemn the whole ecclesiastical hierarchy from the Abwad-e Arba'eh down to the humblest mullah. He had more than once, through his superior talents and fervid eloquence, publicly confounded his orthodox Shia adversaries. Such a person could not remain indifferent to a cause that was producing so grave a cleavage among his countrymen. A disciple he sent to Shiraz to investigate the matter fell immediately under the spell of the Bab. The perusal of but a page of the Qayyamul Asma brought by that messenger to Hojjat sufficed to effect such a transformation within him that he declared, before the assembled ulamas of his native city, that should the author of that work pronounce day to be night and the sun to be a shadow, he would unhesitatingly uphold his verdict. Yet another recruit to the ever-swelling army of the new faith was the eminent scholar Mirza Ahmad Azgandi, the most learned, the wisest, and the most outstanding among the ulamas of Khorasan, who, in anticipation of the advent of the promised Qa'im, had compiled above 12,000 traditions and prophecies concerning the time and character of the expected revelation, had circulated them among his fellow disciples, and had encouraged them to quote them extensively to all congregations and in all meetings. The Bab's arrest and departure for Esfahan. While the situation was steadily deteriorating in the provinces, the bitter hostility of the people of Shiraz was rapidly moving towards a climax. Hussein Khan, vindictive, relentless, exasperated by the reports of his sleepless agents that his captive's power and fame were hourly growing, decided to take immediate action. It is even reported that his accomplice, Haji Mirza Aghasi, had ordered him to kill secretly the would-be disruptor of the state and the wrecker of its established religion. By order of the governor, the chief constable Abdul Hamid Khan scaled in the dead of night the wall and entered the house of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, where the Bab was confined, arrested him, and confiscated all his books and documents. That very night, however, took place an event which in its dramatic suddenness was no doubt providentially designed to confound the schemes of the plotters and enable the object of their hatred to prolong his ministry and consummate his revelation. An outbreak of cholera, devastating in its virulence, had since midnight already smitten above 100 people. The dread of the plague had entered every heart, and the inhabitants of the stricken city were, amid shrieks of pain and grief, fleeing in confusion. 3 of the governor's domestics had already died. Members of his family were lying dangerously ill. In his despair, he, leaving the dead unburied, had fled to a garden in the outskirts of the city. Abdul Hamid Khan, confronted by this unexpected development, decided to conduct the Bab to his own home. He was appalled upon his arrival to learn that his son lay in the death throes of the plague. In his despair, he threw himself at the feet of the Bab, begged to be forgiven, adjured him not to visit upon the son the sins of the father, and pledged his word to resign his post and never again to accept such a position. Finding that his prayer had been answered, he addressed a plea to the governor, begging him to release his captive, and thereby deflect the fatal course of this dire visitation. Hussein Khan acceded to his request and released his prisoner on condition of his quitting the city. The Bab's sojourn in Esfahan. Miraculously preserved by an almighty and watchful providence, the Bab proceeded to Esfahan, September 1846, accompanied by Sayyid Kazim Zanjani. Another lull ensued, a brief period of comparative tranquillity, during which the divine processes which had been set in motion gathered further momentum, precipitating a series of events leading to the imprisonment of the Bab in the fortresses of Marku and Chehrik, and culminating in his martyrdom in the barrack square of Tabriz. Well aware of the impending trials that were to afflict him, the Bab had, ere his final separation from his family, bequeathed to his mother and his wife all his possessions, had confided to the latter the secret of what was to befall him, and revealed for her a special prayer, the reading of which, he assured her, would resolve her perplexities and allay her sorrows. The first 40 days of his sojourn in Esfahan was spent as the guest of Mirza Sayyid Muhammad, the Sultan ul-Ulama, the Imam Jum'eh, one of the principal ecclesiastical dignitaries of the realm. In accordance with the instructions of the governor of the city, Manucher Khan, the Muhtamadud-Dawleh, who had received from the Bab a letter requesting him to appoint the place where he should dwell. He was ceremoniously received, and such was the spell he cast over the people of that city, that on one occasion, after his return from the public bath, an eager multitude clamoured for the water that had been used for his ablutions. So magic was his charm, that his host, forgetful of the dignity of his high rank, was wont to wait personally upon him. It was at the request of this same prelate that the Bab, one night after supper, revealed his well-known commentary on the Surah of Wal-Asr. Writing with astonishing rapidity, he, in a few hours, had devoted to the exposition of the significance of only the first letter of that surah, a letter which Sheikh Ahmad As-Sa'i had stressed and which Baha'u'llah refers to in the Kitab-e-Aqdas, verses that equalled in number a third of the Qur'an, a feat that called forth such an outburst of reverent astonishment from those who witnessed it that they arose and kissed the hem of his robe. The tumultuous enthusiasm of the people of Isfahan was meanwhile visibly increasing. Crowds of people, some impelled by curiosity, others eager to discover the truth, still others anxious to be healed of their infirmities, flocked from every quarter of the city to the house of the Imam Jum'eh. The wise and judicious Manucher Khan could not resist the temptation of visiting so strange, so intriguing a personage. Before a brilliant assemblage of the most accomplished divines, he, a Georgian by origin and a Christian by birth, requested the Bab to expound and demonstrate the truth of Muhammad's specific mission. To this request, which those present had felt compelled to decline, the Bab readily responded. In less than 2 hours, and in the space of 50 pages, he had not only revealed a minute, a vigorous and original dissertation on this noble theme, but had also linked it with both the coming of the Qa'im and the return of the Imam Hussein, an exposition that prompted Manucher Khan to declare before that gathering his faith in the Prophet of Islam, as well as his recognition of the supernatural gifts with which the author of so convincing a treatise was endowed. These evidences of the growing ascendancy exercised by an unlearned youth on the governor and the people of a city rightly regarded as one of the strongholds of Shia Islam alarmed the ecclesiastical authorities. Refraining from any act of open hostility, which they knew full well would defeat their purpose, they sought, by encouraging the circulation of the wildest rumours, to induce the Grand Vizier of the Shah to save a situation that was growing hourly more acute and menacing. The popularity enjoyed by the Bab, his personal prestige, and the honours accorded him by his countrymen had now reached their high watermark. The shadows of an impending doom began to fast gather about him. A series of tragedies from then on followed in rapid sequence, destined to culminate in his own death and the apparent extinction of the influence of his faith. The overbearing and crafty Haji Mirza Aghasi, fearful lest the sway of the Bab encompassed his sovereign and thus seal his own doom, was aroused as never before. Prompted by a suspicion that the Bab possessed the secret sympathies of the Mu'tamed, and well aware of the confidence reposed in him by the Shah, he severely upbraided the Imam Jum'eh for the neglect of his sacred duty. He at the same time lavished in several letters his favours upon the ulamas of Isfahan, whom he had hitherto ignored. From the pulpits of that city, an incited clergy began to hurl vituperation and calumny upon the author of what was to them a hateful and much to be feared heresy. The Shah himself was induced to summon the Bab to his capital. Manucher Khan, bidden to arrange for his departure, decided to transfer his residence temporarily to his own home. Meanwhile, the mujtahids and ulamas, dismayed at the signs of so pervasive an influence, summoned a gathering which issued an abusive document signed and sealed by the ecclesiastical leaders of the city, denouncing the Bab as a heretic and condemning him to death. Even the Imam Jum'eh was constrained to add his written testimony that the accused was devoid of reason and judgment. The Mu'tamed, in his great embarrassment, and in order to appease the rising tumult, conceived a plan whereby an increasingly restive populace were made to believe that the Bab had left for Tehran, while he succeeded in ensuring for him a brief respite of 4 months in the privacy of the Emarat-e-Khorshid, the governor's private residence in Esfahan. It was in those days that the host expressed the desire to consecrate all his possessions, evaluated by his contemporaries at no less than 40 million francs, to the furtherance of the interests of the new faith, declared his intention of converting Mohammed Shah, of inducing him to rid himself of a shameful and profligate minister, and of obtaining his royal assent to the marriage of one of his sisters with the Bab. The sudden death of the Mu'tamed, however, foretold by the Bab himself, accelerated the course of the approaching crisis. The ruthless and rapacious Gorgin Khan, the deputy governor, induced the Shah to issue a second summons, ordering that the captive youth be sent in disguise to Tehran, accompanied by a mounted escort. To this written mandate of the sovereign, the vile Gorgin Khan, who had previously discovered and destroyed the will of his uncle the Mu'tamed and seized his property, unhesitatingly responded. At the distance of less than 30 miles from the capital, however, in the fortress of Kenargerd, a messenger delivered to Mohammad Beg, who headed the escort, a written order from Haji Mirza Aghasi instructing him to proceed to Colaine and there await further instructions. This was shortly after, followed by a letter which the Shah had himself addressed to the Bab, dated Rabius Sani 1263, March to April 1847, and which, though couched in courteous terms, clearly indicated the extent of the baneful influence exercised by the Grand Vizier on his sovereign. The plans so fondly cherished by Manucher Khan were now utterly undone. The fortress of Markou, not far from the village of that same name, whose inhabitants had long enjoyed the patronage of the Grand Vizier, situated in the remotest northwestern corner of Azerbaijan, was the place of incarceration assigned by Mohammad Shah, on the advice of his perfidious minister, for the Bab. No more than one companion and one attendant from among his followers were allowed to keep him company in those bleak and inhospitable surroundings. All-powerful and crafty, that minister had, on the pretext of the necessity of his master's concentrating his immediate attention on a recent rebellion in Khorasan and a revolt in Kerman, succeeded in foiling a plan which, had it materialized, would have had the most serious repercussions on his own fortunes, as well as on the immediate destinies of his government, its ruler, and its people. Chapter 2. The Bab's captivity in Azerbaijan. Significance of his captivity. The period of the Bab's banishment to the mountains of Azerbaijan, lasting no less than 3 years, constitutes the saddest, the most dramatic, and in a sense the most pregnant phase of his 6-year ministry. It comprises his 9 months' unbroken confinement in the fortress of Markou, and his subsequent incarceration in the fortress of Chehrig, which was interrupted only by a brief yet memorable visit to Tabriz. It was overshadowed throughout by the implacable and mounting hostility of the 2 most powerful adversaries of the faith, the Grand Vizier of Mohammad Shah Haji Mirza Aghasi and the Amir Nizam, the Grand Vizier of Nasiruddin Shah. It corresponds to the most critical stage of the mission of Baha'u'llah during his exile to Adrianople, when confronted with the despotic Sultan Abdul Aziz and his ministers, Ali Pasha and Fuad Pasha, and is paralleled by the darkest days of Abdul Bahá's ministry in the Holy Land under the oppressive rule of the tyrannical Abdul Hamid and the equally tyrannical Jamal Pasha. Shiraz had been the memorable scene of the Bab's historic declaration. Isfahan had provided him, however briefly, with a haven of relative peace and security, whilst Azerbaijan was destined to become the theatre of his agony and martyrdom. These concluding years of his earthly life will go down in history as the time when the new dispensation attained its full stature, when the claim of its founder was fully and publicly asserted, when its laws were formulated, when the covenant of its author was firmly established, when its independence was proclaimed, and when the heroism of its champions blazed forth in immortal glory. For it was during these intensely dramatic, fate-laden years that the full implications of the station of the Bab were disclosed to his disciples and formally announced by him in the capital of Azerbaijan, in the presence of the heir to the throne. That the Persian Bayan, the repository of the laws ordained by the Bab, was revealed, that the time and character of the dispensation of the one whom God will make manifest were unmistakably determined, that the conference of Badasht proclaimed the annulment of the old order, and that the great conflagrations of Mazandaran, of Neyriz, and of Zanjan were kindled. His incarceration in Marku and Chehri. And yet the foolish and short-sighted Haji Mirza Aghasi fondly imagined that by confounding the plan of the Bab to meet the Shah face to face in the capital, and by relegating him to the farthest corner of the realm, he had stifled the movement at its birth and would soon conclusively triumph over its founder. Little did he imagine that the very isolation he was forcing upon his prisoner would enable him to evolve the system designed to incarnate the soul of his faith, and would afford him the opportunity of safeguarding it from disintegration and schism, and of proclaiming formally and unreservedly his mission. Little did he imagine that this very confinement would induce that prisoner's exasperated disciples and companions to cast off the shackles of an antiquated theology and precipitate happenings that would call forth from them a prowess, a courage, a self-renunciation unexampled in their country's history. Little did he imagine that by this very act he would be instrumental in fulfilling the authentic tradition ascribed to the Prophet of Islam regarding the inevitability of that which should come to pass in Azerbaijan. Untaught by the example of the governor of Shiraz, who with fear and trembling had at the first taste of God's avenging wrath fled ignominiously and relaxed his hold on his captive, the Grand Vizier of Muhammad Shah was, in his turn, through the orders he had issued, storing up for himself severe and inevitable disappointment, and paving the way for his own ultimate downfall. His orders to Ali Khan, the warden of the fortress of Marku, were stringent and explicit. On his way to that fortress, the Bab passed a number of days in Tabriz, days that were marked by such an intense excitement on the part of the populace that, except for a few persons, neither the public nor his followers were allowed to meet him. As he was escorted through the streets of the city, the shout of Allahu Akbar resounded on every side. So great indeed became the clamour that the town crier was ordered to warn the inhabitants that anyone who ventured to seek the Bab's presence would forfeit all his possessions and be imprisoned. Upon his arrival in Marcou, surnamed by him Jabal-e-Barset, the open mountain, no one was allowed to see him for the first 2 weeks except his amanuensis, Sayyid Hussein, and his brother. So grievous was his plight while in that fortress, that in the Persian Bayan he himself has stated that at night time he did not even have a lighted lamp, and that his solitary chamber, constructed of sun-baked bricks, lacked even a door, while, in his tablet to Muhammad Shah, he has complained that the inmates of the fortress were confined to 2 guards and 4 dogs. Secluded on the heights of a remote and dangerously situated mountain on the frontiers of the Ottoman and Russian empires, imprisoned within the solid walls of a 4-towered fortress, cut off from his family, his kindred, and his disciples, living in the vicinity of a bigoted and turbulent community who by race, tradition, language, and creed differed from the vast majority of the inhabitants of Persia, guarded by the people of a district which, as the birthplace of the Grand Vizier, had been made the recipient of the special favours of his administration. The prisoner of Marcou seemed, in the eyes of his adversary, to be doomed to languish away the flower of his youth, and witness, at no distant date, the complete annihilation of his hopes. That adversary was soon to realize, however, how gravely he had misjudged both his prisoner and those on whom he had lavished his favours. An unruly, a proud and unreasoning people were gradually subdued by the gentleness of the Bab, were chastened by his modesty, were edified by his counsels, and instructed by his wisdom. They were so carried away by their love for him that their first act every morning, notwithstanding the remonstrations of the domineering Ali Khan and the repeated threats of disciplinary measures received from Tehran, was to seek a place where they could catch a glimpse of his face and beseech from afar his benediction upon their daily work. In cases of dispute, it was their wont to hasten to the foot of the fortress, and with their eyes fixed upon his abode, invoke his name and adjure one another to speak the truth. Ali Khan himself, under the influence of a strange vision, felt such mortification that he was impelled to relax the severity of his discipline as an atonement for his past behaviour. Such became his leniency that an increasing stream of eager and devout pilgrims began to be admitted at the gates of the fortress. Among them was the dauntless and indefatigable Mullah Hussein, who had walked on foot the entire way from Mashhad in the east of Persia to Marcou, the westernmost outpost of the realm, and was able, after so arduous a journey, to celebrate the festival of Nowruz, 1848, in the company of his beloved. Secret agents, however, charged to watch Ali Khan, informed Haji Mirza Aghasi of the turn events were taking, whereupon he immediately decided to transfer the Bab to the fortress of Chehriq, about April 10, 1848, surnamed by him the Jabal-e Shadid, the grievous mountain, There he was consigned to the keeping of Yahya Khan, a brother-in-law of Muhammad Shah. Though at the outset he acted with the utmost severity, he was eventually compelled to yield to the fascination of his prisoner. Nor were the Kurds, who lived in the village of Chehriq and whose hatred of the Shias exceeded even that of the inhabitants of Marku, able to resist the pervasive power of the prisoner's influence. They too were to be seen every morning ere they started for their daily work to approach the fortress and prostrate themselves in adoration before its holy inmate. So great was the confluence of the people, is the testimony of a European eyewitness writing in his memoirs of the Bab, that the courtyard, not being large enough to contain his hearers, the majority remained in the street and listened with rapt attention to the verses of the new Qur'an. Indeed, the turmoil raised in Chehriq eclipsed the scenes which Marku had witnessed. Sayyids of distinguished merit, eminent ulamas, and even government officials were boldly and rapidly espousing the cause of the prisoner. The conversion of the zealous, the famous Mirza Asadullah, surnamed Dayan, a prominent official of high literary repute who was endowed by the Bab with the hidden and preserved knowledge and extolled as the repository of the trust of the one true God, and the arrival of a dervish, a former Nawab from India, whom the Bab in a vision had bidden renounce wealth and position and hasten on foot to meet him in Azerbaijan, brought the situation to a head. Accounts of these startling events reached Tabriz, were thence communicated to Tehran, and forced Haji Mirza Aghasi again to intervene. Dayan's father, an intimate friend of that minister, had already expressed to him his grave apprehension at the manner in which the able functionaries of the state were being won over to the new faith. To allay the rising excitement, the Bab was summoned to Tabriz. Fearful of the enthusiasm of the people of Azerbaijan, those into whose custody he had been delivered decided to deflect their route and avoid the town of Khoi, passing instead through Urumiyeh. On his arrival in that town, Prince Malik Qasem Mirza ceremoniously received him, and was even seen on a certain Friday, when his guest was riding on his way to the public bath, to accompany him on foot, while the prince's footmen endeavoured to restrain the people, who in their overflowing enthusiasm were pressing to catch a glimpse of so marvellous a prisoner. Tabriz, in its turn in the throes of wild excitement, joyously hailed his arrival. Such was the fervour of popular feeling that the Bab was assigned a place outside the gates of the city. This, however, failed to allay the prevailing emotion. Precautions, warnings, and restrictions served only to aggravate a situation that had already become critical. It was at this juncture that the Grand Vizier issued his historic order for the immediate convocation of the ecclesiastical dignitaries of Tabriz to consider the most effectual measures which would, once and for all, extinguish the flames of so devouring a conflagration. His examination in Tabriz. The circumstances attending the examination of the Bab as a result of so precipitate an act may well rank as one of the chief landmarks of his dramatic career. The avowed purpose of that convocation was to arraign the prisoner and deliberate on the steps to be taken for the extirpation of his so-called heresy. It instead afforded him the supreme opportunity of his mission to assert in public, formally and without any reservation, the claims inherent in his revelation. In the official residence and in the presence of the governor of Azerbaijan, Nasir-ed-Din Mirza, the heir to the throne, under the presidency of Haji Mullah Mahmud, the Nizam-ul-Ulama, the prince's tutor, before the assembled ecclesiastical dignitaries of Tabriz, the leaders of the Shoghi community, the Sheikh-ul-Islam and the Imam Jum'eh, the Bab, having seated himself in the chief place which had been reserved for the Wali-Ahd, the heir to the throne, gave, in ringing tones, his celebrated answer to the question put to him by the president of that assembly. "I am," he exclaimed, I am the promised one. I am the one whose name you have for 1,000 years invoked, at whose mention you have risen, whose advent you have longed to witness, and the hour of whose revelation you have prayed God to hasten. Verily I say, it is incumbent upon the peoples of both the East and the West to obey my word and to pledge allegiance to my person. Awestruck, those present momentarily dropped their heads in silent confusion. Then Mullah Muhammad Momaqani, that one-eyed, white-bearded renegade, summoning sufficient courage with characteristic insolence, reprimanded him as a perverse and contemptible follower of Satan, to which the undaunted youth retorted that he maintained what he had already asserted. To the query subsequently addressed to him by the Nizam-ul-Ulama, the Bab affirmed that his words constituted the most incontrovertible evidence of his mission, adduced verses from the Quran to establish the truth of his assertion, and claimed to be able to reveal within the space of 2 days and 2 nights verses equal to the whole of that book. In answer to a criticism calling his attention to an infraction by him of the rules of grammar, he cited certain passages from the Quran as corroborative evidence, and, turning aside with firmness and dignity a frivolous and irrelevant remark thrown at him by one of those who were present, summarily disbanded that gathering by himself rising and quitting the room. The convocation thereupon dispersed, its members confused, divided among themselves, bitterly resentful and humiliated through their failure to achieve their purpose. Far from daunting the spirit of their captive, far from inducing him to recant or abandon his mission, that gathering was productive of no other result than the decision arrived at after considerable argument and discussion to inflict the bastinado on him, at the hands and in the prayer-house of the heartless and avaricious Mirza Ali Asghar, the Sheikh-ul-Islam of that city. Confounded in his schemes, Haji Mirza Aghasi was forced to order the Bab to be taken back to Chehri. His writings, this dramatic, this unqualified and formal declaration of the Bab's prophetic mission, was not the sole consequence of the foolish act which condemned the author of so weighty a revelation to a 3 years' confinement in the mountains of Azerbaijan. This period of captivity, in a remote corner of the realm, far removed from the storm centres of Shiraz, Esfahan, and Tehran, afforded him the necessary leisure to launch upon his most monumental work, as well as to engage on other subsidiary compositions designed to unfold the whole range and impart the full force of his short-lived yet momentous dispensation. Alike in the magnitude of the writings emanating from his pen, and in the diversity of the subjects treated in those writings, his revelation stands wholly unparalleled in the annals of any previous religion. He himself affirms, while confined in Marcou, that up to that time his writings, embracing highly diversified subjects, had amounted to more than 500,000 verses. The verses which have rained from this cloud of divine mercy, is Baha'u'llah's testimony in the Kitab-i-Iqan, have been so abundant that none yet have been able to estimate their number. A score of volumes are now available. How many still remain beyond our reach? How many have been plundered and have fallen into the hands of the enemy, the fate of which none knoweth? No less arresting is the variety of themes presented by these voluminous writings, such as prayers, homilies, orations, tablets of visitation, scientific treatises, doctrinal dissertations, exhortations, commentaries on the Quran and on various traditions, epistles to the highest religious and ecclesiastical dignitaries of the realm, and laws and ordinances for the consolidation of his faith and the direction of its activities. Already in Shiraz, at the earliest stage of his ministry, he had revealed what Baha'u'llah has characterized as the first, the greatest, and mightiest of all books in the Babi dispensation, the celebrated commentary on the Surah of Joseph, entitled the Qayyum al-Asma, whose fundamental purpose was to forecast what the true Joseph, Baha'u'llah, would in a succeeding dispensation endure at the hands of one who was at once his arch-enemy and blood brother. This work, comprising above 9,300 verses and divided into 111 chapters, each chapter a commentary on one verse of the above-mentioned surah, opens with the Bab's clarion call and dire warnings addressed to the concourse of kings and of the sons of kings, forecasts the doom of Muhammad Shah, commands his Grand Vizier Haji Mirza Aghasi to abdicate his authority, admonishes the entire Muslim ecclesiastical order, cautions more specifically the members of the Shia community, extols the virtues and anticipates the coming of Baha'u'llah, the remnant of God, the most great master, and proclaims in unequivocal language the independence and universality of the Babi revelation, unveils its import, and affirms the inevitable triumph of its author. It moreover directs the people of the West to issue forth from your cities and aid the cause of God, warns the peoples of the earth of the terrible, the most grievous vengeance of God, threatens the whole Islamic world with the most great fire were they to turn aside from the newly revealed law, foreshadows the author's martyrdom, eulogizes the high station ordained for the people of Baha, the companions of the crimson-coloured ruby ark, prophesies the fading out and utter obliteration of some of the greatest luminaries in the firmament of the Babi dispensation, and even predicts afflictive torment in both the day of our return and in the world which is to come, for the usurpers of the imamate who waged war against Hussein, Imam Hussein, in the land of the Euphrates. It was this book which the Babis universally regarded during almost the entire ministry of the Bab as the Quran of the people of the Bayan, whose first and most challenging chapter was revealed in the presence of Mullah Hussein on the night of its author's declaration, some of whose pages were borne by that same disciple to Baha'u'llah as the first fruits of a revelation which instantly won his enthusiastic allegiance, whose entire text was translated into Persian by the brilliant and gifted Tahireh, whose passages inflamed the hostility of Hussein Khan and precipitated the initial outbreak of persecution in Shiraz, a single page of which had captured the imagination and entranced the soul of Hujjat, and whose contents had set afire the intrepid defenders of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi and the heroes of Neyriz and Zanjan. This work of such exalted merit, of such far-reaching influence, was followed by the revelation of the Bab's first tablet to Muhammad Shah, of his tablets to Sultan Abdul Majid and to Najib Pasha, the Wali of Baghdad, of the Safiheh Bainul Haramain revealed between Mecca and Medina in answer to questions posed by Mirza Muhit Kermani, of the epistle to the Sharif of Mecca, of the Kitabur Ruh comprising 700 surahs, of the Khasa'il Sab'eh, which enjoined the alteration of the formula of the Azan, of the Risaliye Furu'e Adliye rendered into Persian by Mullah Muhammad Taqi Harrati, of the commentary on the Surah of Kawsar, which effected such a transformation in the soul of Wahid, of the commentary on the Surah of Wal Asr in the house of the Imam Jum'eh of Esfahan, of the dissertation on the specific mission of Muhammad written at the request of Manucher Khan, of the second tablet to Muhammad Shah, craving an audience in which to set forth the truths of the new revelation and dissipate his doubts, and of the tablets sent from the village of Siyah Dehan to the ulamas of Qazvin and to Haji Mirza Ghasi, inquiring from him as to the cause of the sudden change in his decision. The great bulk of the writings emanating from the Bab's prolific mind was, however, reserved for the period of his confinement in Marku and Chehriq. To this period must probably belong the unnumbered epistles which, as attested by no less an authority than Baha'u'llah, the Bab specifically addressed to the divines of every city in Persia, as well as to those residing in Najaf and Karbala, wherein he set forth in detail the errors committed by each one of them. It was during his incarceration in the fortress of Marku that he, according to the testimony of Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi, who transcribed during those 9 months the verses dictated by the Bab to his amanuensis, revealed no less than 9 commentaries on the whole of the Quran, commentaries whose fate, alas, is unknown, and one of which at least the author himself affirmed surpassed in some respects a book as deservedly famous as the Qayyumul Asma. Within the walls of that same fortress, the Bayan exposition, that monumental repository of the laws and precepts of the new dispensation, and the treasury enshrining most of the Bab's references and tributes to, as well as his warning regarding him whom God will make manifest, was revealed. Peerless among the doctrinal works of the founder of the Babi dispensation, consisting of 9 Vaheds, unities, of 19 chapters each, except the last Vahed comprising only 10 chapters, not to be confounded with the smaller and less weighty Arabic bayan revealed during the same period. Fulfilling the Mohammedan prophecy that a youth from Bani Hashem will reveal a new book and promulgate a new law. Wholly safeguarded from the interpolation and corruption which has been the fate of so many of the Bab's lesser works, this book, of about 8,000 verses, occupying a pivotal position in Babi literature, should be regarded primarily as a eulogy of the Promised One, rather than a code of laws and ordinances designed to be a permanent guide to future generations. This book at once abrogated the laws and ceremonials enjoined by the Quran regarding prayer, fasting, marriage, divorce, and inheritance, and upheld, in its integrity, the belief in the prophetic mission of Muhammad, even as the Prophet of Islam before him had annulled the ordinances of the Gospel, and yet recognized the divine origin of the faith of Jesus Christ. It moreover interpreted in a masterly fashion the meaning of certain terms frequently occurring in the sacred books of previous dispensations, such as paradise, hell, death, resurrection, the return, the balance, the hour, the last judgment, and the like. Designedly severe in the rules and regulations it imposed, revolutionizing in the principles it instilled, calculated to awaken from their age-long torpor the clergy and the people, and to administer a sudden and fatal blow to obsolete and corrupt institutions. It proclaimed through its drastic provisions the advent of the anticipated day, the day when the summoner shall summon to a stern business, when he will demolish whatever hath been before him, even as the apostle of God demolished the ways of those that preceded him. It should be noted in this connection that in the third varhead of this book there occurs a passage which, alike in its explicit reference to the name of the Promised One and in its anticipation of the order which in a later age was to be identified with his revelation, deserves to rank as one of the most significant statements recorded in any of the Bab's writings. "Well is it with him," is his prophetic announcement, "who fixeth his gaze upon the order of Baha'u'llah, and rendereth thanks unto his Lord. For he will assuredly be made manifest. God hath indeed irrevocably ordained it in the Bayan." It is with that selfsame order that the founder of the promised revelation 20 years later, incorporating that same term in his Kitab-i-Aqdas, identified the system envisaged in that book, affirming that this most great order had deranged the world's equilibrium and revolutionized mankind's ordered life. It is the features of that self-same order which, at a later stage in the evolution of the faith, the center of Baha'u'llah's covenant and the appointed interpreter of his teachings, delineated through the provisions of his will and testament. It is the structural basis of that self-same order which in the formative age of that same faith, the stewards of that same covenant, the elected representatives of the worldwide Baha'i community, are now laboriously and unitedly establishing. It is the superstructure of that self-same order, attaining its full stature through the emergence of the Baha'i World Commonwealth, the kingdom of God on earth, which the golden age of that same dispensation must, in the fullness of time, ultimately witness. The Bab was still in Marku when he wrote the most detailed and illuminating of his tablets to Muhammad Shah. Prefaced by a laudatory reference to the unity of God, to his apostles, and to the 12 Imams, unequivocal in its assertion of the divinity of its author and of the supernatural powers with which his revelation had been invested. Precise in the verses and traditions it cites in confirmation of so audacious a claim. Severe in its condemnation of some of the officials and representatives of the Shah's administration, particularly of the wicked and accursed Hussein Khan. Moving in its description of the humiliation and hardships to which its writer had been subjected, this historic document resembles in many of its features the Lawh-e Sultan, the tablet addressed under similar circumstances from the prison fortress of Akka by Baha'u'llah to Nasir-ed-Din Shah, and constituting his lengthiest epistle to any single sovereign. The Dalail-e-Sab'e, 7 proofs, the most important of the polemical works of the Bab, was revealed during that same period. Remarkably lucid, admirable in its precision, original in conception, unanswerable in its argument, this work, apart from the many and diverse proofs of his mission which it adduces, is noteworthy for the blame it assigns to the 7 powerful sovereigns ruling the world in his day, as well as for the manner in which it stresses the responsibilities and censures the conduct of the Christian divines of a former age, who, had they recognized the truth of Muhammad's mission, he contends, would have been followed by the mass of their co-religionists. During the Bab's confinement in the fortress of Chehriq, where he spent almost the whole of the 2 remaining years of his life, the Lawh-e Hurufat, tablet of the letters, was revealed in honor of Dayan, a tablet which, however misconstrued at first as an exposition of the science of divination, was later recognized to have unraveled, on the one hand, the mystery of the Mustaghas, and to have abstrusely alluded, on the other, to the 19 years which must needs elapse between the declaration of the Bab and that of Baha'u'llah. It was during these years darkened throughout by the rigors of the Bab's captivity, by the severe indignities inflicted upon him, and by the news of the disasters that overtook the heroes of Mazandaran and Neriz, that he revealed, soon after his return from Tabriz, his denunciatory tablet to Haji Mirza Aghasi. Couched in bold and moving language, unsparing in its condemnation, this epistle was forwarded to the intrepid Hujjat, who, as corroborated by Baha'u'llah, delivered it to that wicked minister. His covenant. To this period of incarceration in the fortresses of Marku and Chehriq, a period of unsurpassed fecundity, yet bitter in its humiliations and ever-deepening sorrows, belong almost all the written references, whether in the form of warnings, appeals, or exhortations, which the Bab, in anticipation of the approaching hour of his supreme affliction, felt it necessary to make to the author of a revelation that was soon to supersede his own. Conscious from the very beginning of his twofold mission as the bearer of a wholly independent revelation and the herald of one still greater than his own, He could not content himself with the vast number of commentaries, of prayers, of laws and ordinances, of dissertations and epistles, of homilies and orations that had incessantly streamed from his pen. The greater covenant into which, as affirmed in his writings, God had from time immemorial entered through the prophets of all ages with the whole of mankind, regarding the newborn revelation, had already been fulfilled. It had now to be supplemented by a lesser covenant, which he felt bound to make with the entire body of his followers, concerning the one whose advent he characterized as the fruit and ultimate purpose of his dispensation. Such a covenant had invariably been the feature of every previous religion. It had existed under various forms with varying degrees of emphasis, had always been couched in veiled language, and had been alluded to in cryptic prophecies and abstruse allegories, in unauthenticated traditions, and in fragmentary and obscure passages of the sacred scriptures. In the Bahá'í dispensation, however, it was destined to be established in clear and unequivocal language, though not embodied in a separate document. Unlike the prophets gone before him, whose covenants were shrouded in mystery, unlike Baha'u'llah, whose clearly defined covenant was incorporated in a specially written testament and designated by him as the Book of My Covenant, the Bab chose to intersperse his Book of Laws, the Persian Bayan, with unnumbered passages, some designedly obscure, most indubitably clear and conclusive, in which he fixes the date of the promised revelation, extols its virtues, asserts its preeminent character, assigns to it unlimited powers and prerogatives, and tears down every barrier that might be an obstacle to its recognition. He verily, Baha'u'llah, referring to the Bab in his Kitab-e-Badi, has stated, hath not fallen short of his duty to exhort the people of the Bayan and to deliver unto them his message. In no age or dispensation hath any manifestation made mention, in such detail and in such explicit language, of the manifestation destined to succeed him. Some of his disciples the Bab assiduously prepared to expect the imminent revelation. Others he orally assured would live to see its day. To Mullah Baqir, one of the Letters of the Living, he actually prophesied in a tablet addressed to him that he would meet the Promised One face to face. To Sayyah, another disciple, he gave verbally a similar assurance. Mullah Hussein he directed to Tehran, assuring him that in that city was enshrined a mystery whose light neither Hejaz nor Shiraz could rival. Qudus, on the eve of his final separation from him, was promised that he would attain the presence of the one who was the sole object of their adoration and love. To Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi he declared, while in Marku, that he would behold in Karbala the countenance of the promised Hussein. On Dayan, he conferred the title of the third letter to believe in him whom God shall make manifest, while to Azim he divulged, in the Kitab-e-Panj Shan, the name and announced the approaching advent of him who was to consummate his own revelation. A successor or vicegerent the Bab never named. An interpreter of his teachings he refrained from appointing. So transparently clear were his references to the Promised One, so brief was to be the duration of his own dispensation, that neither the one nor the other was deemed necessary. All he did was, according to the testimony of Abdul-Baha in A Traveller's Narrative, to nominate, on the advice of Baha'u'llah and of another disciple, Mirza Yahya, who would act solely as a figurehead pending the manifestation of the Promised One, thus enabling Baha'u'llah to promote in relative security the cause so dear to his heart. The Bayan, the Bab in that book referring to the Promised One affirms, is, from beginning to end, the repository of all his attributes, and the treasury of both his fire and his light. If thou attainest unto his revelation, he in another connection declares, and obeyest him, thou wilt have revealed the fruit of the Bayan. If not, thou art unworthy of mention before God. O people of the Bayan, he in that same book thus warns the entire company of his followers. Act not as the people of the Quran have acted, for if ye do so, the fruits of your night will come to naught. Suffer not the Bayan, is his emphatic injunction, and all that hath been revealed therein, to withhold you from that essence of being, and Lord of the visible and invisible. Beware, beware, is his significant warning addressed to Wahid, lest in the days of his revelation, the Varhead of the Bayan, 18 letters of the living and the Bab, shut thee out as by a veil from him, inasmuch as this Varhead is but a creature of his sight. And again, O congregation of the Bayan and all who are therein, recognize ye the limits imposed upon you, for such a one as the point of the Bayan himself hath believed in him whom God shall make manifest before all things were created. Therein verily do I glory before all who are in the kingdom of heaven and earth. In the year 9, he, referring to the date of the advent of the promised revelation, has explicitly written, Ye shall attain unto all good. In the year 9, ye will attain unto the presence of God. And again, after Heen, 68, a cause shall be given unto you, which ye shall come to know. Ere 9 will have elapsed from the inception of this cause, he more particularly has stated, the realities of the created things will not be made manifest. All that thou hast as yet seen is but the stage from the moist germ until we clothed it with flesh. Be patient until thou beholdest a new creation. Say, Blessed therefore be God, the most excellent of makers. Wait thou, is his statement to Azim, until 9 will have elapsed from the time of the Bayan. Then exclaim, Blessed therefore be God, the most excellent of makers. Be attentive, he referring in a remarkable passage to the year 19 has admonished, from the inception of the revelation till the number of Varhead, 19. The Lord of the day of reckoning, he even more explicitly has stated, will be manifested at the end of Varhead, 19, and the beginning of 80, 1280 AH. Were he to appear this very moment, he, in his eagerness to ensure that the proximity of the promised revelation should not withhold men from the promised one, has revealed, I would be the first to adore him, and the first to bow down before him. I have written down, in my mention of him, he thus extols the author of the anticipated revelation, these gem-like words. No allusion of mine can allude unto him, neither anything mentioned in the Bayan. I myself am but the first servant to believe in him and in his signs. the year-old germ, he significantly affirms, that holdeth within itself the potentialities of the revelation that is to come, is endowed with a potency superior to the combined forces of the whole of the Bayan. And again, the whole of the Bayan is only a leaf amongst the leaves of his paradise. Better is it for thee, he similarly asserts, to recite but one of the verses of him whom God shall make manifest, than to set down the whole of the Bayan, for on that day that one verse can save thee, whereas the entire Bayan cannot save thee. Today, the Bayan is in the stage of seed. At the beginning of the manifestation of him whom God shall make manifest, its ultimate perfection will become apparent. The Bayan deriveth all its glory from him whom God shall make manifest. All that hath been revealed in the Bayan is but a ring upon my hand, and I myself am verily but a ring upon the hand of him whom God shall make manifest. He turneth it as he pleaseth, for whatsoever he pleaseth, and through whatsoever he pleaseth. He verily is the help in peril, the Most High. Certitude itself, he in reply to Vahid and to one of the letters of the living who had inquired regarding the Promised One, had declared, is ashamed to be called upon to certify his truth, and testimony itself is ashamed to testify unto him. Addressing this same Vahid, he moreover had stated, were I to be assured that in the day of his manifestation thou wilt deny him, I would unhesitatingly disown thee. If, on the other hand, I be told that a Christian who beareth no allegiance to my faith will believe in him, the same will I regard as the apple of mine eye. And finally is this his moving invocation to God. Bear thou witness that through this book I have covenanted with all created things concerning the mission of him whom thou shalt make manifest, ere the covenant concerning my own mission had been established. Sufficient witness art thou, and they that have believed in thy signs. I verily have not fallen short of my duty to admonish that people, is another testimony from his pen. If on the day of his revelation all that are on earth bear him allegiance, mine inmost being will rejoice, inasmuch as all will have attained the summit of their existence. If not, my soul will be saddened. I truly have nurtured all things for this purpose. How then can anyone be veiled from him? The last 3 and most eventful years of the Bab's ministry had, as we have observed in the preceding pages, witnessed not only the formal and public declaration of his mission, but also an unprecedented effusion of his inspired writings, including both the revelation of the fundamental laws of his dispensation and also the establishment of that lesser covenant which was to safeguard the unity of his followers and pave the way for the advent of an incomparably mightier revelation. It was during this same period, in the early days of his incarceration in the fortress of Chehrir, that the independence of the newborn faith was openly recognized and asserted by his disciples. The laws underlying the new dispensation had been revealed by its author in a prison fortress in the mountains of Azerbaijan, while the dispensation itself was now to be inaugurated in a plain on the border of Mazandaran at a conference of his assembled followers. The Conference of Badasht. Baha'u'llah, maintaining through continual correspondence close contact with the Bab, and himself the directing force behind the manifold activities of his struggling fellow disciples, unobtrusively yet effectually presided over that conference and guided and controlled its proceedings. Qudus, regarded as the exponent of the conservative element within it, effected in pursuance of a preconceived plan designed to mitigate the alarm and consternation which such a conference was sure to arouse, to oppose the seemingly extremist views advocated by the impetuous Tahirih. The primary purpose of that gathering was to implement the revelation of the Bayan by a sudden, a complete and dramatic break with the past, with its order, its ecclesiasticism, its traditions and ceremonials. The subsidiary purpose of the conference was to consider the means of emancipating the Bab from his cruel confinement in Chehrik. The first was eminently successful. The second was destined from the outset to fail. The scene of such a challenging and far-reaching proclamation was the hamlet of Badasht, where Baha'u'llah had rented, amidst pleasant surroundings, 3 gardens, one of which he assigned to Qudus, another to Tahirih, whilst the third he reserved for himself. The 81 disciples who had gathered from various provinces were his guests from the day of their arrival to the day they dispersed. On each of the 22 days of his sojourn in that hamlet, he revealed a tablet which was chanted in the presence of the assembled believers. On every believer he conferred a new name, without, however, disclosing the identity of the one who had bestowed it. He himself was henceforth designated by the name Baha. Upon the last letter of the living was conferred the appellation of Qudus, while Qurratul Ain was given the title of Tahirih. By these names they were all subsequently addressed by the Bab in the tablets he revealed for each one of them. It was Baha'u'llah who steadily, unerringly, yet unsuspectedly steered the course of that memorable episode, and it was Baha'u'llah who brought the meeting to its final and dramatic climax. One day, in his presence, when illness had confined him to bed, Tahirih, regarded as the fair and spotless emblem of chastity and the incarnation of the Holy Fatimah, appeared suddenly, adorned yet unveiled, before the assembled companions, seated herself on the right hand of the affrighted and infuriated Qudus, and, tearing through her fiery words the veils guarding the sanctity of the ordinances of Islam, sounded the clarion call and proclaimed the inauguration of a new dispensation. The effect was electric and instantaneous. She of such stainless purity, so reverenced that even to glance at her shadow was deemed an improper act, appeared for a moment, in the eyes of her scandalized beholders, to have defamed herself, shamed the faith she had espoused, and sullied the immortal countenance she symbolized. Fear, anger, bewilderment swept their inmost souls and stunned their faculties. Abdul Khaliq Isfahani, aghast and deranged at such a sight, cut his throat with his own hands. Splattered with blood and frantic with excitement, he fled away from her face. A few, abandoning their companions, renounced their faith. Others stood mute and transfixed before her. Still others must have recalled with throbbing hearts the Islamic tradition foreshadowing the appearance of Fatima herself, unveiled, while crossing the bridge, Sirat, on the promised day of judgment. Quddus, mute with rage, seemed to be only waiting for the moment when he could strike her down with the sword he happened to be then holding in his hand. Undeterred, unruffled, exultant with joy, Tahirih arose, and without the least premeditation, and in a language strikingly resembling that of the Qur'an, delivered a fervid and eloquent appeal to the remnant of the assembly, ending it with this bold assertion: I am the word which the Qa'im is to utter, the word which shall put to flight the chiefs and nobles of the earth. Thereupon she invited them to embrace each other and celebrate so great an occasion. On that memorable day, the bugle mentioned in the Quran was sounded, the stunning trumpet blast was loudly raised, and the catastrophe came to pass. The days immediately following so startling a departure from the time-honoured traditions of Islam witnessed a veritable revolution in the outlook, habits, ceremonials, and manner of worship of these hitherto zealous and devout upholders of the Mohammedan law. Agitated as had been the conference from first to last, deplorable as was the secession of the few who refused to countenance the annulment of the fundamental statutes of the Islamic faith, its purpose had been fully and gloriously accomplished. Only 4 years earlier, the author of the Babi revelation had declared his mission to Mullah Hussein in the privacy of his room in Shiraz. 3 years after that declaration, within the walls of the prison fortress of Marku, he was dictating to his amanuensis the fundamental and distinguishing precepts of his dispensation. A year later, his followers, under the actual leadership of Baha'u'llah, their fellow disciple, were themselves in the hamlet of Badasht, abrogating the Quranic law, repudiating both the divinely ordained and man-made precepts of the faith of Muhammad, and shaking off the shackles of its antiquated system. Almost immediately after, the Bab himself, still a prisoner, was vindicating the acts of his disciples by asserting formally and unreservedly his claim to be the promised Qa'im, in the presence of the heir to the throne, the leading exponents of the Shoghi community, and the most illustrious ecclesiastical dignitaries assembled in the capital of Azerbaijan. A little over 4 years had elapsed since the birth of the Bab's revelation, when the trumpet blast announcing the formal extinction of the old and the inauguration of the new dispensation was sounded. No pomp, no pageantry marked so great a turning point in the world's religious history, nor was its modest setting commensurate with such a sudden, startling, complete emancipation from the dark and embattled forces of fanaticism, of priestcraft, of religious orthodoxy and superstition. The assembled host consisted of no more than a single woman and a handful of men, mostly recruited from the very ranks they were attacking, and devoid, with few exceptions, of wealth, prestige, and power. The captain of the host was himself an absentee, a captive in the grip of his foes. The arena was a tiny hamlet in the plain of Badasht on the border of Mazandaran. The trumpeter was a lone woman, the noblest of her sex in that dispensation, whom even some of her co-religionists pronounced a heretic. The call she sounded was the death knell of the 1200-year-old law of Islam. Accelerated 20 years later by another trumpet blast announcing the formulation of the laws of yet another dispensation. This process of disintegration, associated with the declining fortunes of a superannuated though divinely revealed law, gathered further momentum, precipitated in a later age the annulment of the Sharia canonical law in Turkey, led to the virtual abandonment of that law in Shia Persia, has more recently been responsible for the disassociation of the system envisaged in the Kitab al-Aqdas from the Sunni ecclesiastical law in Egypt, has paved the way for the recognition of that system in the Holy Land itself, and is destined to culminate in the secularization of the Muslim states, and in the universal recognition of the law of Baha'u'llah by all the nations, and its enthronement in the hearts of all the peoples of the Muslim world. Chapter 3. Upheavals in Mazandaran, Neyriz, and Zanjan. The Bab's captivity in a remote corner of Azerbaijan, immortalized by the proceedings of the Conference of Badasht and distinguished by such notable developments as the public declaration of his mission, the formulation of the laws of his dispensation, and the establishment of his covenant, was to acquire added significance through the dire convulsions that sprang from the acts of both his adversaries and his disciples. The commotions that ensued as the years of that captivity drew to a close, and that culminated in his own martyrdom, called forth a degree of heroism on the part of his followers, and a fierceness of hostility on the part of his enemies, which had never been witnessed during the first 3 years of his ministry. Indeed, this brief but most turbulent period may be rightly regarded as the bloodiest and most dramatic of the heroic age of the Bahá'í era. The momentous happenings associated with the Bab's incarceration in Marku and Chehrir, constituting as they did the high watermark of his revelation, could have no other consequence than to fan to fiercer flame both the fervour of his lovers and the fury of his enemies. A persecution, grimmer, more odious, and more shrewdly calculated than any which Hossein Khan or even Haji Mirza Aghasi had kindled, was soon to be unchained, to be accompanied by a corresponding manifestation of heroism unmatched by any of the earliest outbursts of enthusiasm that had greeted the birth of the faith in either Shiraz or Esfahan. This period of ceaseless and unprecedented commotion was to rob that faith in quick succession of its chief protagonists, was to attain its climax in the extinction of the life of its author, and was to be followed by a further, and this time an almost complete, elimination of its eminent supporters, with the sole exception of one who at its darkest hour was entrusted through the dispensations of Providence with the dual function of saving a sorely stricken faith from annihilation and of ushering in the dispensation destined to supersede it. The formal assumption by the Bab of the authority of the promised Qa'im in such dramatic circumstances and in so challenging a tone before a distinguished gathering of eminent Shia ecclesiastics, powerful, jealous, armed and hostile, was the explosive force that loosed a veritable avalanche of calamities which swept down upon the faith and the people among whom it was born. It raised to fervid heat the zeal that glowed in the souls of the Bab's scattered disciples, who were already incensed by the cruel captivity of their leader, and whose ardour was now further inflamed by the outpourings of his pen, which reached them unceasingly from the place of his confinement. It provoked a heated and prolonged controversy throughout the length and breadth of the land, in bazaars, masjids, madrasas, and other public places, deepening thereby the cleavage that had already sundered its people. Mohammed Shah, at so perilous an hour, was meanwhile rapidly sinking under the weight of his physical infirmities. The shallow-minded Haji Mirza Aghasi, now the pivot of state affairs, exhibited a vacillation and incompetence that seemed to increase with every extension in the range of his grave responsibilities. At one time, he would feel inclined to support the verdict of the ulamas. At another, he would censor their aggressiveness and distrust their assertions. At yet another, he would relapse into mysticism and, wrapped in his reveries, lose sight of the gravity of the emergency that confronted him. So glaring a mismanagement of national affairs emboldened the clerical order, whose members were now hurling with malignant zeal anathemas from their pulpits, and were vociferously inciting superstitious congregations to take up arms against the upholders of a much-hated creed, to insult the honour of their womenfolk, to plunder their property, and harass and injure their children. "What are the signs and prodigies," they thundered before countless assemblies, "that must needs usher in the advent of the Qa'im? What of the major and minor occultations? What of the cities of Jabul Qa and Jabul Sa? How are we to explain the sayings of Hussein ibn Ruh, and what interpretation should be given to the authenticated traditions ascribed to Ibn Mehriyar? Where are the men of the unseen, who are to traverse in a week the whole surface of the earth? What of the conquest of the East and West, which the Qa'im is to effect on his appearance? Where is the one-eyed Antichrist, and the ass on which he is to mount? What of Sulfian and his dominion? Are we, they noisily remonstrated, are we to account as a dead letter the indubitable, the unnumbered traditions of our holy imams? Or are we to extinguish with fire and sword this brazen heresy that has dared to lift its head in our land? To these defamations, threats, and protestations, the learned and resolute champions of a misrepresented faith, following the example of their leader, opposed unhesitatingly treatises, commentaries, and refutations, assiduously written, cogent in their argument, replete with testimonies, lucid, eloquent, and convincing, affirming their belief in the prophethood of Muhammad, in the legitimacy of the Imams, in the spiritual sovereignty of the Sahibuz Zaman, the Lord of the Age, interpreting in a masterly fashion the obscure, the designedly allegorical and abstruse traditions, verses, and prophecies in the Islamic Holy Writ, and adducing, in support of their contention, the meekness and apparent helplessness of the Imam Hussein, who, despite his defeat, his discomfiture, and ignominious martyrdom, had been hailed by their antagonists as the very embodiment and the matchless symbol of God's all-conquering sovereignty and power. This fierce nationwide controversy had assumed alarming proportions when Mohammed Shah finally succumbed to his illness, precipitating by his death the downfall of his favourite and all-powerful minister, Haji Mirza Aghasi, who, soon stripped of the treasures he had amassed, fell into disgrace was expelled from the capital and sought refuge in Karbala. The 17-year-old Nasir-ed-Din Mirza ascended the throne, leaving the direction of affairs to the obdurate, the iron-hearted Amir Nizam, Mirza Taqi Khan, who, without consulting his fellow ministers, decreed that immediate and condign punishment be inflicted on the hapless Babis. Governors, magistrates, and civil servants throughout the provinces, instigated by the monstrous campaign of vilification conducted by the clergy, and prompted by their lust for pecuniary rewards, vied in their respective spheres with each other in hounding and heaping indignities on the adherents of an outlawed faith. For the first time in the faith's history, a systematic campaign in which the civil and ecclesiastical powers were banded together was being launched against it. A campaign that was to culminate in the horrors experienced by Baha'u'llah in the Siyah-Chal of Tehran and his subsequent banishment to Iraq. Government, clergy, and people arose as one man to assault and exterminate their common enemy. In remote and isolated centers, the scattered disciples of a persecuted community were pitilessly struck down by the sword of their foes. While in centers where large numbers had congregated, measures were taken in self-defense, which, misconstrued by a cunning and deceitful adversary, served in their turn to inflame still further the hostility of the authorities and multiply the outrages perpetrated by the oppressor. In the east at Sheikh Tabarsi, in the south in Neriz, in the west in Zanjan, and in the capital itself, massacres, upheavals, demonstrations, engagements, sieges, acts of treachery proclaimed in rapid succession the violence of the storm which had broken out, and exposed the bankruptcy and blackened the annals of a proud yet degenerate people. Highlights of the Mazandaran upheaval. The audacity of Mullah Hussein, who at the command of the Bab had attired his head with the green turban worn and sent to him by his master, who had hoisted the black standard, the unfurling of which would, according to the Prophet Muhammad, herald the advent of the vicegerent of God on earth, and who, mounted on his steed, was marching at the head of 202 of his fellow disciples to meet and lend his assistance to Quddus in the Jazireh Khadra, verdant isle. His audacity was the signal for a clash the reverberations of which were to resound throughout the entire country. The contest lasted no less than 11 months. Its theatre was for the most part the forest of Mazandaran. Its heroes were the flower of the Bab's disciples. Its martyrs comprised no less than half of the letters of the living, not excluding Quddus and Mullah Hussein, respectively the last and the first of these letters. The directive force which, however unobtrusively, sustained it was none other than that which flowed from the mind of Baha'u'llah. It was caused by the unconcealed determination of the dawnbreakers of a new age to proclaim fearlessly and befittingly its advent, and by a no less unyielding resolve, should persuasion prove a failure, to resist and defend themselves against the onslaughts of malicious and unreasoning assailants. It demonstrated beyond the shadow of a doubt what the indomitable spirit of a band of 313 untrained, unequipped, yet God-intoxicated students, mostly sedentary recluses of the college and cloister, could achieve when pitted in self-defense against a trained army, well-equipped, supported by the masses of the people, blessed by the clergy, headed by a prince of the royal blood, backed by the resources of the state, acting with the enthusiastic approval of its sovereign, and animated by the unfailing counsels of a resolute and all-powerful minister. Its outcome was a heinous betrayal ending in an orgy of slaughter, staining with everlasting infamy its perpetrators, investing its victims with a halo of imperishable glory, and generating the very seeds which in a later age were to blossom into worldwide administrative institutions, and which must, in the fullness of time, yield their golden fruit in the shape of a world-redeeming, earth-encircling order. It will be unnecessary to attempt even an abbreviated narrative of this tragic episode, however grave its import, however much misconstrued by adverse chroniclers and historians. A glance over its salient features will suffice for the purpose of these pages. We note, as we conjure up the events of this great tragedy, the fortitude, the intrepidity, the discipline, and the resourcefulness of its heroes, contrasting sharply with the turpitude, the cowardice, the disorderliness, and the inconstancy of their opponents. We observe the sublime patience, the noble restraint exercised by one of its principal actors, the lion-hearted Mullah Hussein, who persistently refused to unsheathe his sword until an armed and angry multitude, uttering the foulest invectives, had gathered at a farsang's distance from Barfurush to block his way, and had mortally struck down 7 of his innocent and staunch companions. We are filled with admiration for the tenacity of faith of that same Mullah Hussein, demonstrated by his resolve to persevere in sounding the azan while besieged in the caravanserai of Sabza Maidan, though 3 of his companions, who had successively ascended to the roof of the inn with the express purpose of performing that sacred rite, had been instantly killed by the bullets of the enemy. We marvel at the spirit of renunciation that prompted those sore-pressed sufferers to contemptuously ignore the possessions left behind by their fleeing enemy, that led them to discard their own belongings and content themselves with their steeds and swords, that induced the father of Badi, one of that gallant company, to fling unhesitatingly by the roadside the satchel full of turquoises which he had brought from his father's mine in Nishapur, that led Mirza Muhammad Taqi Juvaini to cast away a sum equivalent in value in silver and gold, and impelled those same companions to disdain and refuse even to touch the costly furnishings and the coffers of gold and silver which the demoralized and shame-laden Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, the commander of the army of Mazandaran and a brother of Muhammad Shah, had left behind in his headlong flight from his camp. We cannot but esteem the passionate sincerity with which Mullah Hussein pleaded with the prince, and the formal assurance he gave him, disclaiming in no uncertain terms any intention on his part or that of his fellow disciples of usurping the authority of the Shah, or of subverting the foundations of his state. We cannot but view with contempt the conduct of that arch-villain, the hysterical, the cruel and overbearing Sa'idul Ulama, who, alarmed at the approach of those same companions, flung in a frenzy of excitement and before an immense crowd of men and women his turban to the ground, tore open the neck of his shirt, and bewailing the plight into which Islam had fallen, implored his congregation to fly to arms and cut down the approaching band. We are struck with wonder as we contemplate the superhuman prowess of Mullah Hussein, which enabled him, notwithstanding his fragile frame and trembling hand, to slay a treacherous foe who had taken shelter behind a tree, by cleaving with a single stroke of his sword the tree, the man, and his musket in twain. We are stirred, moreover, by the scene of the arrival of Baha'u'llah at the fort, and the indefinable joy it imparted to Mullah Hussein, the reverent reception accorded him by his fellow disciples, his inspection of the fortifications which they had hurriedly erected for their protection, and the advice he gave them, which resulted in the miraculous deliverance of Qudus, in his subsequent and close association with the defenders of that fort, and in his effective participation in the exploits connected with its siege and eventual destruction. We are amazed at the serenity and sagacity of that same Qudus, the confidence he instilled on his arrival, the resourcefulness he displayed, the fervour and gladness with which the besieged listened at morn and at eventide to the voice intoning the verses of his celebrated commentary on the Sard of Samad, to which he had already, while in Sari, devoted a treatise thrice as voluminous as the Quran itself, and which he was now, despite the tumultuary attacks of the enemy and the privations he and his companions were enduring, further elucidating by adding to that interpretation as many verses as he had previously written. We remember with thrilling hearts that memorable encounter when, at the cry, "Mount your steeds, O heroes of God!" Mullah Hussein, accompanied by 202 of the beleaguered and sorely distressed companions, and preceded by Qudus, emerged before daybreak from the fort, and raising the shout of "Ya Sahibu Zaman!" rushed at full charge towards the stronghold of the prince, and penetrated to his private apartments, only to find that in his consternation he had thrown himself from a back window into the moat, and escaped barefooted, leaving his host confounded and routed. We see relived in poignant memory that last day of Mullah Hussein's earthly life, when, soon after midnight, having performed his ablutions, clothed himself in new garments, and attired his head with the barb's turban, he mounted his charger, ordered the gate of the fort to be opened, rode out at the head of 313 of his companions, shouting aloud, "Ya Sahibu Zaman!" charged successively the 7 barricades erected by the enemy, captured every one of them, notwithstanding the bullets that were raining upon him, swiftly dispatched their defenders, and had scattered their forces when, in the ensuing tumult, his steed became suddenly entangled in the rope of a tent, and before he could extricate himself, he was struck in the breast by a bullet which the cowardly Abbas Quli Khane Lorijani had discharged while lying in ambush in the branches of a neighbouring tree. We acclaim the magnificent courage that in a subsequent encounter inspired 19 of those stout-hearted companions to plunge headlong into the camp of an enemy that consisted of no less than 2 regiments of infantry and cavalry, and to cause such consternation that one of their leaders, the same Abbas Quli Khan, falling from his horse and leaving in his distress one of his boots hanging from the stirrup, ran away half-shod and bewildered to the prince, and confessed the ignominious reverse he had suffered. Nor can we fail to note the supreme fortitude with which these heroic souls bore the load of their severe trials, when their food was at first reduced to the flesh of horses brought away from the deserted camp of the enemy, when later they had to content themselves with such grass as they could snatch from the fields whenever they obtained a respite from their besiegers, when they were forced, at a later stage, to consume the bark of the trees and the leather of their saddles, of their belts, of their scabbards, and of their shoes, when during 18 days they had nothing but water, of which they drank a mouthful every morning, when the cannon fire of the enemy compelled them to dig subterranean passages within the fort, where, dwelling amid mud and water, with garments rotting away with damp, they had to subsist on ground-up bones. And when at last, oppressed by gnawing hunger, they, as attested by a contemporary chronicler, were driven to disinter the steed of their venerated leader, Mullah Hussein, cut it into pieces, grind into dust its bones, mix it with the putrefied meat, and making it into a stew, avidly devour it. Nor can reference be omitted to the abject treachery to which the impotent and discredited prince eventually resorted, and his violation of his so-called irrevocable oath, inscribed and sealed by him on the margin of the opening surah of the Qur'an, whereby he, swearing by that holy book, undertook to set free all the defenders of the fort, pledged his honour that no man in his army or in the neighbourhood would molest them, and that he would himself, at his own expense, arrange for their safe departure to their homes. And lastly, we call to remembrance the final scene of that sombre tragedy, when, as a result of the prince's violation of his sacred engagement, a number of the betrayed companions of Qudus were assembled in the camp of the enemy, were stripped of their possessions and sold as slaves, the rest being either killed by the spears and swords of the officers, or torn asunder, or bound to trees and riddled with bullets, or blown from the mouths of cannon and consigned to the flames, or else being disembowelled and having their heads impaled on spears and lances. Qudus, their beloved leader, was by yet another shameful act of the intimidated prince surrendered into the hands of the diabolical Sayyidul Ulama, who in his unquenchable hostility and aided by the mob whose passions he had sedulously inflamed, stripped his victim of his garments, loaded him with chains, paraded him through the streets of Barfurush, and incited the scum of its female inhabitants to execrate and spit upon him, assail him with knives and axes, mutilate his body, and throw the tattered fragments into a fire. Outstanding features of the Nayri's upheaval. This stirring episode, so glorious for the faith, so blackening to the reputation of its enemies, an episode which must be regarded as a rare phenomenon in the history of modern times, was soon succeeded by a parallel upheaval, strikingly similar in its essential features. The scene of woeful tribulations was now shifted to the south, to the province of Fars, not far from the city where the dawning light of the faith had broken. Neyriz and its environs were made to sustain the impact of this fresh ordeal in all its fury. The fort of Kharjeh, in the vicinity of the Chenar-Sukhte quarter of that hotly agitated village, became the storm centre of the new conflagration. The hero who towered above his fellows valiantly struggled and fell a victim to its devouring flames was that unique and peerless figure of his age, the far-famed Sayyid Yahya Darabi, better known as Vahid. Foremost among his perfidious adversaries, who kindled and fed the fire of this conflagration, was the base and fanatical governor of Neyriz, Zainul Abidin Khan, seconded by Abdullah Khan, the Shuja ul-Mulk, and reinforced by Prince Firuz Mirza, the governor of Shiraz. Of a much briefer duration than the Mazandaran appeal, which lasted no less than 11 months, the atrocities that marked its closing stages were no less devastating in their consequences. Once again, a handful of men, innocent, law-abiding, peace-loving, yet high-spirited and indomitable, consisting partly, in this case, of untrained lads and men of advanced age, was surprised, challenged, encompassed and assaulted by the superior force of a cruel and crafty enemy, an innumerable host of able-bodied men who, though well-trained, adequately equipped, and continually reinforced, were impotent to coerce into submission or subdue the spirit of their adversaries. This fresh commotion originated in declarations of faith as fearless and impassioned, and in demonstrations of religious enthusiasm almost as vehement and dramatic as those which had ushered in the Mazandaran upheaval. It was instigated by a no less sustained and violent outburst of uncompromising ecclesiastical hostility. It was accompanied by corresponding manifestations of blind religious fanaticism. It was provoked by similar acts of naked aggression on the part of both clergy and people. It demonstrated afresh the same purpose, was animated throughout by the same spirit, and rose to almost the same height of superhuman heroism, of fortitude, courage, and renunciation. It revealed a no less shrewdly calculated coordination of plans and efforts between the civil and ecclesiastical authorities, designed to challenge and overthrow a common enemy. It was preceded by a similar categorical repudiation on the part of the Babis of any intention of interfering with the civil jurisdiction of the realm, or of undermining the legitimate authority of its sovereign. It provided a no less convincing testimony to the restraint and forbearance of the victims in the face of the ruthless and unprovoked aggression of the oppressor. It exposed, as it moved towards its climax, and in hardly less striking a manner, the cowardice, the want of discipline, and the degradation of a spiritually bankrupt foe. It was marked, as it approached its conclusion, by a treachery as vile and shameful. It ended in a massacre even more revolting in the horrors it evoked and the miseries it engendered. It sealed the fate of Vahid, who, by his green turban, the emblem of his proud lineage, was bound to a horse and dragged ignominiously through the streets, after which his head was cut off, was stuffed with straw, and sent as a trophy to the feasting prince in Shiraz, while his body was abandoned to the mercy of the infuriated women of Neriz, who, intoxicated with barbarous joy by the shouts of exultation raised by a triumphant enemy, danced to the accompaniment of drums and cymbals around it. And finally, it brought in its wake, with the aid of no less than 5,000 men specially commissioned for this purpose, a general and fierce onslaught on the defenceless Babis, whose possessions were confiscated, whose houses were destroyed, whose stronghold was burnt to the ground, whose women and children were captured, and some of whom, stripped almost naked, were mounted on donkeys, mules, and camels, and led through rows of heads hewn from the lifeless bodies of their fathers, brothers, sons, and husbands, who previously had been either branded, or had their nails torn out, or had been lashed to death, or had spikes hammered into their hands and feet, or had incisions made in their noses through which strings were passed, and by which they were led through the streets before the gaze of an irate and derisive multitude. Episodes associated with the Zanjan upheaval. This turmoil, so ravaging, so distressing, had hardly subsided when another conflagration, even more devastating than the two previous upheavals, was kindled in Zanjan and its immediate surroundings. Unprecedented in both its duration and in the number of those who were swept away by its fury, this violent tempest that broke out in the west of Persia, and in which Mullah Muhammad Ali Zanjani, surnamed Hujjat, one of the ablest and most formidable champions of the faith, together with no less than 1,800 of his fellow disciples, drained the cup of martyrdom, defined more sharply than ever the unbridgeable gulf that separated the torchbearers of the newborn faith from the civil and ecclesiastical exponents of a gravely shaken order. The chief figures mainly responsible for and immediately concerned with this ghastly tragedy were the envious and hypocritical Amir Arslan Khan, the Majd ad-Dawla, a maternal uncle of Nasr-ed-Din Shah, and his associates, the Sadr ad-Dawla Esfahani and Muhammad Khan, the Amir Tuman, who were assisted, on the one hand, by the substantial military reinforcements dispatched by order of the Amir Nizam, and aided, on the other, by the enthusiastic moral support of the entire ecclesiastical body in Zanjan. The spot that became the theatre of heroic exertions, the scene of intense sufferings, and the target for furious and repeated assaults, was the fort of Ali Mardan Khan, which at one time sheltered no less than 3,000 Babis, including men, women, and children, the tale of whose agonies is unsurpassed in the annals of a whole century. A brief reference to certain outstanding features of this mournful episode, endowing the faith in its infancy with measureless potentialities, will suffice to reveal its distinctive character. The pathetic scenes following upon the division of the inhabitants of Zanjan into two distinct camps by the order of its governor, a decision dramatically proclaimed by a crier, and which dissolved ties of worldly interest and affection in favour of a mightier loyalty. The reiterated exhortations addressed by Hujjat to the besieged to refrain from aggression and acts of violence. His affirmation, as he recalled the tragedy of Mazandaran, that their victory consisted solely in sacrificing their all on the altar of the cause of the Sahib-uz-Zaman, and his declaration of the unalterable intention of his companions to serve their sovereign loyally and to be the well-wishers of his people. The astounding intrepidity with which these same companions repelled the ferocious onslaught launched by the Sadr-ud-Dawleh, who eventually was obliged to confess his abject failure, was reprimanded by the Shah and was degraded from his rank. The contempt with which the occupants of the fort met the appeals of the crier, seeking on behalf of an exasperated enemy to inveigle them into renouncing their cause and to beguile them by the generous offers and promises of the sovereign. The resourcefulness and incredible audacity of Zainab, a village maiden, who fired with an irrepressible yearning to throw in her lot with the defenders of the fort, disguised herself in male attire, cut off her locks, girt a sword about her waist, and raising the cry of "Ya Sahib-uz-Zaman," rushed headlong in pursuit of the assailants, and who, disdainful of food and sleep, continued during a period of 5 months in the thick of the turmoil to animate the zeal and to rush to the rescue of her men companions. The stupendous uproar raised by the guards who manned the barricades as they shouted the 5 invocations prescribed by the Bab on the very night on which his instructions had been received, an uproar which precipitated the death of a few persons in the camp of the enemy, caused the dissolute officers to drop instantly their wine-glasses to the ground, and to overthrow the gambling tables and hurry forth barefooted, and induced others to run half-dressed into the wilderness or flee panic-stricken to the homes of the ulamas. These stand out as the highlights of this bloody contest. We recall likewise the contrast between the disorder, the cursing, the ribald laughter, the debauchery and shame that characterized the camp of the enemy, and the atmosphere of reverent devotion that filled the fort, from which anthems of praise and hymns of joy were continually ascending. Nor can we fail to note the appeal addressed by Hujjat and his chief supporters to the Shah, repudiating the malicious assertions of their foes, assuring him of their loyalty to him and his government, and of their readiness to establish in his presence the soundness of their cause. The interception of these messages by the governor, and the substitution by him of forged letters loaded with abuse, which he dispatched in their stead to Tehran. The enthusiastic support extended by the female occupants of the fort, the shouts of exultation which they raised, the eagerness with which some of them, disguised in the garb of men, rushed to reinforce its defences and to supplant their fallen brethren, while others ministered to the sick and carried on their shoulders skins of water for the wounded, and still others, like the Carthaginian women of old, cut off their long hair and bound the thick coils around the guns to reinforce them. The foul treachery of the besieged, who on the very day they had drawn up and written out an appeal for peace, and enclosing with it a sealed copy of the Quran as a testimony of their pledge, had sent it to Hujjat, did not shrink from throwing into a dungeon the members of the delegation, including the children, which had been sent by him to treat with them, from tearing out the beard of the venerated leader of that delegation, and from savagely mutilating one of his fellow disciples. We call to mind, moreover, the magnanimity of Hujjat, who, though afflicted with the sudden loss of both his wife and child, continued with unruffled calm in exhorting his companions to exercise forbearance and to resign themselves to the will of God, until he himself succumbed to a wound he had received from the enemy. The barbarous revenge which an adversary incomparably superior in numbers and equipment wreaked upon its victims, giving them over to a massacre and pillage unexampled in scope and ferocity, in which a rapacious army, a greedy populace, and an unappeasable clergy freely indulged. The exposure of the captives of either sex, hungry and ill-clad, during no less than 15 days and nights, to the biting cold of an exceptionally severe winter, while crowds of women danced merrily around them, spat in their faces, and insulted them with the foulest invectives. The savage cruelty that condemned others to be blown from guns, to be plunged into ice-cold water and lashed severely, to have their skulls soaked in boiling oil, to be smeared with treacle and left to perish in the snow. And finally, the insatiable hatred that compelled the crafty governor to induce, through his insinuations, the 7-year-old son of Hujjat to disclose the burial place of his father, that drove him to violate the grave, disinter the corpse, order it to be dragged to the sound of drums and trumpets through the streets of Zanjan, and be exposed for 3 days and 3 nights to unspeakable injuries. These and other similar incidents connected with the epic story of the Zanjan upheaval, characterized by Lord Curzon as a terrific siege and slaughter, combine to invest it with a sombre glory unsurpassed by any episode of a like nature in the records of the heroic age of the faith of Baha'u'llah. The 7 Martyrs of Tehran. To the tide of calamity which during the concluding years of the Bab's ministry was sweeping with such ominous fury the provinces of Persia, whether in the east, in the south, or in the west, the heart and centre of the realm itself could not remain impervious. 4 months before the Bab's martyrdom, Tehran in its turn was to participate to a lesser degree and under less dramatic circumstances in the carnage that was besmirching the face of the country. A tragedy was being enacted in that city which was to prove but a prelude to the orgy of massacre which after the Bab's execution convulsed its inhabitants and sowed consternation as far as the outlying provinces. It originated in the orders and was perpetrated under the very eyes of the irate and murderous Amir Nizam, supported by Mahmud Khan Kalantar and aided by a certain Hussein, one of the ulamas of Kashan. The heroes of that tragedy were the 7 martyrs of Tehran, who represented the more important classes among their countrymen, and who deliberately refused to purchase life by that mere lip denial which, under the name of Taqiyya, Shia Islam had for centuries recognized as a wholly justifiable and indeed commendable subterfuge in the hour of peril. Neither the repeated and vigorous intercessions of highly placed members of the professions to which these martyrs belonged, nor the considerable sums which, in the case of one of them, the noble and serene Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, the Bab's maternal uncle, affluent merchants of Shiraz and Tehran were eager to offer as ransom, nor the impassioned pleas of state officials on behalf of another, the pious and highly esteemed dervish Mirza Qurban Ali, nor even the personal intervention of the Amir Nizam, who endeavored to induce both of these brave men to recant, could succeed in persuading any of the seven to forego the coveted laurels of martyrdom. The defiant answers which they flung at their persecutors, the ecstatic joy which seized them as they drew near the scene of their death, the jubilant shouts they raised as they faced their executioner, the poignancy of the verses which in their last moments some of them recited, the appeals and challenges they addressed to the multitude of onlookers who gazed with stupefaction upon them, the eagerness with which the last three victims strove to precede one another in sealing their faith with their blood, and lastly, the atrocities which a bloodthirsty foe degraded itself by inflicting upon their dead bodies, which lay unburied for 3 days and 3 nights in the Sabze Maidan, during which time thousands of so-called devout Shias kicked their corpses, spat upon their faces, pelted, cursed, derided, and heaped refuse upon them. These were the chief features of the tragedy of the 7 martyrs of Tehran, a tragedy which stands out as one of the grimmest scenes witnessed in the course of the early unfoldment of the faith of Baha'u'llah. Little wonder that the Bab, bowed down by the weight of his accumulated sorrows in the fortress of Chehrir, should have acclaimed and glorified them in the pages of a lengthy eulogy which immortalized their fidelity to his cause, as those same 7 goats who, according to Islamic tradition, should, on the Day of Judgment, walk in front of the promised Qa'im, and whose death was to precede the impending martyrdom of their true shepherd. Chapter 4. The Execution of the Bab. Events preceding his death. The waves of dire tribulation that violently battered at the faith, and eventually engulfed in rapid succession the ablest, the dearest, and most trusted disciples of the Bab, plunged him, as already observed, into unutterable sorrow. For no less than 6 months, the prisoner of Chehrir, his chronicler has recorded, was unable to either write or dictate. Crushed with grief by the evil tidings that came so fast upon him of the endless trials that beset his ablest lieutenants, by the agonies suffered by the besieged and the shameless betrayal of the survivors, by the woeful afflictions endured by the captives and the abominable butchery of men, women, and children, as well as the foul indignities heaped on their corpses, he, for 9 days, his amanuensis has affirmed, refused to meet any of his friends, and was reluctant to touch the meat and drink that was offered him. Tears rained continually from his eyes, and profuse expressions of anguish poured forth from his wounded heart, as he languished for no less than 5 months, solitary and disconsolate, in his prison. The pillars of his infant faith had, for the most part, been hurled down at the first onset of the hurricane that had been loosed upon it. Quddus, immortalized by him as Esmullah al-Akhar, the last name of God, on whom Baha'u'llah's tablet of Kullut Ta'am later confirmed the sublime appellation of Noqtaya Okhra, the last point, whom he elevated in another tablet to a rank second to none except that of the herald of his revelation, whom he identifies in still another tablet with one of the messengers charged with imposture mentioned in the Quran, whom the Persian Bayan extolled as that fellow pilgrim round whom mirrors to the number of 8 warheads revolve, on whose detachment and the sincerity of whose devotion to God's will God prideth himself amidst the concourse on high, whom Abdul-Baha designated as the moon of guidance, and whose appearance the revelation of St. John the Divine anticipated as one of the 2 witnesses into whom, ere the second woe is past, the spirit of life from God must enter. Such a man had, in the full bloom of his youth, suffered in the Sabza Maidan of Barfurush, a death which even Jesus Christ, as attested by Baha'u'llah, had not faced in the hour of his greatest agony. Mullah Hussein, the first letter of the living, surnamed the Babul Bab, the Gate of the Gate, designated as the primal mirror, on whom eulogies, prayers, and visiting tablets of a number equivalent to thrice the volume of the Quran had been lavished by the pen of the Bab, referred to in these eulogies as beloved of my heart, the dust of whose grave that same pen had declared was so potent as to cheer the sorrowful and heal the sick, whom the creatures raised in the beginning and in the end of the Babi dispensation envy and will continue to envy till the day of judgment, whom the Kitab-e-Iran acclaimed as the one but for whom God would not have been established upon the seat of his mercy, nor ascended the throne of eternal glory, to whom Sayyid Kazem had paid such tribute that his disciples suspected that the recipient of such praise might well be the promised one himself. Such a one had likewise, in the prime of his manhood, died a martyr's death at Tabarsi. Wahid, pronounced in the Kitab-e-Iran to be the unique and peerless figure of his age, a man of immense erudition and the most preeminent figure to enlist under the banner of the new faith, to whose talents and saintliness, to whose high attainments in the realm of science and philosophy, the Bab had testified in his Dalail-e Sab'eh, 7 proofs, had already, under similar circumstances, been swept into the maelstrom of another upheaval, and was soon to quaff in his turn the cup drained by the heroic martyrs of Mazandaran. Hojjat, another champion of conspicuous audacity, of unsubduable will, of remarkable originality and vehement zeal, was being swiftly and inevitably drawn into the fiery furnace whose flames had already enveloped Zanjan and its environs. The Bab's maternal uncle, the only father he had known since his childhood, his shield and support, and the trusted guardian of both his mother and his wife, had moreover been sundered from him by the axe of the executioner in Tehran. No less than half of his chosen disciples, the letters of the living, had already preceded him in the field of martyrdom. Tahereh, though still alive, was courageously pursuing a course that was to lead her inevitably to her doom. A fast-ebbing life, so crowded with the accumulated anxieties, disappointments, treacheries, and sorrows of a tragic ministry, now moved swiftly towards its climax. The most turbulent period of the heroic age of the new dispensation was rapidly attaining its culmination. The cup of bitter woes which the herald of that dispensation had tasted was now full to overflowing. Indeed, he himself had already foreshadowed his own approaching death. In the Kitab-e-Panj Sha'n, one of his last works, he had alluded to the fact that the 6th Nowruz after the declaration of his mission would be the last he was destined to celebrate on earth. In his interpretation of the letter Ha, he had voiced his craving for martyrdom, while in the Qayyum al-Asma he had actually prophesied the inevitability of such a consummation of his glorious career. 40 days before his final departure from Tehrik, he had even collected all the documents in his possession and placed them, together with his pencase, his seals, and his rings, in the hands of Mullah Baqir, a letter of the living, whom he instructed to entrust them to Mullah Abdul Karim Qazvini, surnamed Mirza Ahmad, who was to deliver them to Baha'u'llah in Tehran. While the convulsions of Mazandaran and Neriz were pursuing their bloody course, the Grand Vizier of Nasruddin Shah, anxiously pondering the significance of these dire happenings, and apprehensive of their repercussions on his countrymen, his government, and his sovereign, was feverishly revolving in his mind that fateful decision, which was not only destined to leave its indelible imprint on the fortunes of his country, but was to be fraught with such incalculable consequences for the destinies of the whole of mankind. The repressive measures taken against the followers of the Bab, he was by now fully convinced, had but served to inflame their zeal, steel their resolution, and confirm their loyalty to their persecuted faith. The Bab's isolation and captivity had produced the opposite effect to that which the Amir Nizam had confidently anticipated. Gravely perturbed, he bitterly condemned the disastrous leniency of his predecessor, Haji Mirza Aghasi, which had brought matters to such a pass. A more drastic and still more exemplary punishment, he felt, must now be administered to what he regarded as an abomination of heresy, which was polluting the civil and ecclesiastical institutions of the realm. Nothing short, he believed, of the extinction of the life of him who was the fountainhead of so odious a doctrine, and the driving force behind so dynamic a movement, could stem the tide that had wrought such havoc through the land. The siege of Zanjan was still in progress when he, dispensing with an explicit order from his sovereign and acting independently of his councillors and fellow ministers, dispatched his order to Prince Hamza Mirza, the Heshmat-ud-Dowleh, the governor of Azerbaijan, instructing him to execute the Bab. Fearing lest the infliction of such condign punishment in the capital of the realm would set in motion forces he might be powerless to control, he ordered that his captive be taken to Tabriz and there be done to death. Confronted with a flat refusal by the indignant prince to perform what he regarded as a flagitious crime, the Amir Nizam commissioned his own brother, Mirza Hassan Khan, to execute his orders. The usual formalities designed to secure the necessary authorization from the leading mujtahids of Tabriz were hastily and easily completed. Neither Mullah Muhammad Mamaqani, however, who had penned the Bab's death warrant on the very day of his examination in Tabriz, nor Haji Mirza Baqir, nor Mullah Murtaza Quli, to whose houses their victim was ignominiously led by the Farrash Bashi by order of the Grand Vizier, condescended to meet face to face their dreaded opponent. Circumstances attending his martyrdom. Immediately before and soon after this humiliating treatment meted out to the Bab, two highly significant incidents occurred. Incidents that cast an illuminating light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding the opening phase of his martyrdom. The Farrash-Bashi had abruptly interrupted the last conversation which the Bab was confidentially having in one of the rooms of the barracks with his amanuensis Sayyid Hussein, and was drawing the latter aside and severely rebuking him, when he was thus addressed by his prisoner. "Not until I have said to him all those things that I wish to say, can any earthly power silence me. Though all the world be armed against me, yet shall it be powerless to deter me from fulfilling to the last word my intention." To the Christian, Sam Khan, the colonel of the Armenian regiment ordered to carry out the execution, who, seized with fear lest his act should provoke the wrath of God, had begged to be released from the duty imposed upon him, the Bab gave the following assurance: "Follow your instructions, and if your intention be sincere, the Almighty is surely able to relieve you of your perplexity." Sam Khan accordingly set out to discharge his duty. A spike was driven into a pillar which separated two rooms of the barracks facing the square. Two ropes were fastened to it, from which the Bab and one of his disciples, the youthful and devout Mirza Muhammad Ali Zonuzi, surnamed Anis, who had previously flung himself at the feet of his master and implored that under no circumstances he be sent away from him, was separately suspended. The firing squad ranged itself in 3 files, each of 250 men. Each file in turn opened fire until the whole detachment had discharged its bullets. So dense was the smoke from the 750 rifles that the sky was darkened. As soon as the smoke had cleared away, the astounded multitude of about 10,000 souls who had crowded onto the roof of the barracks, as well as the tops of the adjoining houses, beheld a scene which their eyes could scarcely believe. The Bab had vanished from their sight. Only his companion remained, alive and unscathed, standing beside the wall on which they had been suspended. The ropes by which they had been hung alone were severed. "The Sayyid Bab has gone from our sight!" cried out the bewildered spectators. A frenzied search immediately ensued. He was found, unhurt and unruffled, in the very room he had occupied the night before, engaged in completing his interrupted conversation with his amanuensis. "I have finished my conversation with Sayyid Hussein," were the words with which the prisoner, so providentially preserved, greeted the appearance of the Farrash-Bashi. "Now you may proceed to fulfill your intention." Recalling the bold assertion his prisoner had previously made, and shaken by so stunning a revelation, the Farrash-Bashi quitted instantly the scene and resigned his post. Sam Khan, likewise remembering with feelings of awe and wonder the reassuring words addressed to him by the Bab, ordered his men to leave the barracks immediately, and swore as he left the courtyard never again, even at the cost of his life, to repeat that act. Arajan Khamse, colonel of the bodyguard, volunteered to replace him. On the same wall, and in the same manner, the Bab and his companion were again suspended, while the new regiment formed in line and opened fire upon them. This time, however, Their breasts were riddled with bullets, and their bodies completely dissected, with the exception of their faces, which were but little marred. "O wayward generation," were the last words of the Bab to the gazing multitude as the regiment prepared to fire its volley. "Had you believed in me, every one of you would have followed the example of this youth, who stood in rank above most of you, and would have willingly sacrificed himself in my path. The day will come when you will have recognized me. That day I shall have ceased to be with you." Nor was this all. The very moment the shots were fired, a gale of exceptional violence arose and swept over the city. From noon till night, a whirlwind of dust obscured the light of the sun and blinded the eyes of the people. In Shiraz, an earthquake, foreshadowed in no less weighty a book than the Revelation of St. John, occurred in 1268 AH, which threw the whole city into turmoil and wrought havoc amongst its people, a havoc that was greatly aggravated by the outbreak of cholera, by famine and other afflictions. In that same year, no less than 250 of the firing squad that had replaced Sam Khan's regiment met their death, together with their officers, in a terrible earthquake, while the remaining 500 suffered 3 years later, as a punishment for their mutiny, the same fate as that which their hands had inflicted upon the Bab. To ensure that none of them had survived, they were riddled with a second volley, after which their bodies, pierced with spears and lances, were exposed to the gaze of the people of Tabriz. The prime instigator of the Bab's death, the implacable Amir Nizam, together with his brother, his chief accomplice, met their death within 2 years of that savage act. On the evening of the very day of the Bab's execution, which fell on the 9th of July, 1850, 28th of Sha'ban, 1266 AH, during the 31st year of his age and the 7th of his ministry, the mangled bodies were transferred from the courtyard of the barracks to the edge of the moat outside the gate of the city. 4 companies, each consisting of 10 sentinels, were ordered to keep watch in turn over them. On the following morning, the Russian consul in Tabriz visited the spot and ordered the artist who had accompanied him to make a drawing of the remains as they lay beside the moat. In the middle of the following night, a follower of the Bab, Haji Suleiman Khan, succeeded, through the instrumentality of a certain Haji Allah Yar, in removing the bodies to the silk factory owned by one of the believers of Milan, and laid them the next day in a specially made wooden casket, which he later transferred to a place of safety. Meanwhile, the mullahs were boastfully proclaiming from the pulpits that whereas the holy body of the Immaculate Imam would be preserved from beasts of prey and from all creeping things, this man's body had been devoured by wild animals. No sooner had the news of the transfer of the remains of the Bab and his fellow sufferer been communicated to Baha'u'llah than he ordered that same Suleiman Khan to bring them to Tehran, where they were taken to the Imamzadeh Hassan, from whence they were removed to different places until the time when, in pursuance of Abdul-Baha's instructions, they were transferred to the Holy Land and were permanently and ceremoniously laid to rest by him in a specially erected mausoleum on the slopes of Mount Carmel. Thus ended a life which posterity will recognize as standing at the confluence of 2 universal prophetic cycles. The Adamic cycle, stretching back as far as the first dawnings of the world's recorded religious history, and the Bahá'í cycle, destined to propel itself across the unborn reaches of time for a period of no less than 5,000 centuries. The apotheosis in which such a life attained its consummation marks, as already observed, the culmination of the most heroic phase of the heroic age of the Bahá'í dispensation. It can, moreover, be regarded in no other light except as the most dramatic, the most tragic event transpiring within the entire range of the first Bahá'í century. Indeed, it can be rightly acclaimed as unparalleled in the annals of the lives of all the founders of the world's existing religious systems. Tributes paid to his memory. So momentous an event could hardly fail to arouse widespread and keen interest, even beyond the confines of the land in which it had occurred. C'est un des plus magnifiques exemples de courage qu'il ait été donné à l'humanité de contempler, is the testimony recorded by a Christian scholar and government official who had lived in Persia and had familiarized himself with the life and teachings of the Bab. Et c'est aussi une admirable preuve de l'amour que notre héros portait à ses concitoyens. Il s'est sacrifié pour l'humanité. Pour elle, il a donné son corps et son âme. Pour elle, il a subi les privations, les affronts, les injures, la torture et le martyre. Il a scellé de son sang le pacte de la fraternité universelle. Et comme Jésus, il a payé de sa vie l'annonce du règne de la concorde, de l'équité et de l'amour du prochain. Un fait étrange, unique dans les annales de l'humanité, is a further testimony from the pen of that same scholar, commenting on the circumstances attending the Bab's martyrdom. A veritable miracle is the pronouncement made by a noted French Orientalist. A true God-man is the verdict of a famous British traveller and writer. The finest product of his country is the tribute paid him by a noted French publicist. That Jesus of the age, a prophet, a more than prophet, is the judgment passed by a distinguished English divine. The most important religious movement since the foundation of Christianity is the possibility that was envisaged for the faith the Bab had established by that far-famed Oxford scholar, the late master of Balliol. Many persons from all parts of the world, is Abdu'l-Baha's written assertion, set out for Persia and began to investigate wholeheartedly the matter. The Tsar of Russia, a contemporary chronicler has written, had even, shortly before the Bab's martyrdom, instructed the Russian consul in Tabriz to fully inquire into and report the circumstances of so startling a movement, a commission that could not be carried out in view of the Bab's execution. In countries as remote as those of Western Europe, an interest no less profound was kindled, and spread with great rapidity to literary, artistic, diplomatic, and intellectual circles. All Europe, attests the above-mentioned French publicist, was stirred to pity and indignation. Among the littérateurs of my generation, in Paris of 1890, the martyrdom of the Bab was still as fresh a topic as had been the first news of his death. We wrote poems about him. Sarah Bernhardt entreated Catulle Mendès for a play on the theme of this historic tragedy. A Russian poetess, member of the Philosophic, Oriental and Bibliological Societies of St. Petersburg, published in 1903 a drama entitled The Barb, which a year later was played in one of the principal theatres of that city, was subsequently given publicity in London, was translated into French in Paris, and into German by the poet Fiedler, was presented again soon after the Russian Revolution in the Folk Theatre in Leningrad, and succeeded in arousing the genuine sympathy and interest of the renowned Tolstoy, whose eulogy of the poem was later published in the Russian press. Parallel between his mission and that of Jesus Christ. It would indeed be no exaggeration to say that nowhere in the whole compass of the world's religious literature, except in the Gospels, do we find any record relating to the death of any of the religion founders of the past comparable to the martyrdom suffered by the prophet of Shiraz. So strange, so inexplicable a phenomenon, attested by eyewitnesses, corroborated by men of recognized standing, and acknowledged by government as well as unofficial historians among the people who had sworn undying hostility to the Bahá'í faith, may be truly regarded as the most marvelous manifestation of the unique potentialities with which a dispensation promised by all the dispensations of the past had been endowed. The passion of Jesus Christ, and indeed his whole public ministry, alone offer a parallel to the mission and death of the Bab, a parallel which no student of comparative religion can fail to perceive or ignore. In the youthfulness and meekness of the inaugurator of the Bahá'í dispensation, in the extreme brevity and turbulence of his public ministry, in the dramatic swiftness which that ministry moved towards its climax, in the apostolic order which he instituted and the primacy which he conferred on one of its members, in the boldness of his challenge to the time-honoured conventions, rites and laws which had been woven into the fabric of the religion he himself had been born into, in the role which an officially recognized and firmly entrenched religious hierarchy played as chief instigator of the outrages which he was made to suffer, in the indignities heaped upon him, in the suddenness of his arrest, in the interrogation to which he was subjected, in the derision poured and the scourging inflicted upon him, in the public affront he sustained, and finally in his ignominious suspension before the gaze of a hostile multitude. In all these we cannot fail to discern a remarkable similarity to the distinguishing features of the career of Jesus Christ. It should be remembered, however, that apart from the miracle associated with the Bab's execution, he, unlike the founder of the Christian religion, is not only to be regarded as the independent author of a divinely revealed dispensation, but must also be recognized as the herald of a new era and the inaugurator of a great, universal prophetic cycle. Nor should the important fact be overlooked that whereas the chief adversaries of Jesus Christ in his lifetime were the Jewish rabbis and their associates, the forces arrayed against the Bab represented the combined civil and ecclesiastical powers of Persia, which, from the moment of his declaration to the hour of his death, persisted unitedly and by every means at their disposal in conspiring against the upholders and in vilifying the tenets of his revelation. Significance of his mission. The Bab, acclaimed by Baha'u'llah as the essence of essences, the sea of seas, the point round whom the realities of the prophets and messengers revolve, from whom God hath caused to proceed the knowledge of all that was and shall be, whose rank excelleth that of all the prophets, and whose revelation transcendeth the comprehension and understanding of all their chosen ones, had delivered his message and discharged his mission. He who was, in the words of Abdu'l-Baha, the morn of truth and harbinger of the most great light, whose advent at once signalized the termination of the prophetic cycle and the inception of the cycle of fulfillment, had simultaneously, through his revelation, banished the shades of night that had descended upon his country, and proclaimed the impending rise of that incomparable orb, whose radiance was to envelop the whole of mankind. He, as affirmed by himself, the primal point from which have been generated all created things, one of the sustaining pillars of the primal word of God, the mystic fane, the great announcement, the flame of that supernal light that glowed upon Sinai, the remembrance of God, concerning whom a separate covenant hath been established with each and every prophet, had, through his advent, at once fulfilled the promise of all ages, and ushered in the consummation of all revelations. He, the Qa'im, he who ariseth, promised to the Shias, the Mehdi, one who is guided, awaited by the Sunnis, the return of John the Baptist, expected by the Christians, the Ushidar Mah, referred to in the Zoroastrian scriptures, the return of Elijah, anticipated by the Jews, whose revelation was to show forth the signs and tokens of all the prophets, who was to manifest the perfection of Moses, the radiance of Jesus, and the patience of Job, had appeared, proclaimed his cause, been mercilessly persecuted, and died gloriously. The second woe, spoken of in the Apocalypse of St. John the Divine, had at long last appeared, and the first of the two messengers whose appearance had been prophesied in the Quran had been sent down. The first trumpet blast, destined to smite the earth with extermination, announced in the latter book, had finally been sounded. The inevitable, the catastrophe, the resurrection, the earthquake of the last hour, foretold by that same book, had all come to pass. The clear tokens had been sent down, and the Spirit had breathed, and the souls had waked up, and the heaven had been cleft, and the angels had ranged in order, and the stars had been blotted out, and the earth had cast forth her burden, and paradise had been brought near, and hell had been made to blaze, and the book had been set, and the bridge had been laid out, and the balance had been set up, and the mountains scattered in dust. The cleansing of the sanctuary prophesied by Daniel and confirmed by Jesus Christ in his reference to the abomination of desolation had been accomplished. The day whose length shall be 1,000 years, foretold by the apostle of God in his book, had terminated. The 42 months during which the holy city, as predicted by St. John the Divine, would be trodden underfoot, had elapsed. The time of the end had been ushered in, and the first of the two witnesses, into whom after 3 days and a half the Spirit of life from God would enter, had arisen and had ascended up to heaven in a cloud. The remaining 25 letters to be made manifest, according to Islamic tradition, out of the 27 letters of which knowledge has been declared to consist, had been revealed. The man-child mentioned in the book of Revelation, destined to rule all nations with a rod of iron, had released through his coming the creative energies which, reinforced by the effusions of a swiftly succeeding and infinitely mightier revelation, were to instill into the entire human race the capacity to achieve its organic unification, attain maturity, and thereby reach the final stage in its age-long evolution. The clarion call addressed to the concourse of kings and of the sons of kings, marking the inception of a process which, accelerated by Baha'u'llah's subsequent warnings to the entire company of the monarchs of East and West, was to produce so wide a revolution in the fortunes of royalty, had been raised in the Qayyamul Asma, the order whose foundation the Promised One was to establish in the Kitab Aqdas, and the features of which the centre of the covenant was to delineate in his testament, and whose administrative framework the entire body of his followers are now erecting, had been categorically announced in the Persian Bayan. The laws which were designed, on the one hand, to abolish at a stroke the privileges and ceremonials, the ordinances and institutions of a superannuated dispensation, and to bridge, on the other, the gap between an obsolete system and the institutions of a world-encompassing order destined to supersede it, had been clearly formulated and proclaimed. The covenant which, despite the determined assaults launched against it, succeeded, unlike all previous dispensations, in preserving the integrity of the faith of its author, and in paving the way for the advent of the one who was to be its centre and object, had been firmly and irrevocably established. The light which throughout successive periods was to propagate itself gradually from its cradle as far as Vancouver in the west and the China Sea in the east, and to diffuse its radiance as far as Iceland in the north and the Tasman Sea in the south, had broken. The forces of darkness, at first confined to the concerted hostility of the civil and ecclesiastical powers of Shia Persia, gathering momentum at a later stage through the avowed and persistent opposition of the Caliph of Islam and the Sunni hierarchy in Turkey, and destined to culminate in the fierce antagonism of the sacerdotal orders associated with other and still more powerful religious systems, had launched their initial assault. The nucleus of the divinely ordained, world-embracing community, a community whose infant strength had already plucked asunder the fetters of Shia orthodoxy, and which was, with every expansion in the range of its fellowship, to seek and obtain a wider and still more significant recognition of its claims to be the world religion of the future, had been formed and was slowly crystallizing. And lastly, the seed endowed by the hand of omnipotence with such vast potentialities, though rudely trampled underfoot and seemingly perished from the face of the earth,
had through this very process been vouchsafed the opportunity to germinate and re-manifest itself in the shape of a still more compelling revelation. A revelation destined to blossom forth in a later period into the flourishing institutions of a worldwide administrative system, and to ripen in the golden age as yet unborn into mighty agencies functioning in consonance with the principles of a world-unifying, world-redeeming order.
Chapter 5. The attempt on the life of the Shah and its consequences. The faith that had stirred a whole nation to its depth, for whose sake thousands of precious and heroic souls had been immolated, and on whose altar he who had been its author had sacrificed his life, was now being subjected to the strain and stress of yet another crisis of extreme violence and far-reaching consequences. It was one of those periodic crises which, occurring throughout a whole century, succeeded in momentarily eclipsing the splendor of the faith and in almost disrupting the structure of its organic institutions. Invariably sudden, often unexpected, seemingly fatal to both its spirit and its life, these inevitable manifestations of the mysterious evolution of a world religion, intensely alive, challenging in its claims, revolutionizing in its tenets, struggling against overwhelming odds, have either been externally precipitated by the malice of its avowed antagonists, or internally provoked by the unwisdom of its friends, the apostasy of its supporters, or the defection of some of the most highly placed amongst the kith and kin of its founders. No matter how disconcerting to the great mass of its loyal adherents, however much trumpeted by its adversaries as symptoms of its decline and impending dissolution, these admitted setbacks and reverses, from which it has time and again so tragically suffered, have, as we look back upon them, failed to arrest its march or impair its unity. Heavy indeed has been the toll which they exacted, unspeakable the agonies they engendered, widespread and paralyzing, for a time, the consternation they provoked. Yet, viewed in their proper perspective, each of them can be confidently pronounced a blessing in disguise, affording a providential means for the release of a fresh outpouring of celestial strength, a miraculous escape from imminent and still more dreadful calamities, an instrument for the fulfillment of age-old prophecies, an agency for the purification and revitalization of the life of the community, an impetus for the enlargement of its limits and the propagation of its influence, and a compelling evidence of the indestructibility of its cohesive strength. Sometimes, at the height of the crisis itself, more often when the crisis was past, the significance of these trials has manifested itself to men's eyes, and the necessity of such experiences has been demonstrated far and wide and beyond the shadow of a doubt to both friend and foe. Seldom, if indeed at any time, has the mystery underlying these portentous, God-sent upheavals remained undisclosed, or the profound purpose and meaning of their occurrence been left hidden from the minds of men. Such a severe ordeal, the faith of the Bab, still in the earliest stages of its infancy, was now beginning to experience. Maligned and hounded from the moment it was born, deprived in its earliest days of the sustaining strength of the majority of its leading supporters, stunned by the tragic and sudden removal of its founder, reeling under the cruel blows it had successively sustained in Mazandaran, Tehran, Neyriz, and Zanjan, a sorely persecuted faith was about to be subjected through the shameful act of a fanatical and irresponsible Babi to a humiliation such as it had never before known. To the trials it had undergone was now added the oppressive load of a fresh calamity, unprecedented in its gravity, disgraceful in its character, and devastating in its immediate consequences. Circumstances attending the attack on Nasir-ed-Din Shah. Obsessed by the bitter tragedy of the martyrdom of his beloved master, driven by a frenzy of despair to avenge that odious deed, and believing the author and instigator of that crime to be none other than the Shah himself, a certain Sadegh Tabrizi, an assistant in a confectioner's shop in Tehran, proceeded on an August day, August 15th, 1852, together with his accomplice, an equally obscure youth named Fatullah Qum'i, to Niavaran, where the imperial army had encamped and the sovereign was in residence. And there, waiting by the roadside in the guise of an innocent bystander, fired a round of shot from his pistol at the Shah, shortly after the latter had emerged on horseback from the palace grounds for his morning promenade. The weapon the assailant employed demonstrated beyond the shadow of a doubt the folly of that half-demented youth, and clearly indicated that no man of sound judgment could have possibly instigated so senseless an act. The whole of Niavaran, where the imperial court and troops had congregated, was, as a result of this assault, plunged into an unimaginable tumult. The ministers of the state, headed by Mirza Agha Khan Nouri, the E'timad-ud-Dawleh, the successor of the Amir Nizam, rushed horror-stricken to the side of their wounded sovereign. The fanfare of the trumpets, the rolling of the drums, and the shrill piping of the fifes summoned the hosts of His Imperial Majesty on all sides. The Shah's attendants, some on horseback, others on foot, poured into the palace grounds. Pandemonium reigned, in which everyone issued orders. None listened, none obeyed, nor understood anything. Ardashir Mirza, the governor of Tehran, having in the meantime already ordered his troops to patrol the deserted streets of the capital, barred the gates of the citadel as well as of the city, charged his batteries, and feverishly dispatched a messenger to ascertain the veracity of the wild rumours that were circulating amongst the populace, and to ask for special instructions. No sooner had this act been perpetrated than its shadow fell across the entire body of the Babi community. A storm of public horror, disgust, and resentment, heightened by the implacable hostility of the mother of the youthful sovereign, swept the nation, casting aside all possibility of even the most elementary inquiry into the origins and the instigators of the attempt. A sign, a whisper, was sufficient to implicate the innocent and loose upon him the most abominable afflictions. An army of foes, ecclesiastics, state officials, and people, united in relentless hate, and watching for an opportunity to discredit and annihilate a dreaded adversary, had at long last been afforded the pretext for which it was longing. Now it could achieve its malevolent purpose. Though the faith had, from its inception, disclaimed any intention of usurping the rights and prerogatives of the state, though its exponents and disciples had sedulously avoided any act that might arouse the slightest suspicion of a desire to wage holy war, or to evince an aggressive attitude, yet its enemies, deliberately ignoring the numerous evidences of the marked restraint exercised by the followers of a persecuted religion, proved themselves capable of inflicting atrocities as barbarous as those which will ever remain associated with the bloody episodes of Mazandaran, Neriz, and Zanjan. To what depths of infamy and cruelty would not this same enemy be willing to descend, now that an act so treasonable, so audacious had been committed? What accusations would it not be prompted to level at, and what treatment would it not mete out to those who, however unjustifiably, could be associated with so heinous a crime against one who in his person combined the chief magistracy of the realm and the trusteeship of the hidden Imam? Massacre of the Babis in Tehran. The reign of terror which ensued was revolting beyond description. The spirit of revenge that animated those who had unleashed its horrors seemed insatiable. Its repercussions echoed as far as the press of Europe, branding with infamy its bloodthirsty participants. The Grand Vizier, wishing to reduce the chances of blood revenge, divided the work of executing those condemned to death among the princes and nobles, his principal fellow ministers, the generals and officers of the court, the representatives of the sacerdotal and merchant classes, the artillery and the infantry. Even the Shah himself had his allotted victim, though, to save the dignity of the crown, he delegated the steward of his household to fire the fatal shot on his behalf. Ardeshir Mirza, on his part, picketed the gates of the capital and ordered the guards to scrutinize the faces of all those who sought to leave it. Summoning to his presence the Kalantar, the Daruqe, and the Kadkhodaz, he bade them search out and arrest everyone suspected of being a Babi. A youth named Abbas, a former servant of a well-known adherent of the faith, was, on threat of inhuman torture, induced to walk the streets of Tehran and point out everyone he recognized as being a Babi. He was even coerced into denouncing any individual whom he thought would be willing and able to pay a heavy bribe to secure his freedom. The first to suffer on that calamitous day was the ill-fated Sadek, who was instantly slain on the scene of his attempted crime. His body was tied to the tail of a mule and dragged all the way to Tehran, where it was hewn into two halves, each of which was suspended and exposed to the public view, while the Tehranis were invited by the city authorities to mount the ramparts and gaze upon the mutilated corpse. Molten lead was poured down the throat of his accomplice, after having subjected him to the torture of red-hot pincers and limb-rending screws. A comrade of his, Haji Qasem, was stripped of his clothes, lighted candles were thrust into holes made in his flesh, and was paraded before the multitude, who shouted and cursed him. Others had their eyes gouged out, were sawn asunder, strangled, blown from the mouths of cannons, chopped in pieces, hewn apart with hatchets and maces, shod with horseshoes, bayoneted and stoned. Torturemongers vied with each other in running the gamut of brutality, while the populace, into whose hands the bodies of the hapless victims were delivered, would close in upon their prey and would so mutilate them as to leave no trace of their original form. The executioners, though accustomed to their own gruesome task, would themselves be amazed at the fiendish cruelty of the populace. Women and children could be seen led down the streets by their executioners, their flesh in ribbons, with candles burning in their wounds, singing with ringing voices before the silent spectators, "Verily, from God we come, and unto him we return." As some of the children expired on their way, their tormentors would fling their bodies under the feet of their fathers and sisters, who, proudly treading upon them, would not deign to give them a second glance. A father, according to the testimony of a distinguished French writer, rather than abjure his faith, preferred to have the throats of his 2 young sons, both already covered with blood, slit upon his breast as he lay on the ground, whilst the elder of the 2, a lad of 14, vigorously pressing his right of seniority, demanded to be the first to lay down his life. An Austrian officer, Captain von Goemens, in the employ of the Shah at that time, was, it is reliably stated, so horrified at the cruelties he was compelled to witness that he tendered his resignation. "Follow me, my friend," is the captain's own testimony in a letter he wrote 2 weeks after the attempt in question, which was published in the Soldatenfreund. "You who lay claim to a heart and European ethics, follow me to the unhappy ones who with gouged out eyes must eat on the scene of the deed, without any sauce, their own amputated ears, or whose teeth are torn out with inhuman violence by the hand of the executioner, or whose bare skulls are simply crushed by blows from a hammer, or where the bazaar is illuminated with unhappy victims, because on right and left the people dig deep holes in their breasts and shoulders and insert burning wicks in the wounds. I saw some dragged in chains through the bazaar, preceded by a military band, in whom these wicks had burned so deep that now the fat flickered convulsively in the wound, like a newly extinguished lamp. Not seldom it happens that the unwearying ingenuity of the Oriental leads to fresh tortures. They will skin the soles of the Babi's feet, soak the wounds in boiling oil, shoe the foot like the hoof of a horse, and compel the victim to run. No cry escaped from the victim's breast. The torment is endured in dark silence by the numbed sensation of the fanatic. Now he must run. The body cannot endure what the soul has endured. He falls. Give him the coup de grâce. Put him out of his pain. No. The executioner swings the whip, and I myself have had to witness it. The unhappy victim of hundredfold tortures runs. This is the beginning of the end. As for the end itself, they hang the scorched and perforated bodies by their hands and feet to a tree, head downwards, and now every Persian may try his marksmanship to his heart's content from a fixed but not too proximate distance on the noble quarry placed at his disposal. I saw corpses torn by nearly 150 bullets. When I read over again, he continues, what I have written, I am overcome by the thought that those who are with you in our dearly beloved Austria may doubt the full truth of the picture and accuse me of exaggeration. Would to God that I had not lived to see it. But by the duties of my profession, I was unhappily, often, only too often, a witness of these abominations. At present, I never leave my house in order not to meet with fresh scenes of horror. Since my whole soul revolts against such infamy, I will no longer maintain my connection with the scene of such crimes. Little wonder that a man as far famed as Renan should in his Les Apôtres have characterized the hideous butchery perpetrated in a single day during the great massacre of Tehran as a day perhaps unparalleled in the history of the world. The hand that was stretched to deal so grievous a blow to the adherents of a sorely tried faith did not confine itself to the rank and file of the Bab's persecuted followers. It was raised with equal fury and determination against and struck down with equal force the few remaining leaders who had survived the winnowing winds of adversity that had already laid low so vast a number of the supporters of the faith. Tahirih, that immortal heroine, who had already shed imperishable lustre alike on her sex and on the cause she had espoused, was swept into and ultimately engulfed by the raging storm. Sayyid Hussein, the amanuensis of the Bab, the companion of his exile, the trusted repository of his last wishes, and the witness of the prodigies attendant upon his martyrdom, fell likewise a victim of its fury. That hand had even the temerity to lift itself against the towering figure of Baha'u'llah. But though it laid hold of him, it failed to strike him down. It imperiled his life. It imprinted on his body indelible marks of a pitiless cruelty. But it was impotent to cut short a career that was destined not only to keep alive the fire which the spirit of the Bab had kindled, but to produce a conflagration that would at once consummate and outshine the glories of his revelation. Role played by Baha'u'llah during the Bab's ministry. During those sombre and agonizing days when the Bab was no more, when the luminaries that had shone in the firmament of his faith had been successively extinguished, when his nominee, a bewildered fugitive in the guise of a dervish, with kashkul alms-basket in hand, roamed the mountains and plains in the neighborhood of Rasht, Baha'u'llah, by reason of the acts he had performed, appeared in the eyes of a vigilant enemy as its most redoubtable adversary, and as the sole hope of an as yet unextirpated heresy. His seizure and death had now become imperative. He it was who scarce 3 months after the faith was born received through the envoy of the Bab, Mullah Hussein, the scroll which bore to him the first tidings of a newly announced revelation, who instantly acclaimed its truth and arose to champion its cause. It was in his native city and dwelling place that the steps of that envoy were first directed, as the place which enshrined a mystery of such transcendent holiness as neither Hejaz nor Shiraz can hope to rival. It was Mullah Hussein's report of the contact thus established, which had been received with such exultant joy by the Bab, and had brought such reassurance to his heart as to finally decide him to undertake his contemplated pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina. Baha'u'llah alone was the object and the centre of the cryptic allusions, the glowing eulogies, the fervid prayers, the joyful announcements, and the dire warnings, recorded in both the Qayyum al-Asma and the Bayan, designed to be respectively the first and last written testimonials to the glory with which God was soon to invest him. It was he who, through his correspondence with the author of the newly founded faith and his intimate association with the most distinguished amongst its disciples, such as Wahid, Hujjat, Quddus, Mullah Hussein, and Tahireh, was able to foster its growth, elucidate its principles, reinforce its ethical foundations, fulfill its urgent requirements, avert some of the immediate dangers threatening it, and participate effectually in its rise and consolidation. It was to him, the one object of our adoration and love, that the Prophet pilgrim on his return to Bushehr alluded, when dismissing Quddus from his presence, he announced to him the double joy of attaining the presence of their beloved and of quaffing the cup of martyrdom. He it was who, in the heyday of his life, flinging aside every consideration of earthly fame, wealth, and position, careless of danger and risking the obloquy of his caste, arose to identify himself, first in Tehran and later in his native province of Mazandaran, with the cause of an obscure and proscribed sect, won to its support a large number of the officials and notables of Nur, not excluding his own associates and relatives. Fearlessly and persuasively expounded its truths to the disciples of the illustrious Mujtahid Mullah Muhammad. Enlisted under its banner the Mujtahid's appointed representatives, secured, in consequence of this act, the unreserved loyalty of a considerable number of ecclesiastical dignitaries, government officers, peasants, and traders, and succeeded in challenging, in the course of a memorable interview, the Mujtahid himself. It was solely due to the potency of the written message entrusted by him to Mullah Muhammad Mehdi Kandi and delivered to the Bab while in the neighbourhood of the village of Kulain, that the soul of the disappointed captive was able to rid itself, at an hour of uncertainty and suspense, of the anguish that had settled upon it ever since his arrest in Shiraz. He it was who, for the sake of Tahireh and her imprisoned companions, willingly submitted himself to a humiliating confinement lasting several days, the first he was made to suffer in the house of one of the Kat Khodars of Tehran. It was to his caution, foresight, and ability that must be ascribed her successful escape from Qazvin, her deliverance from her opponents, her safe arrival in his home, and her subsequent removal to a place of safety in the vicinity of the capital, from whence she proceeded to Khorasan. It was into his presence that Mullah Hussein was secretly ushered upon his arrival in Tehran, after which interview he travelled to Azerbaijan on his visit to the Bab, then confined in the fortress of Marku. He it was who unobtrusively and unerringly directed the proceedings of the Conference of Badasht, who entertained as his guests Quddus, Tahireh, and the 81 disciples who had gathered on that occasion, who revealed every day a tablet and bestowed on each of the participants a new name, who faced unaided the assault of a mob of more than 500 villagers in Niala, who shielded Quddus from the fury of his assailants, who succeeded in restoring a part of the property which the enemy had plundered, and who ensured the protection and safety of the continually harassed and much abused Tahirih. Against him was kindled the anger of Muhammad Shah, who, as a result of the persistent representations of mischief-makers, was at last induced to order his arrest and summon him to the capital, a summons that was destined to remain unfulfilled as a result of the sudden death of the sovereign. It was to his counsels and exhortations, addressed to the occupants of Sheikh Tabarsi, who had welcomed him with such reverence and love during his visit to that fort, that must be attributed in no small measure the spirit evinced by its heroic defenders, while it was to his explicit instructions that they owed the miraculous release of Quddus and his consequent association with them in the stirring exploits that have immortalized the Mazandaran upheaval. It was for the sake of those same defenders whom he had intended to join that he suffered his second imprisonment, this time in the Masjid of Amul, to which he was led amidst the tumult raised by no less than 4,000 spectators. For their sake that he was bastinadoed in the namaz-khane of the mujtahid of that town until his feet bled, and later confined in the private residence of its governor. For their sake that he was bitterly denounced by the leading mullah and insulted by the mob, who, besieging the governor's residence, pelted him with stones and hurled in his face the foulest invectives. He alone was the one alluded to by Quddus, who, upon his arrival at the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi, uttered, as soon as he had dismounted and leaned against the shrine, the prophetic verse, "The Baqiyatullah, the remnant of God, will be best for you if ye are of those who believe." He alone was the object of that prodigious eulogy, that masterly interpretation of the Sard of Samad, penned in part in that same fort by that same youthful hero, under the most distressing circumstances, and equivalent in dimensions to 6 times the volume of the Qur'an. It was to the date of his impending revelation that the Lawh-e-Hurufat, revealed in Chehriq by the Bab in honor of Dayan, abstrusely alluded, and in which the mystery of the Mustaghas was unravelled. It was to the attainment of his presence that the attention of another disciple, Mullah Baqir, one of the letters of the living, was expressly directed by none other than the Bab himself. It was exclusively to his care that the documents of the Bab, his pencase, his seals and agate rings, together with a scroll on which he had penned, in the form of a pentacle, no less than 360 derivatives of the word Baha, were delivered in conformity with instructions he himself had issued prior to his departure from Chehriq. It was solely due to his initiative and in strict accordance with his instructions that the precious remains of the Bab were safely transferred from Tabriz to the capital, and were concealed and safeguarded with the utmost secrecy and care throughout the turbulent years following his martyrdom. And finally, it was he who, in the days preceding the attempt on the life of the Shah, had been instrumental, while sojourning in Karbala, in spreading with that same enthusiasm and ability that had distinguished his earlier exertions in Mazandaran, the teachings of his departed leader, in safeguarding the interests of his faith, in reviving the zeal of its grief-stricken followers, and in organizing the forces of its scattered and bewildered adherents. Such a man with such a record of achievements to his credit, could not, indeed did not, escape either the detection or the fury of a vigilant and fully aroused enemy. Afire from the very beginning with an uncontrollable enthusiasm for the cause he had espoused, conspicuously fearless in his advocacy of the rights of the downtrodden, in the full bloom of youth, immensely resourceful, matchless in his eloquence, endowed with inexhaustible energy and penetrating judgment, possessed of the riches and enjoying in full measure the esteem, power, and prestige associated with an enviably high and noble position, and yet contemptuous of all earthly pomp, rewards, vanities, and possessions. Closely associated, on the one hand, through his regular correspondence with the author of the faith he had risen to champion, and intimately acquainted, on the other, with the hopes and fears, the plans and activities of its leading exponents. At one time, advancing openly and assuming a position of acknowledged leadership in the forefront of the forces struggling for that faith's emancipation. At another, deliberately drawing back with consummate discretion in order to remedy with greater efficacy an awkward or dangerous situation. At all times vigilant, ready, and indefatigable in his exertions to preserve the integrity of that faith, to resolve its problems, to plead its cause, to galvanize its followers, and to confound its antagonists. Baha'u'llah, at this supremely critical hour in its fortunes, was at last stepping into the very center of the stage so tragically vacated by the Bab, a stage on which he was destined for no less a period than 40 years to play a part unapproached in its majesty, pathos, and splendor by any of the great founders of the world's historic religions. Already so conspicuous and towering a figure, had, through the accusations levelled against him, kindled the wrath of Mohammed Shah, who, after having heard what had transpired in Badasht, had ordered his arrest in a number of farmans addressed to the Khans of Mazandaran, and expressed his determination to put him to death. Haji Mirza Aghasi, previously alienated from the Wazir, Baha'u'llah's father, and infuriated by his own failure to appropriate by fraud an estate that belonged to Baha'u'llah, had sworn eternal enmity to the one who had so brilliantly succeeded in frustrating his evil designs. The Amir Nizam, moreover, fully aware of the pervasive influence of so energetic an opponent, had, in the presence of a distinguished gathering, accused him of having inflicted, as a result of his activities, a loss of no less than 5 kururs upon the government, and had expressly requested him, at a critical moment in the fortunes of the faith, to temporarily transfer his residence to Karbala. Mirza Agha Khan Noori, who succeeded the Amir Nizam, had endeavoured at the very outset of his ministry to effect a reconciliation between his government and the one whom he regarded as the most resourceful of the Bab's disciples. Little wonder that when, later, an act of such gravity and temerity was committed, a suspicion as dire as it was unfounded should at once have crept into the minds of the Shah, his government, his court, and his people against Baha'u'llah. Foremost among them was the mother of the youthful sovereign, who, inflamed with anger, was openly denouncing him as the would-be murderer of her son. Baha'u'llah, when that attempt had been made on the life of the sovereign, was in Lavasan, the guest of the Grand Vizier, and was staying in the village of Afche when the momentous news reached him. Refusing to heed the advice of the Grand Vazir's brother Ja'far Quli Khan, who was acting as his host, to remain for a time concealed in that neighbourhood, and dispensing with the good offices of the messenger specially dispatched to ensure his safety, he rode forth the following morning with cool intrepidity to the headquarters of the imperial army, which was then stationed in Niavaran, in the Shemiran district. In the village of Zarkan there he was met by and conducted to the home of his brother-in-law, Mirza Majid, who at that time was acting as secretary to the Russian minister Prince Dolgoruki, and whose house adjoined that of his superior. Apprised of Baha'u'llah's arrival, the attendants of the Hajibud Dole, Haji Ali Khan, straightway informed their master, who in turn brought the matter to the attention of his sovereign. The Shah, greatly amazed, dispatched his trusted officers to the legation, demanding that the accused be forthwith delivered into his hands. Refusing to comply with the wishes of the royal envoys, the Russian minister requested Baha'u'llah to proceed to the home of the Grand Vazir, to whom he formally communicated his wish that the safety of the trust the Russian government was delivering into his keeping should be ensured. This purpose, however, was not achieved, because of the Grand Vazir's apprehension that he might forfeit his position if he extended to the accused the protection demanded for him. His arrest and imprisonment in the Siah Chal. Delivered into the hands of his enemies, this much feared, bitterly arraigned, and illustrious exponent of a perpetually hounded faith was now made to taste of the cup which he who had been its recognized leader had drained to the dregs. From Niavaran he was conducted on foot and in chains, with bare head and bare feet, exposed to the fierce rays of the midsummer sun, to the Siah Chal of Tehran. On the way, he several times was stripped of his outer garments, was overwhelmed with ridicule, and pelted with stones. As to the subterranean dungeon into which he was thrown, and which originally had served as a reservoir of water for one of the public baths of the capital, let his own words, recorded in his epistle to the son of the wolf, bear testimony to the ordeal which he endured in that pestilential hole. We were consigned for 4 months to a place foul beyond comparison. Upon our arrival, we were first conducted along a pitch-black corridor, from whence we descended 3 steep flights of stairs to the place of confinement assigned to us. The dungeon was wrapped in thick darkness, and our fellow prisoners numbered nearly 150 souls. Thieves, assassins, and highwaymen. Though crowded, it had no other outlet than the passage by which we entered. No pen can depict that place, nor any tongue describe its loathsome smell. Most of those men had neither clothes nor bedding to lie on. God alone knoweth what befell us in that most foul-smelling and gloomy place. Baha'u'llah's feet were placed in stocks, and around his neck were fastened the Qara Gohar, chains of such galling weight that their mark remained imprinted upon his body all the days of his life. A heavy chain, Abdul-Baha himself has testified, was placed about his neck, by which he was chained to 5 other Babis. These fetters were locked together by strong, very heavy bolts and screws. His clothes were torn to pieces, also his headdress. In this terrible condition, he was kept for 4 months. For 3 days and 3 nights, he was denied all manner of food and drink. Sleep was impossible to him. The place was chill and damp, filthy, fever-stricken, infested with vermin, and filled with a noisome stench. Animated by a relentless hatred, his enemies went even so far as to intercept and poison his food, in the hope of obtaining the favour of the mother of the sovereign, his most implacable foe, an attempt which, though it impaired his health for years to come, failed to achieve its purpose. Abdu'l-Baha, Dr. J.E. Esselmont records in his book, tells how one day he was allowed to enter the prison yard to see his beloved father, where he came out for his daily exercise. Baha'u'llah was terribly altered, so ill he could hardly walk, his hair and beard unkempt, his neck galled and swollen from the pressure of a heavy steel collar, his body bent by the weight of his chains. Arrest and martyrdom of Tahirih. While Baha'u'llah was being so odiously and cruelly subjected to the trials and tribulations inseparable from those tumultuous days, another luminary of the faith, the valiant Tahirih, was swiftly succumbing to their devastating power. Her meteoric career, inaugurated in Karbala, culminating in Badasht, was now about to attain its final consummation, in a martyrdom that may well rank as one of the most affecting episodes in the most turbulent period of Bahá'í history. A scion of the highly reputed family of Haji Mullah Saleh Baraqani, whose members occupied an enviable position in the Persian ecclesiastical hierarchy, the namesake of the illustrious Fatimeh, designated as Zarrin Taj, crown of gold, and Zakiyeh, virtuous, by her family and kindred, born in the same year as Baha'u'llah, regarded from childhood by her fellow townsmen as a prodigy alike in her intelligence and beauty, highly esteemed even by some of the most haughty and learned ulamas of her country prior to her conversion, for the brilliancy and novelty of the views she propounded. Acclaimed as Qurratul Ain, solace of my eyes, by her admiring teacher, Sayyid Kazem, entitled Tahirih, the Pure One, by the tongue of power and glory, and the only woman enrolled by the Bab as one of the letters of the living. She had, through a dream, referred to earlier in these pages, established her first contact with the faith which she continued to propagate to her last breath, and in its hour of greatest peril, with all the ardour of her insubduable spirit. Undeterred by the vehement protests of her father, contemptuous of the anathemas of her uncle, unmoved by the earnest solicitations of her husband and her brothers, undaunted by the measures which, first in Karbala and subsequently in Baghdad and later in Qazvin, the civil and ecclesiastical authorities had taken to curtail her activities, with eager energy she urged the Babi cause. Through her eloquent pleadings, her fearless denunciations, her dissertations, poems, and translations, her commentaries and correspondence, she persisted in firing the imagination and in enlisting the allegiance of Arabs and Persians alike to the new revelation, in condemning the perversity of her generation, and in advocating a revolutionary transformation in the habits and manners of her people. She it was who, while in Karbala, the foremost stronghold of Shia Islam, had been moved to address lengthy epistles to each of the ulamas residing in that city, who relegated women to a rank little higher than animals and denied them even the possession of a soul, epistles in which she ably vindicated her high purpose and exposed their malignant designs. She it was who, in open defiance of the customs of the fanatical inhabitants of that same city, boldly disregarded the anniversary of the martyrdom of the Imam Hussein, commemorated with elaborate ceremony in the early days of Muharram, and celebrated instead the anniversary of the birthday of the Bab, which fell on the first day of that month. It was through her prodigious eloquence and the astounding force of her argument that she confounded the representative delegation of Shia, of Sunni, of Christian and Jewish notables of Baghdad, who had endeavored to dissuade her from her avowed purpose of spreading the tidings of the new message. She it was who, with consummate skill, defended her faith and vindicated her conduct, in the home and in the presence of that eminent jurist, Sheikh Mahmoud Alusi, the Mufti of Baghdad, and who later held her historic interviews with the princes, the ulamas, and the government officials residing in Kermanshah, in the course of which the Bab's commentary on the Surah of Kawthar was publicly read and translated, and which culminated in the conversion of the Amir, the governor, and his family. It was this remarkably gifted woman who undertook the translation of the Bab's lengthy commentary on the Surah of Joseph, the Qayyum al-Asma, for the benefit of her Persian co-religionists, and exerted her utmost to spread the knowledge and elucidate the contents of that mighty book. It was her fearlessness, her skill, her organizing ability, and her unquenchable enthusiasm which consolidated her newly won victories in no less inimical a centre than Qazvin, which prided itself on the fact that no fewer than 100 of the highest ecclesiastical leaders of Islam dwelt within its gates. It was she who, in the house of Baha'u'llah in Tehran, in the course of her memorable interview with the celebrated Vahid, suddenly interrupted his learned discourse on the signs of the new manifestation and vehemently urged him, as she held Abdul-Baha, then a child, on her lap, to arise and demonstrate through deeds of heroism and self-sacrifice the depth and sincerity of his faith. It was to her doors, during the height of her fame and popularity in Tehran, that the flower of feminine society in the capital flocked to hear her brilliant discourses on the matchless tenets of her faith. It was the magic of her words which won the wedding guests away from the festivities on the occasion of the marriage of the son of Mahmud Khan Kalantar, in whose house she was confined, and gathered them about her, eager to drink in her every word. It was her passionate and unqualified affirmation of the claims and distinguishing features of the new revelation in a series of 7 conferences with the deputies of the Grand Vizier commissioned to interrogate her, which she held while confined in that same house, which finally precipitated the sentence of her death. It was from her pen that odes had flowed, attesting in unmistakable language not only her faith in the revelation of the Bab, but also her recognition of the exalted and as yet undisclosed mission of Baha'u'llah. And last but not least, It was owing to her initiative while participating in the Conference of Badasht that the most challenging implications of a revolutionary and as yet but dimly grasped dispensation were laid bare before her fellow disciples, and the new order permanently divorced from the laws and institutions of Islam. Such marvelous achievements were now to be crowned by and attain their final consummation in her martyrdom, in the midst of the storm that was raging throughout the capital. One night, aware that the hour of her death was at hand, she put on the attire of a bride and anointed herself with perfume, and sending for the wife of the Kalantar, she communicated to her the secret of her impending martyrdom, and confided to her her last wishes. Then, closeting herself in her chambers, she awaited in prayer and meditation the hour which was to witness her reunion with her beloved. She was pacing the floor of her room, chanting a litany expressive of both grief and triumph, when the farrashes of Aziz Khan Sardar arrived in the dead of night to conduct her to the Ilkhani garden, which lay beyond the city gates and which was to be the site of her martyrdom. When she arrived, the Sardar was in the midst of a drunken debauch with his lieutenants, and was roaring with laughter. He ordered offhand that she be strangled at once and thrown into a pit. With that same silken kerchief which she had intuitively reserved for that purpose, and delivered in her last moments to the son of the Kalantar who accompanied her, the death of this immortal heroine was accomplished. Her body was lowered into a well, which was then filled with earth and stones in the manner she herself had desired. Thus ended the life of this great Bahá'í heroine, the first woman suffrage martyr, who at her death, turning to the one in whose custody she had been placed, had boldly declared, "You can kill me as soon as you like, but you cannot stop the emancipation of women." Her career was as dazzling as it was brief, as tragic as it was eventful. Unlike her fellow disciples, whose exploits remained for the most part unknown and unsung by their contemporaries in foreign lands, the fame of this immortal woman was noised abroad, and travelling with remarkable swiftness as far as the capitals of Western Europe, aroused the enthusiastic admiration and evoked the ardent praise of men and women of diverse nationalities, callings, and cultures. Little wonder that Abdu'l-Baha should have joined her name to those of Sarah, of Asiye, of the Virgin Mary, and of Fatimeh, who in the course of successive dispensations have towered by reason of their intrinsic merits and unique position above the rank and file of their sex. In eloquence, Abdu'l-Baha himself has written, she was the calamity of the age, and in ratiocination, the trouble of the world. He moreover has described her as a brand afire with the love of God, and a lamp aglow with the bounty of God. Indeed, the wondrous story of her life propagated itself as far and as fast as that of the Bab himself, the direct source of her inspiration. Prodige de science, mais aussi prodige de beauté, is the tribute paid her by a noted commentator on the life of the Bab and his disciples. The Persian Joan of Arc, the leader of emancipation for women of the Orient, who bore resemblance both to the medieval Heloise and the Neoplatonic Hypatia. Thus was she acclaimed by a noted playwright whom Sarah Bernhardt had specifically requested to write a dramatized version of her life. The heroism of the lovely but ill-fated poetess of Qazvin, Zareen Taj, Crown of Gold, testifies Lord Curzon of Kedleston, is one of the most affecting episodes in modern history. The appearance of such a woman as Qurratul Ain, wrote the well-known British Orientalist Professor E.G. Brown, is, in any country and any age, a rare phenomenon. But in such a country as Persia, it is a prodigy, nay, almost a miracle. Had the Babi religion no other claim to greatness, this were sufficient, that it produced a heroine like Qurratul Ain. The harvest sown in Islamic lands by Qurratul Ain significantly affirms the renowned English divine Dr. T.K. Chain in one of his books, is now beginning to appear. This noble woman has the credit of opening the catalogue of social reforms in Persia. Assuredly, one of the most striking and interesting manifestations of this religion is the reference to her by the noted French diplomat and brilliant writer Comte de Gobineau. In Qazvin, he adds, she was held with every justification to be a prodigy. Many people, he moreover has written, who knew her and heard her at different periods of her life, have invariably told me that when she spoke, one felt stirred to the depths of one's soul, was filled with admiration, and was moved to tears. No memory, writes Sir Valentine Chirol, is more deeply venerated or kindles greater enthusiasm than hers, and the influence which she wielded in her lifetime still inures to her sex. O Tahireh, exclaims in his book on the Babis the great author and poet of Turkey, Süleyman Nazem Bey, you are worth 1,000 Nasir-ed-Din Shahs. The greatest ideal of womanhood has been Tahireh, is the tribute paid her by the mother of one of the presidents of Austria, Mrs. Mariana Hainisch. I shall try to do for the women of Austria what Tahireh gave her life to do for the women of Persia. Many and diverse are her ardent admirers, who throughout the 5 continents are eager to know more about her. Many are those whose conduct has been ennobled by her inspiring example, who have committed to memory her matchless odes or set to music her poems, before whose eyes glows the vision of her indomitable spirit, in whose hearts is enshrined a love and admiration that time can never dim, and in whose souls burns the determination to tread as dauntlessly and with the same fidelity the path she chose for herself and from which she never swerved from the moment of her conversion to the hour of her death. Execution of prominent disciples of the Bab. The fierce gale of persecution that had swept Baha'u'llah into a subterranean dungeon and snuffed out the light of Tahireh also sealed the fate of the Bab's distinguished amanuensis, Sayyid Hossein Yazdi, surnamed Aziz, who had shared his confinement in both Marku and Chehrir. A man of rich experience and high merit, deeply versed in the teachings of his master and enjoying his unqualified confidence, he, refusing every offer of deliverance from the leading officials of Tehran, yearned unceasingly for the martyrdom which had been denied him on the day the Bab had laid down his life in the barrack square of Tabriz. A fellow prisoner of Baha'u'llah in the Siyah Chal of Tehran, from whom He derived inspiration and solace as he recalled those precious days spent in the company of his master in Azerbaijan. He was finally struck down, in circumstances of shameful cruelty, by that same Aziz Khan Sardar who had dealt the fatal blow to Tahirih. Another victim of the frightful tortures inflicted by an unyielding enemy was the high-minded, the influential and courageous Shoghi Suleiman Khan. So greatly was he esteemed that the Amir Nizam had felt, on a previous occasion, constrained to ignore his connection with the faith he had embraced and to spare his life. The turmoil that convulsed Tehran as a result of the attempt on the life of the sovereign, however, precipitated his arrest and brought about his martyrdom. The Shah, having failed to induce him through Hojib-ud-Dowleh to recant, commanded that he be put to death in any way he himself might choose. 9 holes, at his express wish, were made in his flesh, in each of which a lighted candle was placed. As the executioner shrank from performing this gruesome task, he attempted to snatch the knife from his hand, that he might himself plunge it into his own body. Fearing lest he should attack him, the executioner refused, and bade his men tie the victim's hands behind his back, whereupon the intrepid sufferer pleaded with them to pierce 2 holes in his breast, 2 in his shoulders, 1 in the nape of his neck, and 4 others in his back, a wish they complied with. Standing erect as an arrow, his eyes glowing with stoic fortitude, unperturbed by the howling multitude or the sight of his own blood streaming from his wounds, and preceded by minstrels and drummers, he led the concourse that pressed round him to the final place of his martyrdom. Every few steps he would interrupt his march to address the bewildered bystanders in words in which he glorified the Bab and magnified the significance of his own death. As his eyes beheld the candles flickering in their bloody sockets, he would burst forth in exclamations of unrestrained delight. Whenever one of them fell from his body, he would with his own hand pick it up, light it from the others, and replace it. "Why dost thou not dance?" asked the executioner mockingly, "since thou findest death so pleasant?" "Dance!" cried the sufferer. "In one hand the wine-cup, in one hand the tresses of the friend, such a dance in the midst of the marketplace is my desire." He was still in the bazaar when the flowing of a breeze, fanning the flames of the candles now burning deep in his flesh, caused it to sizzle, whereupon he burst forth, addressing the flames that ate into his wounds. "You have long lost your sting, O flames, and have been robbed of your power to pain me. Make haste, for from your very tongues of fire I can hear the voice that calls me to my beloved." In a blaze of light he walked as a conqueror might have marched to the scene of his victory. At the foot of the gallows he once again raised his voice in a final appeal to the multitude of onlookers. He then prostrated himself in the direction of the shrine of the Imamzadeh Hassan, murmuring some words in Arabic. "My work is now finished," he cried to the executioner. "Come and do yours." Life still lingered in him as his body was sawn into 2 halves, with the praise of his beloved still fluttering from his dying lips. The scorched and bloody remnants of his corpse were, as he himself had requested, suspended on either side of the gate of Nur, mute witnesses to the unquenchable love which the Bab had kindled in the breasts of his disciples. The violent conflagration kindled as a result of the attempted assassination of the sovereign could not be confined to the capital. It overran the adjoining provinces, ravaged Mazandaran, the native province of Baha'u'llah, and brought about in its wake the confiscation, the plunder, and the destruction of all his possessions. In the village of Tarkur, in the district of Nur, his sumptuously furnished home, inherited from his father, was, by order of Mirza Abu Talib Khan, nephew of the Grand Vizier, completely despoiled, and whatever could not be carried away was ordered to be destroyed, while its rooms, more stately than those of the palaces of Tehran, were disfigured beyond repair. Even the houses of the people were levelled with the ground, after which the entire village was set on fire. The commotion that had seized Tehran and had given rise to the campaign of outrage and spoliation in Mazandaran spread even as far as Yazd, Neyriz, and Shiraz, rocking the remotest hamlets and rekindling the flames of persecution. Once again, greedy governors and perfidious subordinates vied with each other in despoiling the innocent, in massacring the guiltless, and in dishonouring the noblest of their race. A carnage ensued which repeated the atrocities already perpetrated in Neyriz and Zanjan. "My pen," writes the chronicler of the bloody episodes associated with the birth and rise of our faith, "shrinks in horror in attempting to describe what befell those valiant men and women. What I have attempted to recount of the horrors of the siege of Zanjan pales before the glaring ferocity of the atrocities perpetrated a few years later in Neyriz and Shiraz. The heads of no less than 200 victims of these outbursts of ferocious fanaticism were impaled on bayonets and carried triumphantly from Shiraz to Obodeh. 40 women and children were charred to a cinder by being placed in a cave in which a vast quantity of firewood had been heaped up, soaked with naphtha, and set alight. 300 women were forced to ride 2 by 2 on barebacked horses all the way to Shiraz. Stripped almost naked, they were led between rows of heads hewn from the lifeless bodies of their husbands, sons, fathers, and brothers. Untold insults were heaped upon them, and the hardships they suffered were such that many among them perished. Tributes paid to the heroism of the Babis. Thus drew to a close a chapter which records for all time the bloodiest, the most tragic, the most heroic period of the first Bahá'í century. The torrents of blood that poured out during those crowded and calamitous years may be regarded as constituting the fertile seeds of that world order which a swiftly succeeding and still greater revelation was to proclaim and establish. The tributes paid the noble army of the heroes, saints and martyrs of that primitive age, by friend and foe alike, from Baha'u'llah himself down to the most disinterested observers in distant lands, and from the moment of its birth until the present day, bear imperishable witness to the glory of the deeds that immortalize that age. The whole world is Baha'u'llah's matchless testimony in the Kitab-e-Iran, marvelled at the manner of their sacrifice. The mind is bewildered at their deeds, and the soul marvelleth at their fortitude and bodily endurance. Hath any age witnessed such momentous happenings? And again, hath the world, since the days of Adam, witnessed such tumult, such violent commotion? Methinks patience was revealed only by virtue of their fortitude, and faithfulness itself was begotten only by their deeds. Through the blood which they shed, he, in a prayer, referring more specifically to the martyrs of the faith, has significantly affirmed, the earth hath been impregnated with the wondrous revelations of thy might, and the gem-like signs of thy glorious sovereignty. Ere long shall she tell out her tidings, when the set time is come. To whom else could these significant words of Mohammed, the Apostle of God, quoted by Quddus while addressing his companions in the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi, apply, if not to those heroes of God who with their lifeblood ushered in the promised day? Oh, how I long to behold the countenance of my brethren who will appear at the end of the world. Blessed are we, blessed are they, greater is their blessedness than ours. Who else could be meant by this tradition called Hadith-e Jaber, recorded in the Kafi and authenticated by Baha'u'llah in the Kitab-e-Iran, which in indubitable language sets forth the signs of the appearance of the promised Qa'im. His saints shall be abased in his time, and their heads shall be exchanged as presents, even as the heads of the Turk and the Daylamite are exchanged as presents. They shall be slain and burned, and shall be afraid, fearful, and dismayed. The earth shall be dyed with their blood, and lamentation and wailing shall prevail amongst their women. These are my saints indeed. Tales of magnificent heroism, is the written testimony of Lord Curzon of Kedleston, illumine the blood-stained pages of Bahá'í history. The fires of Smithfield did not kindle a nobler courage than has met and defied the more refined torture-mongers of Tehran. Of no small account, then, must be the tenets of a creed that can awaken in its followers so rare and beautiful a spirit of self-sacrifice. The heroism and martyrdom of the Bab's followers will appeal to many others who can find no similar phenomena in the contemporaneous records of Islam. Babism, wrote Professor J. Darmestater, which diffused itself in less than 5 years from one end of Persia to another, which was bathed in 1852 in the blood of its martyrs, has been silently progressing and propagating itself. If Persia is to be at all regenerate, it will be through this new faith. Des milliers des martyrs, attests Renan in his Les Apôtres, sont accourus pour lui, the Bab, avec allégresse au devant de la mort. Un jour sans pareil, peut-être, dans l'histoire du monde, fut celui de la grande boucherie qui se fit des Babis à Téhéran. One of those strange outbursts, declares the well-known Orientalist Professor E.G. Brown, of enthusiasm, faith, fervent devotion, and indomitable heroism, the birth of a faith which may not impossibly win a place amidst the great religions of the world. And again, the spirit which pervades the Babis is such that it can hardly fail to affect most powerfully all subjected to its influence. Let those who have not seen disbelieve me if they will. But should that spirit once reveal itself to them, they will experience an emotion which they are not likely to forget. J'avoue même, is the assertion made by Comte de Gobineau in his book, que si je voyais en Europe une secte d'une nature analogue au babisme se présenter avec des avantages tels que les siens, foi aveugle, enthousiasme extrême, courage et dévouement éprouvé, respect inspiré aux indifférents, terreur profonde inspirée aux adversaires, et de plus, comme je l'ai dit, un prosélytisme qui ne s'arrête pas et dont le succès sont constants dans toutes les classes de la société. Si je voyais, dis-je, tout cela exister en Europe, je n'hésiterais pas à prédire que dans un temps donné, la puissance et le sceptre appartiendront de toute nécessité aux possesseurs de ces grands avantages. The truth of the matter is the answer which Abbas Quli Khan el-Larijani, whose bullet was responsible for the death of Mullah Hussein, is reported to have given to the query addressed to him by Prince Ahmad Mirza in the presence of several witnesses, is that anyone who had not seen Karbala would, if he had seen Tabarsi, not only have comprehended what there took place, but would have ceased to consider it. And had he seen Mullah Hussein of Bushruye, he would have been convinced that the chief of martyrs, Imam Hussein, had returned to earth. And had he witnessed my deeds, he would assuredly have said, "This is Shemr come back with sword and lance." In truth, I know not what had been shown to these people, or what they had seen, that they came forth to battle with such alacrity and joy. The imagination of man cannot conceive the vehemence of their courage and valour. Fate of the persecutors of the Bab and his disciples. What, in conclusion, we may well ask ourselves, has been the fate of that flagitious crew who, actuated by malice, by greed or fanaticism, sought to quench the light which the Bab and his followers had diffused all over their country and its people? The rod of divine chastisement, swiftly and with unyielding severity, spared neither the chief magistrate of the realm, nor his ministers and councillors, nor the ecclesiastical dignitaries of the religion with which his government was indissolubly connected, nor the governors who acted as his representatives, nor the chiefs of his armed forces who, in varying degrees, deliberately or through fear or neglect, contributed to the appalling trials to which an infant faith was so undeservedly subjected. Mohammed Shah himself, a sovereign at once bigoted and irresolute, who, refusing to heed the appeal of the Bab to receive him in the capital and enable him to demonstrate the truth of his cause, yielded to the importunities of a malevolent minister, succumbed at the early age of 40, after sustaining a sudden reverse of fortune, to a complication of maladies, and was condemned to that hell fire which on the day of resurrection the author of the Qayyum al-Asma had sworn would inevitably devour him. His evil genius, the omnipotent Haji Mirza Aghasi, the power behind the throne, and the chief instigator of the outrages perpetrated against the Bab, including his imprisonment in the mountains of Azerbaijan, was, after the lapse of scarcely a year and 6 months from the time he interposed himself between the Shah and his captive, hurled from power, deprived of his ill-gotten riches, was disgraced by his sovereign, was driven to seek shelter from the rising wrath of his countrymen in the shrine of Shah Abdul Azim, and was later ignominiously expelled to Karbala, falling a prey to disease, poverty, and gnawing sorrow, a piteous vindication of that denunciatory tablet in which his prisoner had foreshadowed his doom and denounced his infamy. As to the low-born and infamous Amir Nizam Mirza Taqi Khan, the first year of whose short-lived ministry was stained with the ferocious onslaught against the defenders of the fort of Tabarsi, who authorized and encouraged the execution of the 7 martyrs of Tehran, who unleashed the assault against Vahid and his companions, who was directly responsible for the death sentence of the Bab, and who precipitated the great upheaval of Zanjan. He forfeited, through the unrelenting jealousy of his sovereign and the vindictiveness of court intrigue, all the honours he had enjoyed, and was treacherously put to death by the royal order, his veins being opened in the bath of the palace of Fien near Kashan. Had the Amir Nizam, Baha'u'llah is reported by Nabil to have stated, been aware of my true position, he would certainly have laid hold on me. He exerted the utmost effort to discover the real situation, but was unsuccessful. God wished him to be ignorant of it. Mirza Agha Khan, who had taken such an active part in the unbridled cruelties perpetrated as a result of the attempt on the life of the sovereign, was driven from office and placed under strict surveillance in Yazd, where he ended his days in shame and despair. Hussein Khan, the governor of Shiraz, stigmatized as a wine-bibber and a tyrant, the first who arose to ill-treat the Bab, who publicly rebuked him and bade his attendants strike him violently in the face, was compelled not only to endure the dreadful calamity that so suddenly befell him, his family, his city, and his province, but afterwards to witness the undoing of all his labours, and to lead in obscurity the remaining days of his life, till he tottered to his grave, abandoned alike by his friends and his enemies. Hajib-ud-Dawleh, that bloodthirsty fiend who had strenuously hounded down so many innocent and defenceless Babis, fell in his turn a victim to the fury of the turbulent Lurs, who, after despoiling him of his property, cut off his beard and forced him to eat it, saddled and bridled him and rode him before the eyes of the people, after which they inflicted under his very eyes shameful atrocities upon his womenfolk and children. The Sa'idul Ulama, the fanatical, the ferocious and shameless Mujtahid of Barfurush, whose unquenchable hostility had heaped such insults upon and caused such sufferings to the heroes of Tabarsi, fell, soon after the abominations he had perpetrated, a prey to a strange disease, provoking an unquenchable thirst and producing such icy chills that neither the furs he wrapped himself in nor the fire that continually burned in his room could alleviate his sufferings. The spectacle of his ruined and once luxurious home, fallen into such ill use after his death as to become the refuse heap of the people of his town, impressed so profoundly the inhabitants of Mazandaran that in their mutual vituperations they would often invoke upon each other's home the same fate as that which had befallen that cursed habitation. The false-hearted and ambitious Mahmud Khan Kalantar, into whose custody Tahrir had been delivered before her martyrdom, incurred 9 years later the wrath of his royal master, was dragged feet first by ropes through the bazaars to a place outside the city gates, and there hung on the gallows. Mirza Hassan Khan, who carried out the execution of the Bab under orders from his brother, the Amir Nizam, was within 2 years of that unpardonable act subjected to a dreadful punishment which ended in his death. The Shaykh-ul-Islam of Tabriz, the insolent, the avaricious and tyrannical Mirza Ali Asghar, who, after the refusal of the bodyguard of the governor of that city to inflict the bastinado on the Bab, proceeded to apply 11 times the rods to the feet of his prisoner with his own hand, was in that same year struck with paralysis, and after enduring the most excruciating ordeal, died a miserable death, a death that was soon followed by the abolition of the function of the Shaykh-ul-Islam in that city. The haughty and perfidious Mirza Abu Talib Khan, who, disregarding the counsels of moderation given him by Mirza Agha Khan, the Grand Vizier, ordered the plunder and burning of the village of Tarkur, as well as the destruction of the house of Baha'u'llah, was a year later stricken with plague and perished wretchedly, shunned by even his nearest kindred. Mehr Ali Khan, the Shuja al-Mulk, who, after the attempt on the Shah's life, so savagely persecuted the remnants of the Babi community in Neriz, fell ill, according to the testimony of his own grandson, and was stricken with dumbness, which was never relieved till the day of his death. His accomplice, Mirza Naim, fell into disgrace, was twice heavily fined, dismissed from office, and subjected to exquisite tortures. The regiment which, scorning the miracle that warned Sam Khan and his men to disassociate themselves from any further attempt to destroy the life of the Bab, volunteered to take their place and riddled his body with its bullets, lost in that same year no less than 250 of its officers and men in a terrible earthquake between Ardabil and Tabriz. 2 years later, the remaining 500 were mercilessly shot in Tabriz for mutiny, and the people, gazing on their exposed and mutilated bodies, recalled their savage act and indulged in such expressions of condemnation and wonder as to induce the leading mujtahids to chastise and silence them. The head of that regiment, Agha Jan Beg, lost his life 6 years after the Bab's martyrdom during the bombardment of Mohammare by the British naval forces. The judgment of God, so rigorous and unsparing in its visitations on those who took a leading or an active part in the crimes committed against the Bab and his followers, was not less severe in its dealings with the mass of the people, a people more fanatical than the Jews in the days of Jesus, a people notorious for their gross ignorance, their ferocious bigotry, their willful perversity and savage cruelty, a people mercenary, avaricious, egotistical, and cowardly. I can do no better than quote what the Bab himself has written in the Dala'il-e-Sab'e, 7 proofs, during the last days of his ministry. Call thou to remembrance the early days of the revelation. How great the number of those who died of cholera! That was indeed one of the prodigies of the revelation, and yet none recognized it. During 4 years the scourge raged among Shia Muslims without anyone grasping its significance. As to the great mass of its people, Persia, Nabil has recorded in his immortal narrative, who watched with sullen indifference the tragedy that was being enacted before their eyes, and who failed to raise a finger in protest against the hideousness of those cruelties. They fell in their turn victims to a misery which all the resources of the land and the energy of its statesmen were powerless to alleviate. From the very day the hand of the assailant was stretched forth against the Bab, visitation upon visitation crushed the spirit out of that ungrateful people and brought them to the very brink of national bankruptcy. Plagues, the very names of which were almost unknown to them, except for a cursory reference in the dust-covered books which few cared to read, fell upon them with a fury that none could escape. That scourge scattered devastation wherever it spread. Prince and peasant alike felt its sting and bowed to its yoke. It held the populace in its grip and refused to relax its hold upon them. As malignant as the fever which decimated the province of Gilan, these sudden afflictions continued to lay waste the land. Grievous as were these calamities, the avenging wrath of God did not stop at the misfortunes that befell a perverse and faithless people. It made itself felt in every living being that breathed on the surface of that stricken land. It afflicted the life of plants and animals alike, and made the people feel the magnitude of their distress. Famine added its horrors to the stupendous weight of afflictions under which the people were groaning. The gaunt spectre of starvation stalked abroad amidst them, and the prospect of a slow and painful death haunted their vision. People and government alike sighed for the relief which they could nowhere obtain. They drank the cup of woe to its dregs, utterly unregardful of the hand which had brought it to their lips, and of the person for whose sake they were made to suffer. Second period, the ministry of Baha'u'llah, 1853 to 1892. Chapter 6. The Birth of the Bahá'í Revelation. The train of dire events that followed in swift succession the calamitous attempt on the life of Nasir-ed-Din Shah mark, as already observed, the termination of the Babi dispensation and the closing of the initial, the darkest and bloodiest chapter of the history of the first Bahá'í century. A phase of measureless tribulation had been ushered in by these events, in the course of which the fortunes of the faith proclaimed by the Bab sank to their lowest ebb. Indeed, ever since its inception, trials and vexations, setbacks and disappointments, denunciations, betrayals and massacres had in a steadily rising crescendo contributed to the decimation of the ranks of its followers, strained to the utmost the loyalty of its stoutest upholders, and all but succeeded in disrupting the foundations on which it rested. From its birth, government, clergy, and people had risen as one man against it and vowed eternal enmity to its cause. Mohammed Shah, weak alike in mind and will, had under pressure rejected the overtures made to him by the Bab himself, had declined to meet him face to face, and even refused him admittance to the capital. The youthful Nasir-ed-Din Shah, of a cruel and imperious nature, had, both as crown prince and as reigning sovereign, increasingly evinced the bitter hostility which at a later stage in his reign was to blaze forth in all its dark and ruthless savagery. The powerful and sagacious Mu'tamed, the one solitary figure who could have extended him the support and protection he so sorely needed, was taken from him by a sudden death. The Sharif of Mecca, who through the mediation of Quddus had been made acquainted with the new revelation on the occasion of the Bab's pilgrimage to Mecca, had turned a deaf ear to the divine message and received his messenger with curt indifference. The pre-arranged gathering that was to have taken place in the holy city of Karbala in the course of the Bab's return journey from Hejaz had, to the disappointment of his followers who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, to be definitely abandoned. The 18 letters of the living, the principal bastions that buttress the infant strength of the faith, had for the most part fallen. The mirrors, the guides, the witnesses comprising the Babi hierarchy had either been put to the sword or hounded from their native soil or bludgeoned into silence. The programme, whose essentials had been communicated to the foremost among them, had, owing to their excessive zeal, remained for the most part unfulfilled. The attempts which 2 of those disciples had made to establish the faith in Turkey and India had signally failed at the very outset of their mission. The tempests that had swept Mazandaran, Neriz and Zanjan had, in addition to blasting to their roots the promising careers of the venerated Quddus, the lion-hearted Mullah Hussein, the erudite Wahid, and the indomitable Hujjat, cut short the lives of an alarmingly large number of the most resourceful and most valiant of their fellow disciples. The hideous outrages associated with the death of the 7 martyrs of Tehran had been responsible for the extinction of yet another living symbol of the faith, who, by reason of his close kinship to and intimate association with the Bab, no less than by virtue of his inherent qualities, would, if spared, have decisively contributed to the protection and furtherance of a struggling cause. The storm which subsequently burst with unexampled violence on a community already beaten to its knees had moreover robbed it of its greatest heroine, the incomparable Tahireh, still in the full tide of her victories, had sealed the doom of Sayyid Hussein, the Bab's trusted amanuensis and chosen repository of his last wishes, had laid low Mullah Abdul Karim Qazvini, admittedly one of the very few who could claim to possess a profound knowledge of the origins of the faith, and had plunged into a dungeon Baha'u'llah, the sole survivor among the towering figures of the new dispensation. The Bab, the fountainhead from whence the vitalizing energies of a new-born revelation had flowed, had himself, ere the outburst of that hurricane, succumbed in harrowing circumstances to the volleys of a firing squad, leaving behind as titular head of a well-nigh disrupted community a mere figurehead, timid in the extreme, good-natured yet susceptible to the slightest influence, devoid of any outstanding qualities, who now, loosed from the controlling hand of Baha'u'llah, the real leader, was seeking, in the guise of a dervish, the protection afforded by the hills of his native Mazandaran against the threatened assaults of a deadly enemy. The voluminous writings of the founder of the faith, in manuscript, dispersed, unclassified, poorly transcribed, and ill-preserved, were, in part, owing to the fever and tumult of the times, either deliberately destroyed, confiscated, or hurriedly dispatched to places of safety beyond the confines of the land in which they were revealed. powerful adversaries, among whom towered the figure of the inordinately ambitious and hypocritical Haji Mirza Karim Khan, who at the special request of the Shah had in a treatise viciously attacked the new faith and its doctrines, had now raised their heads, and emboldened by the reverses it had sustained, were heaping abuse and calumnies upon it. Furthermore, under the stress of intolerable circumstances, a few of the Babis were constrained to recant their faith, while others went so far as to apostatize and join the ranks of the enemy. And now, to the sum of these dire misfortunes, a monstrous calumny, arising from the outrage perpetrated by a handful of irresponsible enthusiasts, was added, branding a holy and innocent faith with an infamy that seemed indelible, and which threatened to loosen it from its foundations. And yet the fire which the hand of omnipotence had lighted, though smothered by this torrent of tribulations let loose upon it, was not quenched. The flame which for 9 years had burned with such brilliant intensity was indeed momentarily extinguished, but the embers which that great conflagration had left behind still glowed, destined at no distant date to blaze forth once again through the reviving breezes of an incomparably greater revelation, and to shed an illumination that would not only dissipate the surrounding darkness, but project its radiance as far as the extremities of both the eastern and western hemispheres. Just as the enforced captivity and isolation of the Bab had, on the one hand, afforded him the opportunity of formulating his doctrine, of unfolding the full implications of his revelation, of formally and publicly declaring his station, and of establishing his covenant, and, on the other hand, had been instrumental in the proclamation of the laws of his dispensation through the voice of his disciples assembled in Badasht. So did the crisis of unprecedented magnitude, culminating in the execution of the Bab and the imprisonment of Baha'u'llah, prove to be the prelude of a revival which, through the quickening power of a far mightier revelation, was to immortalize the fame and fix on a still more enduring foundation, far beyond the confines of his native land, the original message of the Prophet of Shiraz. At a time when the cause of the Bab seemed to be hovering on the brink of extinction, when the hopes and ambitions which animated it had, to all human seeming, been frustrated, when the colossal sacrifices of its unnumbered lovers appeared to have been made in vain, the divine promise enshrined within it was about to be suddenly redeemed and its final perfection mysteriously manifested. The Babi dispensation was being brought to its close, not prematurely, but in its own appointed time, and was yielding its destined fruit and revealing its ultimate purpose, the birth of the mission of Baha'u'llah. In this most dark and dreadful hour, a new light was about to break in glory on Persia's sombre horizon. As a result of what was in fact an evolving, ripening process, the most momentous, if not the most spectacular stage in the heroic age of the faith was now about to open. During 9 years, as foretold by the Bab himself, swiftly, mysteriously, and irresistibly, the embryonic faith conceived by him had been developing, until, at the fixed hour, the burden of the promised cause of God was cast amidst the gloom and agony of the Siah Chal of Tehran. Behold, Baha'u'llah himself years later testified, in refutation of the claims of those who had rejected the validity of his mission following so closely upon that of the Bab, how immediately upon the completion of the 9th year of this wondrous, this most holy and merciful dispensation, the requisite number of pure, of wholly consecrated and sanctified souls has been most secretly consummated. That so brief an interval, he moreover has asserted, should have separated this most mighty and wondrous revelation from mine own previous manifestation is a secret that no man can unravel, and a mystery such as no mind can fathom. Its duration had been foreordained. St. John the Divine had himself, with reference to these two successive revelations, clearly prophesied. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly. This third woe, Abdul-Baha, commenting upon this verse, has explained, is the day of the manifestation of Baha'u'llah, the day of God, and it is near to the day of the appearance of the Bab. All the peoples of the world, he moreover has asserted, are awaiting two manifestations who must be contemporaneous. All wait for the fulfillment of this promise. And again, the essential fact is that all are promised two manifestations, who will come one following on the other. Sheikh Ahmad As-Sa'i, that luminous star of divine guidance, who had so clearly perceived before the year 60 the approaching glory of Baha'u'llah, and laid stress upon the twin revelations which are to follow each other in rapid succession, had, on his part, made this significant statement regarding the approaching hour of that supreme revelation in an epistle addressed in his own hand to Sayyid Kazem. The mystery of this cause must needs be made manifest, and the secret of this message must needs be divulged. I can say no more. I can appoint no time. His cause will be made known after Heen 68. The circumstances in which the vehicle of this newborn revelation, following with such swiftness that of the Bab, received the first intimations of his sublime mission, recall and indeed surpass in poignancy the soul-shaking experience of Moses when confronted by the burning bush in the wilderness of Sinai, of Zoroaster when awakened to his mission by a succession of 7 visions, of Jesus when coming out of the waters of Jordan he saw the heavens open and the Holy Ghost descend like a dove and light upon him, of Muhammad when in the cave of Hira, outside the holy city of Mecca, the voice of Gabriel bade him, "Cry in the name of thy Lord," and of the Bab when in a dream he approached the bleeding head of the Imam Hussein, and quaffing the blood that dripped from his lacerated throat, awoke to find himself the chosen recipient of the outpouring grace of the Almighty. Significance of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. What, we may well inquire at this juncture, were the nature and implications of that revelation which, manifesting itself so soon after the declaration of the Bab, abolished at one stroke the dispensation which that faith had so newly proclaimed, and upheld with such vehemence and force the divine authority of its author. What, we may well pause to consider, were the claims of him who, himself a disciple of the Bab, had at such an early stage regarded himself as empowered to abrogate the law identified with his beloved master. What we may further reflect could be the relationship between the religious systems established before him and his own revelation, a revelation which, flowing out in that extremely perilous hour from his travailing soul, pierced the gloom that had settled upon that pestilential pit, and bursting through its walls and propagating itself as far as the ends of the earth, infused into the entire body of mankind its boundless potentialities, and is now under our very eyes shaping the course of human society. He who in such dramatic circumstances was made to sustain the overpowering weight of so glorious a mission was none other than the one whom posterity will claim and whom innumerable followers already recognize as the judge, the lawgiver and redeemer of all mankind, as the organizer of the entire planet, as the unifier of the children of men, as the inaugurator of the long-awaited millennium, as the originator of a new universal cycle, as the establisher of the most great peace, as the fountain of the most great justice, as the proclaimer of the coming of age of the entire human race, as the creator of a new world order, and as the inspirer and founder of a world civilization. To Israel he was neither more nor less than the incarnation of the everlasting Father, the Lord of hosts, come down with 10,000 of saints. To Christendom Christ returned in the glory of the Father. To Shia Islam, the return of Imam Hussein. To Sunni Islam, the descent of the Spirit of God, Jesus Christ. To the Zoroastrians, the promised Shah Bahram. To the Hindus, the reincarnation of Krishna. To the Buddhists, the fifth Buddha. In the name he bore, he combined those of the Imam Hussein, the most illustrious of the successors of the Apostle of God, the brightest star shining in the crown mentioned in the Revelation of St. John, and of the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, the second of the two witnesses extolled in that same book. He was formally designated Baha'u'llah, an appellation specifically recorded in the Persian Bayan, signifying at once the glory, the light, and the splendor of God, and was styled the Lord of Lords, the most great name, the ancient beauty, the pen of the Most High, the hidden name, the preserved treasure, he whom God will make manifest, the most great light, the all-highest horizon, the most great ocean, the supreme heaven, the pre-existent root, the self-subsistent, the day-star of the universe, the great announcement, the speaker on Sinai, the sifter of men, the wronged one of the world, the desire of the nations, the Lord of the covenant, the tree beyond which there is no passing. He derived his descent on the one hand from Abraham, the father of the faithful, through his wife Keturah, and the other from Zoroaster, as well as from Yazdegerd, the last king of the Sasanian dynasty. He was moreover a descendant of Jesse, and belonged through his father, Mirza Abbas, better known as Mirza Bozorg, a nobleman closely associated with the ministerial circles of the court of Fath Ali Shah, to one of the most ancient and renowned families of Mazandaran. To him Isaiah, the greatest of the Jewish prophets, had alluded as the glory of the Lord, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace, the Wonderful, the Counselor, the rod come forth out of the stem of Jesse, and the branch grown out of his roots, who shall be established upon the throne of David, who will come with strong hand, who shall judge among the nations, who shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips slay the wicked, and who shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Of him David had sung in his psalms, acclaiming him as the Lord of hosts and the King of glory. To him Haggai had referred as the desire of all nations, and Zechariah as the branch who shall grow up out of his place and shall build the temple of the Lord. Zechariah had extolled him as the Lord, who shall be king over all the earth, while to his day Joel and Zephaniah had both referred as the day of Jehovah, the latter describing it as a day of wrath, a day of trouble and distress, a day of wasteness and desolation, a day of darkness and gloominess, a day of clouds and thick darkness, a day of the trumpet and alarm against the fenced cities and against the high towers. His day Ezekiel and Daniel had, moreover, both acclaimed as the day of the Lord, and Malachi described as the great and dreadful day of the Lord, when the Son of Righteousness will arise with healing in his wings, whilst Daniel had pronounced his advent as signalizing the end of the abomination that maketh desolate. To his dispensation the sacred books of the followers of Zoroaster had referred as that in which the sun must needs be brought to a standstill for no less than 1 whole month. To him Zoroaster must have alluded when, according to tradition, he foretold that a period of 3,000 years of conflict and contention must needs precede the advent of the world saviour Shah Bahram, who would triumph over Ahriman and usher in an era of blessedness and peace. He alone is meant by the prophecy attributed to Gautama Buddha himself, that a Buddha named Maitreyi, the Buddha of universal fellowship, should, in the fullness of time, arise and reveal his boundless glory. To him the Bhagavad Gita of the Hindus had referred as the most great spirit, the 10th avatar, the immaculate manifestation of Krishna. To him Jesus Christ had referred as the Prince of this world, as the Comforter who will reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment, as the Spirit of truth who will guide you unto all truth, who shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, as the Lord of the vineyard, as the Son of Man, who shall come in the glory of his Father, in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, with all the holy angels about him, and all nations gathered before his throne. To him the author of the Apocalypse had alluded as the glory of God, as Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Identifying his revelation with the third woe, he moreover had extolled his law as a new heaven and a new earth, as the tabernacle of God, as the holy city, as the new Jerusalem coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. To his day Jesus Christ himself had referred as the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory. To the hour of his advent, St. Paul had alluded as the hour of the last trump, the trump of God, whilst St. Peter had spoken of it as the day of God, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. His day he furthermore had described as the times of refreshing, the times of restitution of all things which God had spoken by the mouth of all his holy prophets since the world began. To him Mohammed, the apostle of God, had alluded in his book as the great announcement, and declared his day to be the day whereon God will come down overshadowed with clouds, the day whereon thy Lord shall come, and the angels rank on rank, and the Spirit shall arise, and the angels shall be ranged in order. His advent he, in that book, in a surah said to have been termed by him the heart of the Qur'an, had foreshadowed as that of the third messenger, sent down to strengthen the two who preceded him. To his day, he in the pages of that same book had paid a glowing tribute, glorifying it as the great day, the last day, the day of God, the day of judgment, the day of reckoning, the day of mutual deceit, the day of severing, the day of sighing, the day of meeting, the day when the decree shall be accomplished, the day whereon the second trumpet blast will be sounded, the day when mankind shall stand before the Lord of the world, and all shall come to him in humble guise, the day when thou shalt see the mountains, which thou thinkest so firm, pass away with the passing of a cloud, the day wherein account shall be taken, the approaching day when men's hearts shall rise up, choking them in their throats, the day when all that are in the heavens and all that are on the earth shall be terror-stricken, save him whom God pleaseth to deliver, the day whereon every suckling woman shall forsake her sucking babe, and every woman that hath a burden in her womb shall cast her burden, the day when the earth shall shine with the light of her Lord, and the book shall be set, and the prophets shall be brought up, and the witnesses. And judgment shall be given between them with equity, and none shall be wronged. The plenitude of his glory, the apostle of God had, moreover, as attested by Baha'u'llah himself, compared to the full moon on its 14th night. His station, the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, had, according to the same testimony, identified with him who conversed with Moses from the burning bush on Sinai. To the transcendent character of his mission, the Imam Hussein had, again according to Baha'u'llah, borne witness as a revelation whose revealer will be he who revealed the Apostle of God himself. About him, Sheikh Ahmad As-Sa'i, the herald of the Babi dispensation, who had foreshadowed the strange happenings that would transpire between the years 60 and 67, and had categorically affirmed the inevitability of his revelation, had, as previously mentioned, written the following: "The mystery of this cause must needs be made manifest, and the secret of this message must needs be divulged. I can say no more, I can appoint no time. His cause will be made known after Heen 68, that is, after a while." Sayyid Kazim Rashti, Sheikh Ahmad's disciple and successor, had likewise written, "The Qa'im must needs be put to death. After he has been slain, the world will have attained the age of 18. In his Shahr Qasideh Lami'eh, he had even alluded to the name Baha. Furthermore, to his disciples as his days drew to a close, he had significantly declared, "Verily I say, after the Qa'im, the Qayyum will be made manifest. For when the star of the former has set, the sun of the beauty of Hussein will rise and illuminate the whole world. Then will be unfolded in its glory the mystery and the secret spoken of by Sheikh Ahmad. To have attained unto that day of days is to have attained unto the crowning glory of past generations, and one goodly deed performed in that age is equal to the pious worship of countless centuries." The Bab had no less significantly extolled him as the essence of being, as the remnant of God, as the omnipotent master, as the crimson, all-encompassing light, as Lord of the visible and invisible, as the sole object of all previous revelations, including the revelation of the Qa'im himself. He had formally designated him as "He whom God shall make manifest," had alluded to him as the Abha horizon wherein he himself lived and dwelt, had specifically recorded his title and eulogized his order in his best-known work, the Persian Bayan, had disclosed his name through his allusion to the son of Ali, a true and undoubted leader of men, had repeatedly, orally and in writing, fixed beyond the shadow of a doubt the time of his revelation, and warned his followers lest the Bayan and all that hath been revealed therein should shut them out as by a veil from him. He had moreover declared that he was the first servant to believe in him, that he bore him allegiance before all things were created, that no illusion of his could allude unto him, that the year-old germ that holdeth within itself the potentialities of the revelation that is to come is endowed with a potency superior to the combined forces of the whole of the Bayan. He had, moreover, clearly asserted that he had covenanted with all created things concerning him whom God shall make manifest, ere the covenant concerning his own mission had been established. He had readily acknowledged that he was but a letter of that most mighty book, a dewdrop from that limitless ocean, that his revelation was only a leaf amongst the leaves of his paradise, that all that hath been exalted in the Bayan was but a ring upon his own hand, and he himself a ring upon the hand of him whom God shall make manifest, who turneth it as he pleaseth, for whatsoever he pleaseth, and through whatsoever he pleaseth. He had unmistakably declared that he had sacrificed himself wholly for him, that he had consented to be cursed for his sake, and to have yearned for naught but martyrdom in the path of his love. Finally, he had unequivocally prophesied, "Today the Bayan is in the stage of seed. At the beginning of the manifestation of him whom God shall make manifest, its ultimate perfection will become apparent. Ere 9 will have elapsed from the inception of this cause, the realities of all created things will not be made manifest. All that thou hast as yet seen is but the stage from the moist germ until we clothed it with flesh. Be patient until thou beholdest a new creation. Say, Blessed therefore be God, the most excellent of makers. He around whom the point of the bayan, Bab, hath revolved, is come, is Baha'u'llah's confirmatory testimony to the inconceivable greatness and preeminent character of his own revelation. If all who are in heaven and on earth, he moreover affirms, be invested in this day with the powers and attributes destined for the letters of the bayan, whose station is 10,000 times more glorious than that of the letters of the Quranic dispensation, and if they, one and all, should, swift as the twinkling of an eye, hesitate to recognize my revelation, they shall be accounted in the sight of God of those that have gone astray and regarded as letters of negation. Powerful is he, the King of divine might, he alluding to himself in the Kitab-i-Iran asserts, to extinguish with one letter of his wondrous words the breath of life in the whole of the bayan and the people thereof, and with one letter bestow upon them a new and everlasting life, and cause them to arise and speed out of the sepulchres of their vain and selfish desires. This, he furthermore declares, is the King of days, the day of God himself, the day which shall never be followed by night, the springtime which autumn will never overtake, the eye to past ages and centuries, for which the soul of every prophet of God, of every divine messenger, hath thirsted, for which all the diverse kindreds of the earth have yearned, through which God hath proved the hearts of the entire company of his messengers and prophets, and beyond them those that stand guard over his sacred and inviolable sanctuary, the inmates of the celestial pavilion and dwellers of the tabernacle of glory. In this most mighty revelation, he moreover states, all the dispensations of the past have attained their highest, their final consummation. And again, none among the manifestations of old, except to a prescribed degree, hath ever completely apprehended the nature of this revelation. Referring to his own station, he declares, but for him, no divine messenger would have been invested with the robe of prophethood, nor would any of the sacred scriptures have been revealed. And last but not least is Abdul-Baha's own tribute to the transcendent character of the revelation identified with his father. Centuries, nay ages, must pass away, ere the day-star of truth shineth again in its midsummer splendour, or appeareth once more in the radiance of its vernal glory. The mere contemplation of the dispensation inaugurated by the Blessed Beauty, he furthermore affirms, would have sufficed to overwhelm the saints of bygone ages, saints who longed to partake for one moment of its great glory. Concerning the manifestations that will come down in the future, in the shadow of the clouds, know verily, is his significant statement, that in so far as their relation to the source of their inspiration is concerned, they are under the shadow of the ancient beauty. In their relation, however, to the age in which they appear, each and every one of them doeth whatsoever he willeth. And finally stands this, his illuminating explanation, setting forth conclusively the true relationship between the revelation of Baha'u'llah and that of the Bab. The revelation of the Bab may be likened to the sun, its station corresponding to the first sign of the zodiac, the sign of Aries, which the sun enters at the vernal equinox. The station of Baha'u'llah's revelation, on the other hand, is represented by the sign Leo, the sun's midsummer and highest station. By this is meant that this holy dispensation is illumined with the light of the Sun of Truth shining from its most exalted station, and in the plenitude of its resplendency, its heat and glory. To attempt an exhaustive survey of the prophetic references to Baha'u'llah's revelation would indeed be an impossible task. To this the pen of Baha'u'llah himself bears witness. All the divine books and scriptures have predicted and announced unto men the advent of the most great revelation. None can adequately recount the verses recorded in the books of former ages which forecast this supreme bounty, this most mighty bestowal. In conclusion of this theme, I feel it should be stated that the revelation identified with Baha'u'llah abrogates unconditionally all the dispensations gone before it, upholds uncompromisingly the eternal verities they enshrine, recognizes firmly and absolutely the divine origin of their authors, preserves inviolate the sanctity of their authentic scriptures, disclaims any intention of lowering the status of their founders or of abating the spiritual ideals they inculcate, clarifies and correlates their functions, reaffirms their common, their unchangeable and fundamental purpose, reconciles their seemingly divergent claims and doctrines, readily and gratefully recognizes their respective contributions to the gradual unfoldment of one divine revelation, unhesitatingly acknowledges itself to be but one link in the chain of continually progressive revelations, supplements their teachings with such laws and ordinances as conform to the imperative needs and are dictated by the growing receptivity of a fast-evolving and constantly changing society, and proclaims its readiness and ability to fuse and incorporate the contending sects and factions into which they have fallen into a universal fellowship, functioning within the framework and in accordance with the precepts of a divinely conceived, a world unifying, a world redeeming order. Circumstances attending its birth. A revelation hailed as the promise and crowning glory of past ages and centuries, as the consummation of all the dispensations within the Adamic cycle, inaugurating an era of at least 1,000 years' duration and a cycle destined to last no less than 5,000 centuries, signalizing the end of the prophetic era and the beginning of the era of fulfillment, unsurpassed alike in the duration of its author's ministry and the fecundity and splendor of his mission. Such a revelation was, as already noted, born amidst the darkness of a subterranean dungeon in Tehran, an abominable pit that had once served as a reservoir of water for one of the public baths of the city. Wrapped in its Stygian gloom, breathing its fetid air, numbed by its humid and icy atmosphere, his feet in stocks, his neck weighed down by a mighty chain, surrounded by criminals and miscreants of the worst order, oppressed by the consciousness of the terrible blot that had stained the fair name of his beloved faith, painfully aware of the dire distress that had overtaken its champions, and of the grave dangers that faced the remnant of its followers, at so critical an hour and under such appalling circumstances. The Most Great Spirit, as designated by himself and symbolized in the Zoroastrian, the Mosaic, the Christian, and Mohammedan dispensations by the sacred fire, the burning bush, the dove, and the angel Gabriel, respectively, descended upon and revealed itself, personated by a maiden, to the agonized soul of Baha'u'llah. One night in a dream, he himself, calling to mind in the evening of his life the first stirrings of God's revelation within his soul, has written, "These exalted words were heard on every side. Verily we shall render thee victorious by thyself and by thy pen. Grieve thou not for that which hath befallen thee, neither be thou afraid, for thou art in safety. Ere long will God raise up the treasures of the earth, men who will aid thee through thyself, and through thy name wherewith God hath revived the hearts of such as have recognized him." In another passage, he describes briefly and graphically the impact of the onrushing force of the divine summons upon his entire being, and experience vividly recalling the vision of God that caused Moses to fall in a swoon, and the voice of Gabriel which plunged Mohammed into such consternation that, hurrying to the shelter of his home, he bade his wife Khadijah envelop him in his mantle. "During the days I lay in the prison of Tehran," are his own memorable words, "though the galling weight of the chains and the stench-filled air allowed me but little sleep, still, in those infrequent moments of slumber, I felt as if something flowed from the crown of my head over my breast, even as a mighty torrent that precipitated itself upon the earth from the summit of a lofty mountain. Every limb of my body would, as a result, be set afire. At such moments, my tongue recited what no man could bear to hear. In his Suratul Haykal, the Surah of the Temple, he thus describes those breathless moments when the maiden, symbolizing the Most Great Spirit, proclaimed his mission to the entire creation. "While engulfed in tribulations, I heard a most wondrous, a most sweet voice calling above my head. Turning my face, I beheld a maiden, the embodiment of the remembrance of the name of my Lord, suspended in the air before me. So rejoiced was she in her very soul that her countenance shone with the ornament of the good pleasure of God, and her cheeks glowed with the brightness of the All-Merciful. Betwixt earth and heaven she was raising a call which captivated the hearts and minds of men. She was imparting to both my inward and outer being tidings which rejoiced my soul and the souls of God's honoured servants. Pointing with her finger unto my head, she addressed all who are in heaven and all who are on earth, saying, By God, this is the best beloved of the worlds, and yet ye comprehend not. This is the beauty of God amongst you, and the power of his sovereignty within you, could ye but understand. This is the mystery of God and his treasure, the cause of God and his glory unto all who are in the kingdoms of revelation and of creation, if ye be of them that perceive. In his epistle to Nasir-ed-Din Shah, his royal adversary, revealed at the height of the proclamation of his message, occur these passages which shed further light on the divine origin of his mission. O King, I was but a man like others, asleep upon my couch, when lo, the breezes of the All-Glorious were wafted over me, and taught me the knowledge of all that hath been. This thing is not from me, but from one who is almighty and all-knowing. And he bade me lift up my voice between earth and heaven, and for this there befell me what hath caused the tears of every man of understanding to flow. This is but a leaf which the winds of the will of thy Lord, the Almighty, the All-Praise, have stirred. His all-compelling summons hath reached me, and caused me to speak his praise amidst all people. I was indeed as one dead when his behest was uttered. The hand of the will of thy Lord, the compassionate, the merciful, transformed me. By my life, he asserts in another tablet, not of mine own volition have I revealed myself, but God of his own choosing hath manifested me. And again, whenever I choose to hold my peace and be still, lo, the voice of the Holy Spirit, standing on my right hand, aroused me, and the most great Spirit appeared before my face, and Gabriel overshadowed me, and the Spirit of glory stirred within my bosom, bidding me arise and break my silence. Such were the circumstances in which the Son of Truth arose in the city of Tehran, a city which, by reason of so rare a privilege conferred upon it, had been glorified by the Bab as the Holy Land, and surnamed by Baha'u'llah the Mother of the World, the Dayspring of Light, the dawning place of the signs of the Lord, the source of the joy of all mankind. The first dawnings of that light of peerless splendor had, as already described, broken in the city of Shiraz. The rim of that orb had now appeared above the horizon of the Siyah-Chal of Tehran. Its rays were to burst forth a decade later in Baghdad, piercing the clouds which immediately after its rise in those sombre surroundings obscured its splendor. It was destined to mount to its zenith in the faraway city of Adrianople, and ultimately to set in the immediate vicinity of the fortress town of Akka. The process whereby the effulgence of so dazzling a revelation was unfolded to the eyes of men was of necessity slow and gradual. The first intimation which its bearer received did not synchronize with, nor was it followed immediately by, a disclosure of its character to either his own companions or his kindred. A period of no less than 10 years had to elapse ere its far-reaching implications could be directly divulged to even those who had been intimately associated with him. A period of great spiritual ferment, during which the recipient of so weighty a message restlessly anticipated the hour at which he could unburden his heavily laden soul, so replete with the potent energies released by God's nascent revelation. All he did in the course of this preordained interval was to hint in veiled and allegorical language, in epistles, commentaries, prayers and treatises which he was moved to reveal, that the Bab's promise had already been fulfilled, and that he himself was the one who had been chosen to redeem it. A few of his fellow disciples, distinguished by their sagacity and their personal attachment and devotion to him, perceived the radiance of the as yet unrevealed glory that had flooded his soul, and would have, but for his restraining influence, divulged his secret and proclaimed it far and wide. Chapter 7. Baha'u'llah's banishment to Iraq. The attempt on the life of Nasir-ed-Din Shah, as stated in a previous chapter, was made on the 28th of the month of Shawwal, 1268 AH, corresponding to the 15th of August, 1852. Immediately after, Baha'u'llah was arrested in Yavaran, was conducted with the greatest ignominy to Tehran, and cast into the Siah-Chal. His imprisonment lasted for a period of no less than 4 months, in the middle of which the year 9, 1269, anticipated in such glowing terms by the Bab, and alluded to as the year after Hin by Sheikh Ahmad As-Sa'i, was ushered in, endowing with undreamt-of potentialities the whole world. 2 months after that year was born, Baha'u'llah, the purpose of his imprisonment now accomplished, was released from his confinement and set out a month later for Baghdad, on the first stage of a memorable and lifelong exile, which was to carry him in the course of years as far as Adrianople in European Turkey, and which was to end with his 24 years' incarceration in Akka. Now that he had been invested, in consequence of that potent dream, with the power and sovereign authority associated with his divine mission, his deliverance from a confinement that had achieved its purpose and which, if prolonged, would have completely fettered him in the exercise of his newly bestowed functions, became not only inevitable, but imperative and urgent. Nor were the means and instruments lacking whereby his emancipation from the shackles that restrained him could be effected. The persistent and decisive intervention of the Russian minister, Prince Dolgoruki, who left no stone unturned to establish the innocence of Baha'u'llah. The public confession of Mullah Sheikh Ali Torshizi, surnamed Azim, who in the Siah-Chal, in the presence of Hajib-ud-Dawleh and the Russian minister's interpreter, and of the government's representative, emphatically exonerated him and acknowledged his own complicity. The indisputable testimony established by competent tribunals. The unrelaxing efforts exerted by his own brothers, sisters, and kindred, all these combined to effect his ultimate deliverance from the hands of his rapacious enemies. Another potent, if less evident influence, which must be acknowledged as having had a share in his liberation, was the fate suffered by so large a number of his self-sacrificing fellow disciples who languished with him in that same prison. For, as Nabil truly remarks, the blood shed in the course of that fateful year in Tehran by that heroic band with whom Baha'u'llah had been imprisoned was the ransom paid for his deliverance from the hand of a foe that sought to prevent him from achieving the purpose for which God had destined him. His release from the Siah-Chal and departure for Baghdad. With such overwhelming testimonies establishing beyond the shadow of a doubt the non-complicity of Baha'u'llah, the Grand Vizier, after having secured the reluctant consent of his sovereign to set free his captive, was now in a position to dispatch his trusted representative, Haji Ali, to the Siah-Chal, instructing him to deliver to Baha'u'llah the order for his release. The sight which that emissary beheld upon his arrival evoked in him such anger that he cursed his master for the shameful treatment of a man of such high position and stainless renown. Removing his mantle from his shoulders, he presented it to Baha'u'llah, entreating him to wear it when in the presence of the minister and his councillors, a request which he emphatically refused, preferring to appear attired in the garb of a prisoner before the members of the imperial government. No sooner had he presented himself before them than the Grand Vizier addressed him, saying, "Had you chosen to take my advice, and had you disassociated yourself from the fate of Sayyid Abab, you would never have suffered the pains and indignities that have been heaped upon you. Had you, in your turn," Baha'u'llah retorted, "followed my counsels, the affairs of the government would not have reached so critical a stage." Mirza Agha Khan was thereupon reminded of the conversation he had had with him on the occasion of the Bab's martyrdom, when he had been warned that the flame that has been kindled will blaze forth more fiercely than ever. "What is it that you advise me now to do?" he inquired from Baha'u'llah. "Command the governors of the realm," was the instant reply, "to cease shedding the blood of the innocent, to cease plundering their property, to cease dishonouring their women and injuring their children." That same day, the Grand Vizier acted on the advice thus given him. But any effect it had, as the course of subsequent events amply demonstrated, proved to be momentary and negligible. The relative peace and tranquility accorded Baha'u'llah after his tragic and cruel imprisonment was destined by the dictates of an unerring wisdom to be of an extremely short duration. He had hardly rejoined his family and kindred when a decree from the Nasir-ed-Din Shah was communicated to him, bidding him leave the territory of Persia, fixing a time limit of 1 month for his departure, and allowing him the right to choose the land of his exile. The Russian minister, as soon as he was informed of the imperial decision, expressed the desire to take Baha'u'llah under the protection of his government, and offered to extend every facility for his removal to Russia. This invitation, so spontaneously extended, Baha'u'llah declined, preferring, in pursuance of an unerring instinct, to establish his abode in Turkish territory, in the city of Baghdad. Whilst I lay chained and fettered in prison, he himself years after testified, in his epistle addressed to the Tsar of Russia, Nikolaevich Alexander II, "One of thy ministers extended me his aid, whereupon God hath ordained for thee a station which the knowledge of none can comprehend except his knowledge. Beware lest thou barter away this sublime station." In the days is yet another illuminating testimony revealed by his pen, when this wronged one was sore afflicted in prison. The minister of the highly esteemed government of Russia, may God, glorified and exalted be he, assist him, exerted his utmost endeavour to compass my deliverance. Several times permission for my release was granted. Some of the ulamas of the city, however, would prevent it. Finally, my freedom was gained through the solicitude and the endeavour of His Excellency the Minister, His Imperial Majesty the Most Great Emperor, may God exalted and glorified be he, assist him, extended to me for the sake of God his protection, a protection which has excited the envy and enmity of the foolish ones of the earth. significance of his banishment. The Shah's edict, equivalent to an order for the immediate expulsion of Baha'u'llah from Persian territory, opens a new and glorious chapter in the history of the first Bahá'í century. Viewed in its proper perspective, it will be even recognized to have ushered in one of the most eventful and momentous epochs in the world's religious history. It coincides with the inauguration of a ministry extending over a period of almost 40 years, a ministry which, by virtue of its creative power, its cleansing force, its healing influences, and the irresistible operation of the world-directing, world-shaping forces it released, stands unparalleled in the religious annals of the entire human race. It marks the opening phase in a series of banishments, ranging over a period of 4 decades and terminating only with the death of him who was the object of that cruel edict. The process which it set in motion, gradually progressing and unfolding, began by establishing his cause for a time in the very midst of the jealously guarded stronghold of Shia Islam, and brought him in personal contact with its highest and most illustrious exponents. Then, at a later stage, it confronted him, at the seat of the Caliphate, with the civil and ecclesiastical dignitaries of the realm and the representatives of the Sultan of Turkey, the most powerful potentate in the Islamic world, and finally carried him as far as the shores of the Holy Land, thereby fulfilling the prophecies recorded in both the Old and the New Testaments, redeeming the pledge enshrined in various traditions attributed to the Apostle of God and the Imams who succeeded him, and ushering in the long-awaited restoration of Israel to the ancient cradle of its faith. With it may be said to have begun the last and most fruitful of the 4 stages of a life, the first 27 years of which were characterized by the carefree enjoyment of all the advantages conferred by high birth and riches, and by an unfailing solicitude for the interests of the poor, the sick, and the downtrodden, followed by 9 years of active and exemplary discipleship in the service of the Bab, and finally by an imprisonment of 4 months' duration, overshadowed throughout by mortal peril, embittered by agonizing sorrows, and immortalized as it drew to a close by the sudden eruption of the forces released by an overpowering, soul-revolutionizing revelation. This enforced and hurried departure of Baha'u'llah from his native land, accompanied by some of his relatives, recalls in some of its aspects the precipitous flight of the Holy Family into Egypt, the sudden migration of Mohammed soon after his assumption of the prophetic office from Mecca to Medina, the exodus of Moses, his brother, and his followers from the land of their birth in response to the divine summons, and, above all, the banishment of Abraham from Ur of the Chaldees to the Promised Land, a banishment which, in the multitudinous benefits it conferred upon so many diverse peoples, faiths, and nations, constitutes the nearest historical approach to the incalculable blessings destined to be vouchsafed in this day and in future ages to the whole human race, in direct consequence of the exile suffered by him whose cause is the flower and fruit of all previous revelations. Abdu'l-Baha, after enumerating in his Some Answered Questions the far-reaching consequences of Abraham's banishment, significantly affirms that Since the exile of Abraham from Ur to Aleppo in Syria produced this result, we must consider what will be the effect of the exile of Baha'u'llah in his several removes from Tehran to Baghdad, from thence to Constantinople, to Rumelia, and to the Holy Land.
On the first day of the month of Rabi'us Sani of the year 1269 AH, January 12th, 1853, 9 months after his return from Karbala, Baha'u'llah, together with some of the members of his family and escorted by an officer of the imperial bodyguard and an official representing the Russian legation, set out on his 3 months' journey to Baghdad. Among those who shared his exile was his wife, the saintly Nawwab, entitled by him the most exalted leaf, who during almost 40 years continued to evince a fortitude, a piety, a devotion, and a nobility of soul which earned her from the pen of her lord the posthumous and unrivalled tribute of having been made his perpetual consort in all the worlds of God. His 9-year-old son, later surnamed the Most Great Branch, destined to become the centre of his covenant and authorized interpreter of his teachings, together with his 7-year-old sister, known in later years by the same title as that of her illustrious mother, and whose services, until the ripe old age of 80 years and 6, no less than her exalted parentage, entitle her to the distinction of ranking as the outstanding heroine of the Bahá'í dispensation, were also included among the exiles who were now bidding their last farewell to their native country. Of the 2 brothers who accompanied him on that journey, the first was Mirza Musa, commonly called Aghay Kalim, his staunch and valued supporter, the ablest and most distinguished among his brothers and sisters, and one of the only 2 persons who, according to Baha'u'llah's testimony, were adequately informed of the origins of his faith. The other was Mirza Muhammad Quli, a half-brother who, in spite of the defection of some of his relatives, remained to the end loyal to the cause he had espoused.
The journey, undertaken in the depth of an exceptionally severe winter, carrying the little band of exiles so inadequately equipped across the snow-bound mountains of Western Persia, though long and perilous, was uneventful, except for the warm and enthusiastic reception accorded the travellers during their brief stay in Karand by its governor, Hayat Quli Khan, of the Aliullahi sect. He was shown in return such kindness by Baha'u'llah that the people of the entire village were affected, and continued long after to extend such hospitality to his followers on their way to Baghdad that they gained the reputation of being known as Babis. In a prayer revealed by him at that time, Baha'u'llah, expiating upon the woes and trials he had endured in the Siyah Chal, thus bears witness to the hardships undergone in the course of that terrible journey. My God, my Master, my desire, Thou hast created this atom of dust through the consummate power of Thy might, and nurtured him with Thine hands which none can chain up. Thou hast destined for him trials and tribulations which no tongue can describe, nor any of Thy tablets adequately recount. The throat thou didst accustom to the touch of silk, thou hast in the end clasped with strong chains, and the body thou didst ease with brocades and velvets, thou hast at last subjected to the abasement of a dungeon. Thy decree hath shackled me with unnumbered fetters, and cast about my neck chains that none can sunder. A number of years have passed during which afflictions have, like showers of mercy, rained upon me. How many the nights during which the weight of chains and fetters allowed me no rest, and how numerous the days during which peace and tranquillity were denied me, by reason of that wherewith the hands and tongues of men have afflicted me. Both bread and water, which thou hast through thy all-embracing mercy allowed unto the beasts of the field, they have for a time forbidden unto this servant. And the things they refuse to inflict upon such as have seceded from thy cause, the same have they suffered to be inflicted upon me. Until finally thy decree was irrevocably fixed, and thy behest summoned this servant to depart out of Persia, accompanied by a number of frail-bodied men and children of tender age. At this time, when the cold is so intense that one cannot even speak, and ice and snow so abundant that it is impossible to move. His residence in Baghdad prior to his withdrawal to Kurdistan.
Finally, on the 28th of Jamadius Sani 1269 AH, April 8th, 1853, Baha'u'llah arrived in Baghdad, the capital city of what was then the Turkish province of Iraq. From there he proceeded a few days after to Qazimain, about 3 miles north of the city, a town inhabited chiefly by Persians, and where the 2 Qazems, the 7th and the 9th Imams, are buried. Soon after his arrival, the representative of the Shah's government stationed in Baghdad called on him and suggested that it would be advisable for him, in view of the many visitors crowding that centre of pilgrimage, to establish his residence in Old Baghdad, a suggestion with which he readily concurred. A month later, towards the end of Rajab, he rented the house of Haji Ali Maddad in an old quarter of the city, into which he moved with his family.
In that city, described in Islamic traditions as Zahrul Kufe, designated for centuries as the abode of peace, and immortalized by Baha'u'llah as the City of God, he, except for his 2-year retirement to the mountains of Kurdistan and his occasional visits to Najaf, Karbala, and Qazimain, continued to reside until his banishment to Constantinople. To that city the Quran had alluded as the abode of peace to which God himself calleth. To it, in that same book, further allusion had been made in the verse, "For them is a dwelling of peace with their Lord, on the day whereon God shall gather them all together." From it radiated wave after wave, a power, a radiance, and a glory which insensibly reanimated a languishing faith, sorely stricken, sinking into obscurity, threatened with oblivion. From it were diffused day and night, and with ever-increasing energy, the first emanations of a revelation which in its scope, its copiousness, its driving force, and the volume and variety of its literature was destined to excel that of the Bab himself. Above its horizon burst forth the rays of the Sun of Truth, whose rising glory had for 10 long years been overshadowed by the inky clouds of a consuming hatred, an ineradicable jealousy, an unrelenting malice. In it, the tabernacle of the promised Lord of hosts was first erected, and the foundations of the long-awaited kingdom of the Father unassailably established. Out of it went forth the earliest tidings of the message of salvation, which, as promised by Daniel, was to mark, after the lapse of 1,290 days, 1280 AH, the end of the abomination that maketh desolate. Within its walls, the most great house of God, his footstool and the throne of his glory, the cynosure of an adoring world, the lamp of salvation between earth and heaven, the sign of his remembrance to all who are in heaven and on earth, enshrining the jewel whose glory hath irradiated all creation, the standard of his kingdom, the shrine round which will circle the concourse of the faithful, was irrevocably founded and permanently consecrated. Upon it, by virtue of its sanctity as Baha'u'llah's most holy habitation and seat of his transcendent glory, was conferred the honor of being regarded as a center of pilgrimage second to none, except the city of Akka, his most great prison, in whose immediate vicinity his holy sepulchre, the Qibla of the Baha'i world, is enshrined. Around the heavenly table spread in its very heart, clergy and laity, Sunnis and Shias, Kurds, Arabs and Persians, princes and nobles, peasants and dervishes gathered in increasing numbers from far and near, all partaking, according to their needs and capacities, of a measure of that divine sustenance which was to enable them, in the course of time, to noise abroad the fame of that bountiful giver, swell the ranks of his admirers, scatter far and wide his writings, enlarge the limits of his congregation, and lay a firm foundation for the future erection of the institutions of his faith. And finally, before the gaze of the diversified communities that dwelt within its gates, the first phase in the gradual unfoldment of a newborn revelation was ushered in. The first effusions from the inspired pen of its author were recorded. The first principles of his slowly crystallizing doctrine were formulated. The first implications of his august station were apprehended. The first attacks, aiming at the disruption of his faith from within, were launched. The first victories over its internal enemies were registered, and the first pilgrimages to the door of his presence were undertaken. This lifelong exile to which the bearer of so precious a message was now providentially condemned, did not, and indeed could not, manifest, either suddenly or rapidly, the potentialities latent within it. The process whereby its unsuspected benefits were to be manifested to the eyes of men was slow, painfully slow, and was characterized, as indeed the history of his faith from its inception to the present day demonstrates, by a number of crises which at times threatened to arrest its unfoldment and blast all the hopes which its progress had engendered. One such crisis, which, as it deepened, threatened to jeopardize his newborn faith and to subvert its earliest foundations, overshadowed the first years of his sojourn in Iraq, the initial stage in his lifelong exile, and imparted to them a special significance. Unlike those which preceded it, this crisis was purely internal in character and was occasioned solely by the acts, the ambitions, and follies of those who were numbered among his recognized fellow disciples. The external enemies of the faith, whether civil or ecclesiastical, who had thus far been chiefly responsible for the reverses and humiliations it had suffered, were by now relatively quiescent. The public appetite for revenge, which had seemed insatiable, had now, to some extent, in consequence of the torrents of blood that had flowed, abated. A feeling bordering on exhaustion and despair had, moreover, settled on some of its most inveterate enemies, who were astute enough to perceive that though the faith had bent beneath the grievous blows their hands had dealt it, its structure had remained essentially unimpaired and its spirit unbroken. The orders issued to the governors of the provinces by the Grand Vizier had had, furthermore, a sobering effect on the local authorities, who were now dissuaded from venting their fury upon and from indulging in their sadistic cruelties against a hated adversary.
A lull had, in consequence, momentarily ensued, which was destined to be broken at a later stage by a further wave of repressive measures, in which the Sultan of Turkey and his ministers, as well as the Sunni sacerdotal order, were to join hands with the Shah and the Shia clericals of Persia and Iraq in an endeavour to stamp out once and for all the faith and all it stood for. While this lull persisted, the initial manifestations of the internal crisis already mentioned were beginning to reveal themselves. A crisis which, though less spectacular in the public eye, proved itself as it moved to its climax to be one of unprecedented gravity, reducing the numerical strength of the infant community, imperiling its unity, causing immense damage to its prestige, and tarnishing for a considerable period of time its glory.
This crisis had already been brewing in the days immediately following the execution of the Bab, was intensified during the months when the controlling hand of Baha'u'llah was suddenly withdrawn as a result of his confinement in the Siah-Chol of Tehran, was further aggravated by his precipitate banishment from Persia, and began to protrude its disturbing features during the first years of his sojourn in Baghdad. Its devastating force gathered momentum during his 2-year retirement to the mountains of Kurdistan, and though it was checked for a time after his return from Sulaymaniyeh under the overmastering influences exerted preparatory to the declaration of his mission, it broke out later with still greater violence and reached its climax in Adrianople, only to receive finally its death blow under the impact of the irresistible forces released through the proclamation of that mission to all mankind. Its central figure was no less a person than the nominee of the Bab himself, the credulous and cowardly Mirza Yahya, to certain traits of whose character reference has already been made in the foregoing pages. The black-hearted scoundrel who befooled and manipulated this vain and flaccid man with consummate skill and unyielding persistence was a certain Sayyid Muhammad, a native of Isfahan, notorious for his inordinate ambition, his blind obstinacy, and uncontrollable jealousy. To him Baha'u'llah had later referred, in the Kitab-aqdas, as the one who had led astray Mirza Yahya, and stigmatized him in one of his tablets as the source of envy and the quintessence of mischief. While Abdu'l-Baha had described the relationship existing between these two as that of the suckling child to the much-prized breast of its mother. Forced to abandon his studies in the Madrasa-e Sadr of Esfahan, this Sayyid had migrated in shame and remorse to Karbala, had there joined the ranks of the Bab's followers, and shown, after his martyrdom, signs of vacillation which exposed the shallowness of his faith and the fundamental weakness of his convictions. Baha'u'llah's first visit to Karbala and the marks of undisguised reverence, love, and admiration shown him by some of the most distinguished among the former disciples and companions of Sayyid Kazem, had aroused in this calculating and unscrupulous schemer an envy, and bred in his soul an animosity which the forbearance and patience shown him by Baha'u'llah had served only to inflame. His deluded helpers, willing tools of his diabolical designs, were the not inconsiderable number of Babis who, baffled, disillusioned, and leaderless, were already predisposed to be beguiled by him into pursuing a path diametrically opposed to the tenets and counsels of a departed leader. For with the Bab no longer in the midst of his followers, with his nominee either seeking a safe hiding place in the mountains of Mazandaran, or wearing the disguise of a dervish or of an Arab wandering from town to town, with Baha'u'llah imprisoned and subsequently banished beyond the limits of his native country, with the flower of the faith mown down in a seemingly unending series of slaughters, the remnants of that persecuted community were sunk in a distress that appalled and paralyzed them, that stifled their spirit, confused their minds, and strained to the utmost their loyalty. Reduced to this extremity, they could no longer rely on any voice that commanded sufficient authority to still their forebodings, resolve their problems, or prescribe to them their duties and obligations. Nabil, travelling at that time through the province of Khorasan, the scene of the tumultuous early victories of a rising faith, had himself summed up his impressions of the prevailing condition. The fire of the cause of God, he testifies in his narrative, had been well nigh quenched in every place. I could detect no trace of warmth anywhere. In Qazvin, according to the same testimony, the remnant of the community had split into 4 factions, bitterly opposed to one another, and a prey to the most absurd doctrines and fancies. Baha'u'llah, upon his arrival in Baghdad, a city which had witnessed the glowing evidences of the indefatigable zeal of Tahrir, found among his countrymen residing in that city no more than a single Babi, while in Qazimain, inhabited chiefly by Persians, a mere handful of his compatriots remained who still professed, in fear and obscurity, their faith in the Bab. The morals of the members of this dwindling community, no less than their numbers, had sharply declined. Such was their waywardness and folly, to quote Baha'u'llah's own words, that upon his release from prison his first decision was to arise and undertake with the utmost vigour the task of regenerating this people. As the character of the professed adherents of the Bab declined, And as proofs of the deepening confusion that afflicted them multiplied, the mischief-makers who were lying in wait, and whose sole aim was to exploit the progressive deterioration in the situation for their own benefit, grew ever more and more audacious. The conduct of Mirza Yahya, who claimed to be the successor of the Bab and who prided himself on his high-sounding titles of Miratul Azaliyeh, everlasting mirror, of Subh Azal, morning of eternity, and of Esmul Azal, name of eternity, and particularly the machinations of Sayyid Muhammad, exalted by him to the rank of the first among the witnesses of the Bayan, were by now assuming such a character that the prestige of the faith was becoming directly involved and its future security seriously imperiled. The former had, after the execution of the Bab, sustained such a violent shock that his faith almost forsook him. Wandering for a time in the guise of a dervish in the mountains of Mazandaran, he, by his behavior, had so severely tested the loyalty of his fellow believers in Nur, most of whom had been converted through the indefatigable zeal of Baha'u'llah, that they too wavered in their convictions, some of them going so far as to throw in their lot with the enemy. He subsequently proceeded to Rasht and remained concealed in the province of Gilan until his departure for Kermanshah, where, in order to better screen himself, he entered the service of a certain Abdullah Qazvini, a maker of shrouds, and became a vendor of his goods. He was still there when Baha'u'llah passed through that city on his way to Baghdad, and expressing a desire to live in close proximity to Baha'u'llah, but in a house by himself where he could ply some trade incognito, he succeeded in obtaining from him a sum of money with which he purchased several bales of cotton, and then proceeded, in the garb of an Arab, by way of Mandalij to Baghdad. He established himself there in the street of the charcoal dealers, situated in a dilapidated quarter of the city, and placing a turban upon his head and assuming the name of Haji Ali Los Furush, embarked on his newly chosen occupation. Sayyid Muhammad had meanwhile settled in Karbala and was busily engaged, with Mirza Yahya as his lever, in kindling dissensions and in deranging the life of the exiles and of the community that had gathered about them. Little wonder that from the pen of Baha'u'llah, who was as yet unable to divulge the secret that stirred within his bosom, these words of warning, of counsel, and of assurance should, at a time when the shadows were beginning to deepen around him, have proceeded. The days of tests are now come. Oceans of dissension and tribulation are surging, and the banners of doubt are in every nook and corner occupied in stirring up mischief and in leading men to perdition. Suffer not the voice of some of the soldiers of negation to cast doubt into your midst. Neither allow yourselves to become heedless of him who is the truth, inasmuch as in every dispensation such contentions have been raised. God, however, will establish his faith and manifest his light, albeit the stirrers of sedition abhor it. Watch ye every day for the cause of God. All are held captive in his grasp. No place is there for any one to flee to. Think not the cause of God to be a thing lightly taken, in which any one can gratify his whims. In various quarters a number of souls have, at the present time advanced this same claim. The time is approaching when every one of them will have perished and been lost, nay, will have come to naught and become a thing unremembered, even as the dust itself. To Mirza Agha Jan, the first to believe in him, designated later as Khadimullah, servant of God, a Babi youth aflame with devotion, who under the influence of a dream he had of the Bab and as a result of the perusal of certain writings of Baha'u'llah, had precipitately forsaken his home in Kashan and travelled to Iraq in the hope of attaining his presence, and who from then on served him assiduously for a period of 40 years in his triple function of amanuensis, companion, and attendant. To him, Baha'u'llah, more than to anyone else, was moved to disclose at this critical juncture a glimpse of the as yet unrevealed glory of his station. This same Mirza Agha Jan, recounting to Nabil his experiences on that first and never-to-be-forgotten night spent in Karbala, in the presence of his newly found beloved, who was then a guest of Haji Mirza Hasan Hakim Bashi, had given the following testimony. As it was summertime, Baha'u'llah was in the habit of passing his evenings and of sleeping on the roof of the house. That night, when he had gone to sleep, I, according to his directions, lay down for a brief rest at a distance of a few feet from him. No sooner had I risen and started to offer my prayers in a corner of the roof which adjoined a wall, than I beheld his blessed person rise and walk towards me. When he reached me, he said, "You too are awake?" Whereupon he began to chant and pace back and forth. How shall I ever describe that voice and the verses it intoned, and his gait as he strode before me? Methinks with every step he took and every word he uttered, thousands of oceans of light surged before my face, and thousands of worlds of incomparable splendor were unveiled to my eyes, and thousands of suns blazed their light upon me. In the moonlight that streamed upon him, he thus continued to walk and to chant. Every time he approached me, he would pause, and in a tone so wondrous that no tongue can describe it, would say, "Hear me, my son. By God, the True One, this cause will assuredly be made manifest. Heed thou not the idle talk of the people of the Bayan, who pervert the meaning of every word." In this manner he continued to walk and chant and to address me these words until the first streaks of dawn appeared. Afterwards I removed his bedding to his room, and having prepared his tea for him, was dismissed from his presence. The confidence instilled in Mirza Agha Jan by this unexpected and sudden contact with the spirit and directing genius of a newborn revelation stirred his soul to its depths, a soul already afire with a consuming love born of his recognition of the ascendancy which his newly found master had already achieved over his fellow disciples in both Iraq and Persia. This intense adoration that informed his whole being, and which could neither be suppressed nor concealed, was instantly detected by both Mirza Yahya and his fellow conspirator, Sayyid Muhammad. The circumstances leading to the revelation of the tablet of Kullut Ta'am written during that period, at the request of Haji Mirza Kamaluddin Naraghi, a Babi of honourable rank and high culture, could not but aggravate a situation that had already become serious and menacing. Impelled by a desire to receive illumination from Mirza Yahya concerning the meaning of the Quranic verse, "All food was allowed to the children of Israel," Haji Mirza Kamaluddin had requested him to write a commentary upon it, a request which was granted, but with reluctance, and in a manner which showed such incompetence and superficiality as to disillusion Haji Mirza Kamaluddin and to destroy his confidence in its author. Turning to Baha'u'llah and repeating his request, he was honoured by a tablet in which Israel and his children were identified with the Bab and his followers respectively. A tablet which, by reason of the illusions it contained, the beauty of its language and the cogency of its argument, so enraptured the soul of its recipient that he would have, but for the restraining hand of Baha'u'llah, proclaimed forthwith his discovery of God's hidden secret in the person of the one who had revealed it. To these evidences of an ever-deepening veneration for Baha'u'llah and of a passionate attachment to his person were now being added further grounds for the outbreak of the pent-up jealousies which his mounting prestige evoked in the breasts of his ill-wishers and enemies. The steady extension of the circle of his acquaintances and admirers, his friendly intercourse with officials including the governor of the city, the unfeigned homage offered him on so many occasions and so spontaneously by men who had once been distinguished companions of Sayyid Kazem, the disillusionment which the persistent concealment of Mirza Yahya and the unflattering reports circulated regarding his character and abilities had engendered. The signs of increasing independence, of innate sagacity and inherent superiority and capacity for leadership, unmistakably exhibited by Baha'u'llah himself, all combined to widen the breach which the infamous and crafty Sayyid Muhammad had sedulously contrived to create. A clandestine opposition, whose aim was to nullify every effort exerted and frustrate every design conceived by Baha'u'llah for the rehabilitation of a distracted community, could now be clearly discerned. Insinuations whose purpose was to sow the seeds of doubt and suspicion, and to represent him as a usurper, as the subverter of the laws instituted by the Bab, and the wrecker of his cause, were being incessantly circulated. His epistles, interpretations, invocations, and commentaries were being covertly and indirectly criticized, challenged, and misrepresented. An attempt to injure his person was even set afoot, but failed to materialize. The cup of Baha'u'llah's sorrows was now running over. All his exhortations, all his efforts to remedy a rapidly deteriorating situation had remained fruitless. The velocity of his manifold woes was hourly and visibly increasing. Upon the sadness that filled his soul and the gravity of the situation confronting him, his writings, revealed during that sombre period, throw abundant light. In some of his prayers, he poignantly confesses that tribulation upon tribulation had gathered about him, that adversaries with one consent had fallen upon him, that wretchedness had grievously touched him, and that woes at their blackest had befallen him. God himself he calls upon as a witness to his sighs and lamentations, his powerlessness, poverty, and destitution, to the injuries he sustained and the abasement he suffered. So grievous hath been my weeping, he in one of these prayers avows, that I have been prevented from making mention of thee and singing thy praises. So loud hath been the voice of my lamentation, he in another passage avers, that every mother mourning for her child would be amazed and would still her weeping and her grief. The wrongs which I suffer, he in his Lohe Maryam laments, have blotted out the wrongs suffered by my first name, the Bab, from the tablet of creation. O Maryam, he continues, from the land of Tar, Tehran, after countless afflictions, we reached Iraq at the bidding of the tyrant of Persia, where, after the fetters of our foes, we were afflicted with the perfidy of our friends. God knoweth what befell me thereafter. And again, I have borne what no man, be he of the past or of the future, hath borne or will bear. Oceans of sadness, he testifies in the tablet of Kolot Ta'am, have surged over me, a drop of which no soul could bear to drink. Such is my grief that my soul hath well nigh departed from my body. Give ear, O Kamal, he in that same tablet depicting his plight exclaims, to the voice of this lowly, this forsaken ant, that hath hid itself in its hole, and whose desire is to depart from your midst, and vanish from your sight, by reason of that which the hands of men have wrought. God verily hath been witness between me and his servants. And again, woe is me, woe is me, all that I have seen from the day on which I first drank the pure milk from the breast of my mother until this moment hath been effaced from my memory in consequence of that which the hands of the people have committed. Furthermore, in his Qasideh Varqaiyeh, an ode revealed during the days of his retirement to the mountains of Kurdistan, in praise of the maiden personifying the Spirit of God recently descended upon him, he thus gives vent to the agonies of his sorrow-laden heart. Noah's flood is but the measure of the tears I have shed, and Abraham's fire an ebullition of my soul. Jacob's grief is but a reflection of my sorrows, and Job's afflictions a fraction of my calamity. Pour out patience upon me, O my Lord, such is his supplication in one of his prayers, and render me victorious over the transgressors. In these days, he, describing in the Kitab-i-Iran the virulence of the jealousy which at that time was beginning to bear its venomous fangs, has written, such odours of jealousy are diffused that from the beginning of the foundation of the world until the present day, such malice, envy, and hate have in no wise appeared, nor will they ever be witnessed in the future. For 2 years, or rather less, he likewise in another tablet declares, I shunned all else but God, and closed mine eyes to all except him, that haply the fire of hatred may die down, and the heat of jealousy abate. Mirza Agha himself has testified that blessed beauty evinced such sadness that the limbs of my body trembled. He has likewise related, as reported by Nabil in his narrative, that shortly before Baha'u'llah's retirement, he had on one occasion seen him, between dawn and sunrise, suddenly come out from his house, his nightcap still on his head, showing such signs of perturbation that he was powerless to gaze on his face, and while walking, angrily remark, "These creatures are the same creatures who for 3,000 years have worshipped idols and bowed down before the golden calf. Now, too, they are fit for nothing better. What relation can there be between this people and him who is the countenance of glory? What ties can bind them to the one who is the supreme embodiment of all that is lovable?" I stood, declared Mirza Oghajan, rooted to the spot, lifeless, dried up as a dead tree, ready to fall under the impact of the stunning power of his words. Finally, he said, "Bid them recite. Is there any remover of difficulties save God? Say, praised be God. He is God. All are his servants, and all abide by his bidding. Tell them to repeat it 500 times, nay, 1,000 times, by day and by night, sleeping and waking, that haply the countenance of glory may be unveiled to their eyes, and tears of light descend upon them." He himself, I was subsequently informed, recited this same verse, his face betraying the utmost sadness. Several times during those days he was heard to remark, "We have for a while tarried amongst this people, and failed to discern the slightest response on their part." Oftentimes he alluded to his disappearance from our midst, yet none of us understood his meaning. His 2-year retirement to Kurdistan. Finally, discerning, as he himself testifies in the Kitab-i-Iran, the signs of impending events, he decided that before they happened, he would retire. The one object of our retirement, he in that same book affirms, was to avoid becoming a subject of discord among the faithful, a source of disturbance unto our companions, the means of injury to any soul, or the cause of sorrow to any heart. Our withdrawal, he moreover, in that same passage, emphatically asserts, contemplated no return, and our separation hoped for no reunion. Suddenly, and without informing anyone, even among the members of his own family, on the 12th of Rajab 1270 AH, April the 10th, 1854, he departed, accompanied by an attendant, a Mohammedan named Abdul Qasim Hamadani, to whom he gave a sum of money, instructing him to act as a merchant and to use it for his own purposes. Shortly after, that servant was attacked by thieves and killed, and Baha'u'llah was left entirely alone in his wanderings through the wastes of Kurdistan, a region whose sturdy and warlike people were known for their age-long hostility to the Persians, whom they regarded as seceders from the faith of Islam, and from whom they differed in their outlook, race, and language. Attired in the garb of a traveller, coarsely clad, taking with him nothing but his kashkul, alms bowl, and a change of clothes, and assuming the name of Darwish Muhammad, Baha'u'llah retired to the wilderness, and lived for a time on a mountain named Sad-Galu, so far removed from human habitations that only twice a year, at seed sowing and harvest time, it was visited by the peasants of that region. Alone and undisturbed, he passed a considerable part of his retirement on the top of that mountain, in a rude structure made of stone, which served those peasants as a shelter against the extremities of the weather. At times, his dwelling place was a cave to which he refers in his tablets addressed to the famous Sheikh Abdur Rahman and to Maryam, a kinswoman of his. I roamed the wilderness of resignation. He thus depicts in the Lohe Maryam the rigours of his austere solitude, travelling in such wise that in my exile every eye wept sore over me, and all created things shed tears of blood because of my anguish. The birds of the air were my companions, and the beasts of the field my associates. From my eyes, he, referring in the Kitab-i-Iran to those days, testifies, there rained tears of anguish, and in my bleeding heart surged an ocean of agonizing pain. Many a night I had no food for sustenance, and many a day my body found no rest. Alone I communed with my spirit, oblivious of the world and all that is therein. In the odes he revealed, whilst wrapped in his devotions during those days of utter seclusion, and in the prayers and soliloquies, which in verse and prose, both in Arabic and Persian, poured from his sorrow-laden soul, many of which he was wont to chant aloud to himself, at dawn and during the watches of the night. He lauded the names and attributes of his Creator, extolled the glories and mysteries of his own revelation, sang the praises of that maiden that personified the Spirit of God within him, dwelt on his loneliness and his past and future tribulations, expiated upon the blindness of his generation, the perfidy of his friends and the perversity of his enemies, affirmed his determination to arise and, if needs be, offer up his life for the vindication of his cause, stressed those essential prerequisites which every seeker after truth must possess, and recalled, in anticipation of the lot that was to be his, the tragedy of Imam Hussein in Karbala, the plight of Muhammad in Mecca, the sufferings of Jesus at the hands of the Jews, the trials of Moses inflicted by Pharaoh and his people, and the ordeal of Joseph as he languished in a pit by reason of the treachery of his brothers. These initial and impassioned outpourings of a soul struggling to unburden itself, in the solitude of a self-imposed exile, many of them, alas, lost to posterity, are, with the tablet of Kolot Ta'am and the poem entitled Rashhe Amar, revealed in Tehran, the first fruits of his divine pen. They are the forerunners of those immortal works, the Kitab-i-Iran, the Hidden Words, and the Seven Valleys, which in the years preceding his declaration in Baghdad were to enrich so vastly the steadily swelling volume of his writings, and which paved the way for a further flowering of his prophetic genius in his epoch-making proclamation to the world, couched in the form of mighty epistles to the kings and rulers of mankind, and finally, for the last fruition of his mission in the laws and ordinances of his dispensation, formulated during his confinement in the most great prison of Akka. Baha'u'llah was still pursuing his solitary existence on that mountain when a certain sheikh, a resident of Sulaymaniyeh, who owned a property in that neighbourhood, sought him out, as directed in a dream he had of the Prophet Muhammad. Shortly after this contact was established, Sheikh Ismail, the leader of the Khalidiyya order who lived in Sulaymaniyah, visited him and succeeded after repeated requests in obtaining his consent to transfer his residence to that town. Meantime, his friends in Baghdad had discovered his whereabouts and had dispatched Sheikh Sultan, the father-in-law of Aghay Kalim, to beg him to return. And it was now, while he was living in Sulaymaniyah, in a room belonging to the Taqiyya Maulana Khaled Theological Seminary, that their messenger arrived. I found this same Sheikh Sultan, recounting his experiences to Nabil, has stated, all those who lived with him in that place, from their master down to the humblest neophyte, so enamored of and carried away by their love for Baha'u'llah, and so unprepared to contemplate the possibility of his departure, that I felt certain that were I to inform them of the purpose of my visit, they would not have hesitated to put an end to my life. Not long after Baha'u'llah's arrival in Kurdistan, Sheikh Sultan has related, he was able through his personal contacts with Sheikh Osman, Sheikh Abdur Rahman and Sheikh Ismail, the honoured and undisputed leaders of the Naqshbandiyya, the Qadiriyya and the Khalidiyya orders respectively, to win their hearts completely and establish his ascendancy over them. The first of these, Sheikh Osman, included no less a person than the Sultan himself and his entourage among his adherents. The second, in reply to whose query the 4 valleys was later revealed, commanded the unwavering allegiance of at least 100,000 devout followers, while the third was held in such veneration by his supporters that they regarded him as co-equal with Khaled himself, the founder of the order. When Baha'u'llah arrived in Sulaymaniyah, none at first, owing to the strict silence and reserve he maintained, suspected him of being possessed of any learning or wisdom. It was only accidentally, through seeing a specimen of his exquisite penmanship shown to them by one of the students who waited upon him, that the curiosity of the learned instructors and students of that seminary was aroused, and they were impelled to approach him and test the degree of his knowledge and the extent of his familiarity with the arts and sciences current amongst them. That seat of learning had been renowned for its vast endowments, its numerous taqiyas, and its association with Salahuddin Ayyubi and his descendants. From it, some of the most illustrious exponents of Sunni Islam had gone forth to teach its precepts. And now, a delegation headed by Sheikh Ismail himself, and consisting of its most eminent doctors and most distinguished students, called upon Baha'u'llah, and finding him willing to reply to any questions they might wish to address him, they requested him to elucidate for them, in the course of several interviews, the abstruse passages contained in the Futuhat-e Makkiyeh, the celebrated work of the famous Sheikh Muhyiddin Arabi. God is my witness, was Baha'u'llah's instant reply to the learned delegation, that I have never seen the book you refer to. I regard, however, through the power of God, whatever you wish me to do as easy of accomplishment. Directing one of them to read aloud to him every day a page of that book, he was able to resolve their perplexities in so amazing a fashion that they were lost in admiration. Not contenting himself with a mere clarification of the obscure passages of the text, he would interpret for them the mind of its author, and expound his doctrine, and unfold his purpose. At times, he would even go so far as to question the soundness of certain views propounded in that book, and would himself vouchsafe a correct presentation of the issues which had been misunderstood, and would support it with proofs and evidences that were wholly convincing to his listeners. Amazed by the profundity of his insight and the compass of his understanding, they were impelled to seek from him what they considered to be a conclusive and final evidence of the unique power and knowledge which he now appeared in their eyes to possess. No one among the mystics, the wise, and the learned, they claimed, while requesting this further favour from him, has hitherto proved himself capable of writing a poem in a rhyme and metre identical with that of the longer of the two odes, entitled Qasideye Ta'iyeh, composed by Ibn Farid. We beg you to write for us a poem in that same metre and rhyme. This request was complied with, and no less than 2,000 verses, in exactly the manner they had specified, were dictated by him, out of which he selected 127, which he permitted them to keep, deeming the subject matter of the rest premature and unsuitable to the needs of the times. It is these same 127 verses that constitute the Qasadiyye Varqaiyye, so familiar to and widely circulated amongst his Arab-speaking followers. Such was their reaction to this marvellous demonstration of the sagacity and genius of Baha'u'llah, that they unanimously acknowledged every single verse of that poem to be endowed with a force, beauty, and power far surpassing anything contained in either the major or minor odes composed by that celebrated poet. This episode, by far the most outstanding among the events that transpired during the 2 years of Baha'u'llah's absence from Baghdad, immensely stimulated the interest with which an increasing number of the ulamas, the scholars, the sheikhs, the doctors, the holy men and princes who had congregated in the seminaries of Sulaymaniyeh and Kirkuk were now following his daily activities. Through his numerous discourses and epistles, he disclosed new vistas to their eyes, resolved the perplexities that agitated their minds, unfolded the inner meaning of many hitherto obscure passages in the writings of various commentators, poets, and theologians, of which they had remained unaware, and reconciled the seemingly contradictory assertions which abounded in these dissertations, poems, and treatises. Such was the esteem and respect entertained for him that some held him as one of the men of the unseen. Others accounted him an adept in alchemy and the science of divination. Still others designated him a pivot of the universe, whilst not an inconsiderable number among his admirers went so far as to believe that his station was no less than that of a prophet. Kurds, Arabs, and Persians, learned and illiterate, both high and low, young and old, who had come to know him, regarded him with equal reverence, and not a few among them with genuine and profound affection, and this despite certain assertions and allusions to his station he had made in public, which, had they fallen from the lips of any other member of his race, would have provoked such fury as to endanger his life. Small wonder that Baha'u'llah himself should have, in the Lawh-e-Maryam, pronounced the period of his retirement as the mightiest testimony to and the most perfect and conclusive evidence of the truth of his revelation. In a short time, is Abdu'l-Baha's own testimony, Kurdistan was magnetized with his love. During this period, Baha'u'llah lived in poverty. His garments were those of the poor and needy. His food was that of the indigent and lowly. An atmosphere of majesty haloed him as the sun at midday. Everywhere he was greatly revered and loved. While the foundations of Baha'u'llah's future greatness were being laid in a strange land and amidst a strange people, the situation of the Babi community was rapidly going from bad to worse. Pleased and emboldened by his unexpected and prolonged withdrawal from the scene of his labours, the stirrers of mischief with their deluded associates were busily engaged in extending the range of their nefarious activities. Mirza Yahya, closeted most of the time in his house, was secretly directing, through his correspondence with those Babis whom he completely trusted, a campaign designed to utterly discredit Baha'u'llah. In his fear of any potential adversary, he had dispatched Mirza Muhammad Mazandarani, one of his supporters, to Azerbaijan for the express purpose of murdering Dayan, the repository of the knowledge of God, whom he surnamed Father of Iniquities and stigmatized as Taghut, and whom the Bab had extolled as the third letter to believe in him whom God shall make manifest. In his folly, he had furthermore induced Mirza Aghajan to proceed to Nur and there await a propitious moment when he could make a successful attempt on the life of the sovereign. His shamelessness and effrontery had waxed so great as to lead him to perpetrate himself and permit Sayyid Muhammad to repeat after him an act so odious that Baha'u'llah characterized it as a most grievous betrayal, inflicting dishonor upon the Bab, and which overwhelmed all lands with sorrow. He even, as a further evidence of the enormity of his crimes, ordered that the cousin of the Bab, Mirza Ali Akbar, a fervent admirer of Dayan, be secretly put to death, a command which was carried out in all its iniquity. As to Sayyid Muhammad, now given free rein by his master, Mirza Yahya, he had surrounded himself, as Nabil, who was at the time with him in Karbala, categorically asserts, with a band of ruffians whom he allowed and even encouraged to snatch at night the turbans from the heads of wealthy pilgrims who had congregated in Karbala, to steal their shoes, to rob the shrine of the Imam Hussein of its divans and candles, and seize the drinking cups from the public fountains. The depths of degradation to which these so-called adherents of the faith of the Bab had sunk could not but evoke in Nabil the memory of the sublime renunciation shown by the conduct of the companions of Mullah Hussein, who at the suggestion of their leader had scornfully cast by the wayside the gold, the silver and turquoise in their possession, or shown by the behaviour of Vahid, who refused to allow even the least valuable amongst the treasures which his sumptuously furnished house in Yazd contained, to be removed ere it was pillaged by the mob, or shown by the decision of Hujjat not to permit his companions, who were on the brink of starvation, to lay hands on the property of others, even though it were to save their own lives. Such was the audacity and effrontery of these demoralized and misguided Babis, that no less than 25 persons, according to Abdu'l-Baha's testimony, had the presumption to declare themselves to be the promised one foretold by the Bab. Such was the decline in their fortunes that they hardly dared show themselves in public. Kurds and Persians vied with each other when confronting them in the streets, in heaping abuse upon them and in vilifying openly the cause which they professed. Little wonder that on his return to Baghdad, Baha'u'llah should have described the situation then existing in these words: "We found no more than a handful of souls, faint and dispirited, nay, utterly lost and dead. The cause of God had ceased to be on anyone's lips, nor was any heart receptive to its message." Such was the sadness that overwhelmed him on his arrival, that he refused for some time to leave his house, except for his visits to Qazimain and for his occasional meeting with a few of his friends who resided in that town and in Baghdad. The tragic situation that had developed in the course of his 2 years' absence now imperatively demanded his return. From the mystic source, he himself explains in the Kitab-i-Iran, there came the summons bidding us return whence we came. Surrendering our will to his, we submitted to his injunction. By God, besides whom there is none other God, is his emphatic assertion to Sheikh Sultan, as reported by Nabil in his narrative. But for my recognition of the fact that the blessed cause of the primal point was on the verge of being completely obliterated, and all the sacred blood poured out in the path of God would have been shed in vain, I would in no wise have consented to return to the people of the Bayan, and would have abandoned them to the worship of the idols their imaginations had fashioned. Mirza Yahya, realizing full well to what a pass his unrestrained leadership of the faith had brought him, had moreover insistently and in writing besought him to return. No less urgent were the pleadings of his own kindred and friends, particularly his 12-year-old son Abdu'l-Baha, whose grief and loneliness had so consumed his soul that in a conversation recorded by Nabil in his narrative, he had avowed that subsequent to the departure of Baha'u'llah, he had, in his boyhood, grown old. Deciding to terminate the period of his retirement, Baha'u'llah bade farewell to the sheikhs of Sulaymaniyeh, who now numbered among his most ardent and, as their future conduct demonstrated, staunchest admirers. Accompanied by Sheikh Sultan, he retraced his steps to Baghdad, on the banks of the river of tribulations, as he himself termed it, proceeding by slow stages, realizing, as he declared to his fellow traveller, that these last days of his retirement would be the only days of peace and tranquillity left to him, days which will never again fall to my lot. On the 12th of Rajab, 1272 AH, March the 19th, 1856, he arrived in Baghdad, exactly 2 lunar years after his departure for Kurdistan. Chapter 8. Baha'u'llah's banishment to Iraq, continued. The return of Baha'u'llah from Sulaymaniyeh to Baghdad marks a turning point of the utmost significance in the history of the first Bahá'í Century. The tide of the fortunes of the faith, having reached its lowest ebb, was now beginning to surge back and was destined to roll on steadily and mightily to a new high water mark, associated this time with the declaration of his mission on the eve of his banishment to Constantinople. With his return to Baghdad, a firm anchorage was now being established, an anchorage such as the faith had never known in its history. Never before, except during the first 3 years of its life, could that faith claim to have possessed a fixed and accessible centre to which its adherents could turn for guidance, and from which they could derive continuous and unobstructed inspiration. No less than half of the Bab's short-lived ministry was spent on the remotest border of his native country, where he was concealed and virtually cut off from the vast majority of his disciples. The period immediately after his martyrdom was marked by a confusion that was even more deplorable than the isolation caused by his enforced captivity. Nor when the revelation which he had foretold made its appearance was it succeeded by an immediate declaration that could enable the members of a distracted community to rally round the person of their expected deliverer. The prolonged self-concealment of Mirza Yahya, the centre provisionally appointed pending the manifestation of the Promised One, the 9 months' absence of Baha'u'llah from his native land while on a visit to Karbala, followed swiftly by his imprisonment in the Siyah Chal, by his banishment to Iraq, and afterwards by his retirement to Kurdistan, all combined to prolong the phase of instability and suspense through which the Babi community had to pass.